All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Jade Baron, the pick for the Broncos in the draft yesterday, and the results of a very ugly Denver Nuggets game. And I think we just start with the Nuggets and get this out of the way. They played awful. I mean, a big problem that they have right now is that they're making life really difficult on Jokic, and you're needing to rely on others, and the others just can't. I mean, that's the bulk of the story here. Russell Westbrook leaves the game early after 9 minutes, and he does not return. Porter playing hobbled with that shoulder injury. It just feels like this is heading in a very, very bad direction. And I'll give you a stat that I think sort of crystallizes exactly what I'm talking about. So Jokic was 9 of 14 from the field for 23 points. He had 13 assists on the night. That is a grand total, if you include field goal attempts made and field goal attempts assisted on by Jokic alone, gets to 22 of those. You made 31 shots in the night, which means only 8 buckets over the course of a full game did not involve Nikola Jokic being somewhat involved in the play, whether by scoring it or assisting on it. You couldn't make layups. You couldn't make threes. You couldn't make mid-range shots. I mean, you shot 40.3% from the floor. And once again, you had the Clippers that were having a really difficult time missing any shot. We didn't feel, as a show yesterday, very good about the Nuggets' chances for a number of different reasons. The Intuit Dome was on fire because it was their first playoff game ever in that building. Not to mention, you came into the game hobbled. And if there was, we mentioned this heading into this game, or at least I did. It was something that stuck out to me. When your team has over 82 games done one thing, like, let's be honest, I wasn't totally surprised by the result last night. You know, it's been a really close game in the first two, and they split. So maybe a little bit surprised by how steep the score was, that it was like a 30-point loss. But this is kind of who the Nuggets have been the entire year. And for all the things that they do well and the things that they didn't do well during the regular season, it's weird how this series started, because the things that they didn't do well, they were doing well, and the things that they excelled at, they weren't doing up to standard. Like, what were the Nuggets over the course of 82 games? A team that could really put up points on you but couldn't get a stop. A team that couldn't make shots from the outside but would score in the paint. And everything is kind of flipped. Through 2 games heading into that game 3, the Nuggets shot the ball well and couldn't score in the paint. And they played defense well and had a very difficult time getting consistent offense going. And my whole thought process was, I don't think they're magically better defensively. I don't think that the outside shooting can last. And so if the offense overall doesn't get going, then you're going to have an issue. And certainly, that's the case now. 83 points for this offense is, at the time, would be unfathomable. I mean, they're, I think, third in the league in points per game over the course of this season. But LA has done a really good job at taking away what you do best, which is score inside. And if they don't have that as a little security blanket for them, then life gets tough in a hurry. Because there's no real plan B. You get the ball in the paint, you score, you have a couple of kickouts for three, you knock a few of those down, and then you're in the clear. I mean, how many times did the Nuggets score like 120 points with 6 or 7 threes on the night? But when you don't have that, when you aren't forcing the Clippers to either A, miss shots, or B, turn the ball over, then it's hard to get in transition. But if you guys were watching Christian Brown had a few opportunities last night in transition and then couldn't finish. Like, the Clippers are just playing a really high brand of basketball right now. And the Nuggets, I don't think they have the horses to overcome it. You know, it's the same way we kind of felt. They got a boost from having a new head coach for the last few games of the season, maybe in the first 2 games of the series. But I would be very surprised, especially given if Russell Westbrook's missing any amount of time now. I'd be very surprised if the Nuggets came back and won this series. Doesn't mean it's impossible. You know, they've overcome worse situations as an underdog before, and they seem to like that spot. But we said that going into last night, and it did not go well. You know, you just kind of had that sinking feeling from pretty early in the game. Like, the Nuggets had a decent start, and then with a couple of minutes left in the first, they allowed what ultimately became a 23-2 run. And the game never shifted back. You lost the first quarter, you lost the second, you lost the third, you lost the fourth. Sometimes these happen. They happened in the Minnesota series last year, and then they rattled off 3 straight wins. But it just, the difference now is this team, I think it's just like they are what they are. They're a good team, but not quite good enough. And the Western Conference is tough, and anybody they got matched up with was going to be a difficult one. But we said it going into it that as well as the Clippers were playing, just as far as a matchup style, it felt like that would have been at least a decent matchup considering what was out there for teams that were kind of surrounding your area. But it's just, I don't know. You're down 2-1. It's a much different feeling, though, than what the 2-1 deficit that the Avs face is about. And by the way, we're going to put you guys in Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow, as every single hour on the 20s, we're giving away keywords for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game tomorrow night. Tomorrow. So, stay tuned on the 20s all day. I'll be giving you those keywords. So, I want to know how you feel. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. I mean, here's what I see overall in this. The Nuggets either find something, they come back, win this series and go on a run, or 2, you're back at the exact same spot that you were when you fired Michael Malone and you weren't feeling great about this team, which is big changes are coming in the offseason, which could be healthy. No, you head into an offseason where the only known thing essentially about it is that Nikola Jokic is going to be on this roster. So it's either major changes or it's they figure it out and go on a run. But I'll tell you one thing right now. I need a win tomorrow from somebody. Somebody's got to give this to me because this is what an awful feeling. And we'll get to the NFL draft in just a second because there's some. For a draft that overall was pretty boring, like the Browns trading out of 2 with the Jags to allow them to take Travis Hunter, interesting move. But, I mean, the story of the night, Shedeur. That's it. That Shedeur was entirely passed on by everybody in the first round, including teams that were quarterback needy that traded back in. So we'll get to that in just a bit. Texture says, Brett, this is the exact same conversation all year. Everything you guys have been worried about is shown true. Well, that's it. Like, I didn't think the team was going to magically change when the postseason started, but I am pretty shocked by how ineffective their offense has been. Everything else has been unsurprising in this series. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they can't stop Kawhi. Well, you had a tough time stopping, like, everybody. Tough time. Oh, the Clippers are really good shooting from the outside. You can't get a stop from perimeter defense. Well, or the perimeter. Well, perimeter defense has been an issue all year long. The one thing that I thought was a guarantee, the only thing I thought was a guarantee, was that the Nuggets would be able to score, and they can't. They can't do it. And if you take away the one thing that this team, and I think you could say this, if there's one thing this team did at an elite level this year, it's score. In a multitude of different ways. Offense was never a problem this year, ever. Even when we complain about outside shooting, it'd be a game that, like, the Nuggets scored 124 points and they lost. You'd be like, well, yeah, they were 5 of 25 from the three-point line. It's like, yeah, but they scored 120-some points. It was never an issue. And it looks, I was at number 38 last night for the Nuggets viewing party, hopping on occasionally with DMac and Polumbus and Lindahl and Sanford during their draft coverage. And I've said something that I've noticed throughout the course of this year. The Nuggets, it looks really difficult anytime they want to make something happen. Like, if they want to go score, it looks really hard for them to get to a spot in which they get a good shot and then bury it. And it looks incredibly easy for the Clippers. Like the amount of straight line drive floater. Kick it to Zubats in the middle, but Joker was helping somebody, so he's wide open for a little buddy. Kawhi Leonard, even with a hand in his face, doesn't matter, knocks down the mid-range shot. Oh, look, there's Nicholas Batum wide open for another 3. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it looks easy for the Clippers, and for you, you're like pulling teeth just to try and get a decent mid-range jumper. Just tough. So a lot more to talk about with this. Again, keyword, if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs Game 4 tomorrow, every hour on the 20s, we'll be giving away a keyword. So that keyword coming your way next, along with everything that I noticed from the draft last night. We'll get to it next. All right, the first of 4 keywords this morning. If you're, look, Altitude Sports Radio wants to put you in Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow. The Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well. All available on ColoradoAvalanche.com. But if you want to win them, we've got you covered. This hour, just text the keyword drinking along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's the keyword drinking with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 9:45 this morning. So again, this word's keyword is drinking, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 will be part of a theme as we go along throughout the day today.
And every show has a pair of tickets all day.
All day right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And when the clock says hour colon 20 on the 20s throughout the entire day, you can get in for one of these pairs of tickets. Only from Altitude Sports Radio. So join us, why don't you?
So let's focus first on the Broncos and what they did yesterday. This is what it sounded like if you're listening to AM 950 or 92.5 for DMac, Polumbus, Lindahl, Sanford in their draft coverage.
All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
It's a stunned crowd here at number 38. Nobody knows what to think of that.
It is a pin drop crowd.
It is a pin drop crowd.
I mean, what is happening? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Is Riley? Do they secretly hate Riley Moss?
All the cameras right now are on Shadur Sanders, and
I don't care about Shedeur. I don't even care. I didn't think that there was anything that could happen in this draft to surprise me. There was nothing that could happen to surprise me. You can take a wide receiver, you can take a tight end, you can take a running back. People told me you can take a defensive tackle. I forget Shadur Sanders. We just selected a corner.
How do you really feel?
Look, there was a lot of confusion after this pick. I was confused. I was also at number 38 with those guys, watching that live, and it was like right at the time that the Nuggets game was tipping off. So there was a lot happening at once. But there's some details in here that have me questioning what was going on during the process of the Broncos pick when they were on the clock. And I'll get to that in a second. But just for Jahdae Barron, the player, he's a very good player. He's somebody that potentially was like a hovering around top 10 kind of pick that fell to you at 20. And we mentioned all throughout this process of the offseason that the Broncos are in a pretty nice place because they don't need to pick based on need. They just need to pick good football players. And I will never get angry about somebody picking a good football player. And that's exactly what Jahdae Barron is. I am confused by the position. How about this? The Broncos needed to take a corner in this draft. Needed to. I don't know what the first-round corner does for you when you have Surtain, Riley Moss, and Jaquan McMillan. Your secondary was pretty stacked already. Again, depth was something that you needed, but when you're picking late 20s and you're a team that's like a playoff team and you take a first-rounder, I want that guy to play right away, and maybe he takes over. Maybe he becomes the corner starting opposite of Surtain, but it's not like Riley Moss was bad. Riley Moss was very good. And then he got hurt, struggled a little bit after that, but then figured it out again. That's the only thing I was confused by. You always want to take good football players, but it's a matter of when is he going to see the field, and is it going to be immediately, or where are you waiting to really unleash this guy at? Now, I do wonder one thing. Reports come out from Ian Rappaport yesterday that the Broncos were trying to trade up. They were trying to trade down. They were trying to do a number of different things. And I think that all checks out if you go back. Remember, Nelly, when they were on the clock, that clock ticked down for a long time before they made that decision, right? That wasn't like, usually when a team picks like 4 or 5 minutes into their time frame, it means that you got a really good opportunity or you know the person you're going to pick and you were just playing the game. But McMillan is entering the last year of his deal. I thought he's played well enough to earn a second contract. Not to mention you've been paying McMillan in Arby's coupons for about the last 4 years. He's played above that level, but maybe they just don't trust him anymore. I don't know. Perhaps. I am never going to get mad at taking good football players, and this is what I said when I hopped on with the boys for a few minutes after the Broncos made the pick. I didn't understand it initially because of just purely the position that they'd chosen. I think they could have chosen really almost any other spot. If they got a linebacker, if they got a defensive tackle, if they got an offensive tackle, if they got a wide receiver, if they got a running back, if they got a tight end, all of those things I think would have made sense to me. Corner was just a tough one to get initially. But I did say this heading into the draft yesterday. Organizational pillars that matter, that bring you towards football, long-term sustained success, are a quarterback, a coach, a GM, and ownership. Those are the things that matter most. And I feel very comfortable with the Broncos are at in all 4 of those categories. And I said, whoever the Broncos pick in the first round of the draft, whether I understand it or not, or it's a player that I've dug deep on and heard of or not, this organizational structure has earned my trust to where I will not hate anything they do before it fails. Because they've done a whole bunch of really good things. And I'll tell you what I'm definitely not doing is questioning the evaluation ability of George Payton, who has been stellar in that department since he got here, even during the lean years. So I'm just not doing it. And a texter says, did everyone at altitude forget those games that Moss was out? They got torched in the secondary, one of those games by Jameis Winston. As I mentioned before, I did not forget those games. But you draft a corner, he's going to play. You draft that guy in the first round, he's got to play. And so maybe I value McMillan at a higher level than they do. Because the way I see it is Surtain, Moss, McMillan, that's your nickel. And maybe that's not going to be the case this year. But you don't draft in the first round at that position based on depth, is all I'm saying. And it would be one thing if Riley Moss or Pat Surtain or one of your big-time corners was 29 years old and maybe on their last legs as a DB. They're all young. So that's it. The one thought that I had, and you tell me, Nelly, does this sound crazy to you or not? Judging by how long they were on the board, okay? Judging by the report, they were trying to trade up and trade down. Do you think, just a possibility, that maybe they wanted Emeka Egbuka, and then he was taking the pick before them, and then they were kind of scrambling to try and figure something out? Not that this was so much a panic pick. It's somebody who's a good football player, but did the guy they want get taken the pick before them?
I could buy that. I also thought maybe the inverse was true, where they were trying to trade down. They thought...
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So just to clarify, Nelly, and then I'll let you go. I think they were trying to trade up earlier in the draft, maybe when Tyler Warren started to slide a little bit, and I would have loved if they made that happen, but a team just said no. Okay, fine. So then you get to pick 19. They're like, all right, when it comes to us, we're going to take Egbuka. And then the pick before them, he's snatched off the board, and then they're like, all right, hop on the phone, see if somebody wants to trade back and jump Pittsburgh to try and take Shedeur or Dart or somebody like that, and they couldn't make a deal work.
Yes.
And so they went to Jahdae Barron.
I totally agree. I think Jeff Legwold said that someone was going to try and take their pick to bypass Pittsburgh to take Shadur Sanders, since everybody thought that the Steelers were going to take Shadur Sanders because, let me check my notes here. Oh, yeah, they have no one playing quarterback except maybe the corpse of Aaron Rodgers. And so, yeah, that absolutely was the move. See if someone below them can snatch up and can snatch the Broncos spot, bypass Pittsburgh. Yeah, I think that's why it took so long for them to get the pick in.
It's just interesting, man. So, just for the record, somebody's aware. If you don't know who Jahdae Barron is, Jahdae Barron was the number 8 overall prospect on Jeff Legwold's top 100. Like, you got insane value for this guy. That's not the question. The question is not about Jahdae Barron, the football player. It's not that.
What's the question?
It's not about Jahdae Barron and where he was drafted. If it was about that, then the Broncos did very, very well. It's about what are they going to employ? How are they going to use him? And is he going to be a guy who plays immediately? Are you going to stash him for a little bit? Is he depth for the first year? Like, that's what I don't know. But I truly wonder if they had their eyes set on, like, an Igbukah, and then Tampa took him, and you're like, wasn't expecting that. Okay, let's do this. There's a lot of, like, Riley Moss hate coming through the text line, which I don't understand. T. Higgins and Jerry Jeudy burned Riley Moss last year. I don't think Moss played in the Cleveland game, number one. The whole point. That was the game that Levi Wallace was in, right? Where he was getting burned. Riley Moss got burned by T. Higgins. So did a bunch of corners in this league, for the record, number one. Number two, it was like Riley Moss's first year actually playing. Guy's been hurt for a minute. It's essentially a rookie year. But a lot of things would have made sense at the time that initially didn't. After sleeping on it, I guess they just went the route that smart football teams do, and this is why I'm defending this. You take good football players. How do you become a better football team with good football players? Teams that do this guy's really good, but I think we're okay in that department right now, so I'm going to take a reach at this guy over here. That's where you start to get into trouble. That's where you start.
And here's what George Payton liked about him.
I mean, he's a playmaker. He's a football player.
Thanks, George.
He is, though. He had 5 interceptions, right? By the way, Jahdae, just a cool name. Really, really cool name.
I think we're gonna have to claim this bit before anyone else does. Whenever he does something good on the football field, we got to play some Jahdae. We're gonna play some smooth operator for Jahdae Barron.
We talked about that last night. You play some Jahdae, or Nelly. Anytime we mention him, you do the T-Pain Jahdae. Yeah. One of those. But he's an incredibly good football player. The Broncos got a good football player, which is the entire point of the draft. The entire point is to have one of those. Okay? Come out of the first round saying, that guy's good at football. They've accomplished that. Again, the position might be a little tough. Do I think that they went into this draft thinking, you know who I really want more than anybody else is Jahdae Barron? Probably not. But I'll tell you right now, he's versatile. He won the Thorpe Award. If you guys remember, after having those 5 picks last year, he won the Thorpe Award, and that was the one sort of award where, like, why the hell would they give this guy the Thorpe Award when Travis Hunter exists? Remember that? He's a versatile player. He can play in a number of different places. He can play nickel. He can play outside. You know, I wonder if maybe they're thinking about, like a texter says, they're comparing him to Brian Branch. If that's the case, then maybe he's a guy who can kind of float between safety and corner. Like, I don't know.
He's a football player.
I know we laugh at that, Nelly, but that's the point. Like, literally, the point of the draft is to get a good football player. And you know what it is? What happened last night when they took Jahdae Barron, here's what went down. I didn't think, Nelly, I'd be surprised. I thought I was prepared for anything last night when it comes to the Broncos. Like, I thought if they traded up to 12 to take if Genty was still on the board or Tyler Warren or whatever, wouldn't have been surprised. If they traded back and out of the first round to acquire more capital for those mid-rounds that this draft seems to have, stockpiled talent of, wouldn't have been surprised. They take a running back. If that was, remember, the pick after the Broncos, or not after the Broncos, but shortly after the Broncos, was Omari and Hampton. If they made that selection, wouldn't have been surprised at all. The pick after Omari and Hampton was Matthew Golden. That's who I actually thought they were going to take. I thought I was prepared for everything. Hell, if they took Jihad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama, I wouldn't have been surprised. It's kind of the only thing I think I would have been shocked by was them taking a corner. So anyway, after having time to process, I'm starting to like this more and more. It was just an initial shock, is all I'm saying. So, can watch a show live on Twitch. So go ahead and search that out. We also got that keyword, which, again, a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game for tomorrow. The keyword for this hour that we're giving away every hour on the 20s is drinking. So text drinking in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and there will be a theme throughout these 4 keywords throughout the day. So Broncos pick. Nuggets lose yesterday. Obviously got to look ahead to tomorrow's games, the double dip that we'll have tomorrow between the Avs and the Nuggets. But I want to talk about Shedeur. I know it was tossed out there yesterday that, hey, there might be a chance that Shedeur doesn't get drafted in the first round. Didn't buy it whatsoever. And then it happened. And the reason why Shedeur isn't a first-round pick doesn't seem to have to do with purely football. We'll get to it next.
You know, what we liked about him is just, I mean, he's a playmaker. He's a football player. He's a fun watch. I mean, Sean, you know, I did him during the season, then after the season, and Sean and I watched him last week. I mean, we just couldn't stop watching him. Just the instincts, the anticipation, the route awareness, zone coverage, really sticky in man, doesn't give up many completions. I don't think he gave up a touchdown. We kept looking. The ball skills, you know, in the run game, you know, this guy's really good in the run game, really good tackler.
That sounds like a defensive joker. So maybe they did get one after all. Plenty of opportunities, by the way, today to go out and grab. If you wanted a wide receiver, you wanted a running back, you wanted Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins or whoever, like that's all going to be available today. So it's not like the Broncos are like out on opportunities anymore. Here's the thing. The biggest story of draft night was one of two things, and I think they both involved CU Buffs. The only super crazy, holy cow type of moments seemed to be that the Jags traded up with Cleveland at number 2 overall and took Travis Hunter, which I think for Cleveland is pretty amazing. I don't know what the Browns are thinking, to be honest with you. Like, you passed on an all-world type of talent only to take a defensive tackle who, yeah, Mason Graham's good. But I judge a lot of things, Nelly, based off of what's the war room reaction after you make the selection of somebody. Did you see the Browns after they took Mason Graham? It was like dead in there. And I'm like, well, why didn't you guys just stay at 2 and grab Travis Hunter then? Because it wouldn't be dead, I can tell you that much. But the trade initially, for them to jump up to 2 and take Travis Hunter is one thing. The biggest story of the night was Shedeur. It was. Cam Ward, number 1 overall, we've known that forever. Okay, Travis Hunter with the trade up with the Jags, fine. But we know he was going number 2. The fact that you got to 3 with the Giants and you thought, maybe Shedeur, maybe? And they took Abdul Carter. And you're like, all right, well, that makes sense. Abdul Carter is a freak of nature, one of the best prospects in the draft. Maybe they didn't want to pass on that. Okay, fine. So then we get to 9, Nelly. Or I guess 6. 6, you're like, okay, the Raiders, that stuff kind of died down, but do you think there's any chance that the Raiders go out and take him? And they don't. They take Ashton Genty instead, which I'm horrified by the prospect of playing him twice a year now. But they take Ashton Genty. Then you get to number 9. Number 9, you're like, all right, the Saints feel like a prime place that he could be taken. And they go with Kelvin Banks, an offensive tackle. And then you start looking down the draft board and you go, well, then where's the next chance? Where's the next opportunity? It's like, would Jerry Jones go crazy and just shock the world by taking him behind Dak Prescott? The answer was no. Okay, let's keep going through the list. Who would be next here? And you keep scrolling down. You're like, Seattle? I know they just paid Sam Darnold, but maybe that's not a long-term solution? No. And then, because nobody traded with the Broncos, you get to 21 with Pittsburgh. And we're all kind of thinking something, right? We're like, all right, this is what's been mocked forever. The Pittsburgh Steelers need a quarterback. Even if they go out and they get Aaron Rodgers, it's going to be a short-term rental. This seems to be the one. Mike Tomlin doesn't seem to have a problem with big personalities on his team. Okay, this is it. And they choose Derek Harmon, the D tackle out of Oregon. And then you really start to think, okay, where do you go now? Few picks later, the Giants trade back in the first round. And Nelly, you thought the same thing as me, right? There it is. I knew he wouldn't fall out of the first round. Somebody was going to make a move up to make it happen. And for them to take Jackson Dart I was blown away. Blown away. And so the rest of the draft comes and goes. The only other thing that I was thinking was maybe somebody will try and trade with Kansas City to try and keep that 5th-year option on the table, especially at that position. Nobody did. And so I can only come to one conclusion here. Shedeur's tape might not be perfect, but it's still good. And how does a quarterback like him fall out of the first round? And I think a lot of it does have to do with personality. Personality at that position, I should say. Shedeur is not the most cocky, arrogant guy in the world. Have you met a wide receiver before in your life? But it's different when a wide receiver acts that way as opposed to a quarterback. If you remember, Nelly, can you back me up on this? Wasn't this something I was saying like 2.5 months ago? That the personality of Shedeur, it's not that it's bad, but it is weird for a quarterback to have. And if nothing else, just the perception of what his personality is.
Right, and you were saying that the Sanders are just so front-facing with their entire media brand that you are putting yourself up to just get killed if things don't go well. And especially as a quarterback who's the face of the franchise and the buck stops with you. I mean, you are just serving yourself up on a cocky silver platter if things go wrong. You were saying that.
We saw it happen the first year here at CU, especially, right? When they got out to the it was a 3-0 start, right? And then they lost 8 of their last 9. Everybody couldn't wait to jump and pile on the CU Buffs and Shedeur specifically. And I'm driving in towards number 38 last night, and I'm listening to their broadcast. Those guys did a great job, by the way. If you guys didn't listen to DMac, Polumbus, Lindahl, and Sanford, then you guys are crazy. But Polumbus said something, Nelly, that makes it's a lot simpler way of saying what I was saying. Shadur Sanders is a lot. He's just a lot. And is the talent enough to overcome that? Is it enough to overcome maybe a couple headaches that you'd have with him as opposed to, how's this, Nelly? Jackson Dart was taken in the first round. Cam Ward's a number 1 overall pick. I don't know anything about these guys. You know what I mean? I just know that they're football players. I know where they went to school. I know that they had really good seasons. But personality, I don't know a thing about them. You know a lot about Shedeur. And so it's a lot. And I do think that teams were turned off by it.
And also, I genuinely wonder, you can tell me if this is a stupid question, even though we have a daily segment on this radio station called No Dumb Questions. But do you think that the jersey retirement affected his draft stock at all? Do you think that just added to the Sanders family circus?
No, because you can't put that on Shedeur. That's not like he went there and demanded that from the university. Like, that was a decision that was made by people above him, whether it was Dion or whether it was Rick George or whoever it was. It's not him. I don't think that had any effect. I think what had an effect was the watch stuff, the way that he would kind of be boastful at times about his game, the way that they would play his rap songs after he would throw touchdowns. Like, I think that stuff kind of went into it. Like, there's a line. How about this? There's a line between being cocky and being arrogant. Having confidence and then taking it a step too far. And for quarterbacks, for receivers, that line might be here. For quarterbacks, that line is back here. And I do think it's a turnoff. I would say this, Nelly. I think people, I don't think it's unfair to say. Maybe teams would have had a problem with Dion Sanders and the platform that he has. Constantly looking over their shoulder for how Shedeur is doing. Like, how about this, Nelly? Shadur Sanders starts game 1 for the New York Giants, okay? And he plays 10 weeks, and he's really struggling. And maybe they're thinking about, hey, we aren't giving up on Shedeur, but maybe he needs to be benched for like a couple of weeks and just kind of recalibrate. Well, what's going to happen? It's middle of the football season. Dion Sanders has a press conference every single week. I'm sure he's going to be asked about his son. Then he's got to make a comment on his son. And I don't know if Dion strikes me as the kind of guy that goes, hey, that's out of my jurisdiction now. He's in his own place. I'm sure he's going to have an opinion on it, and maybe guys will be uncomfortable with that. Like, I don't know. But that him falling out of the first round was not purely football, is all I would tell you. And it sucks because I like Shedeur. I think Shedeur is a good kid. I think he's incredibly talented and worthy of being a first-round pick. But I think that stuff hurt a little bit, and I thought it might. Even a couple of months ago. So, you can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube live, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every weekday, along with that Altitude Sports, or that Altitude Daily. Goodness gracious. It's everything that you missed from your favorite and number one sports station in Denver, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Search that out and subscribe to the channel today.
Having trouble saying that one, eh?
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
It's a stunned crowd here at number 38. Nobody knows what to think of that.
It is a pin drop crowd.
It is a pinned up crowd.
I
yes.
mean, what is happening? I don't get it. I don't understand it. Is Riley? Do they secretly hate Riley Moss?
All the cameras right now are on Shadur Sanders, and
I don't care about Shedeur. I don't even care. I didn't think that there was anything that could happen in this draft to surprise me. There was nothing that could happen to surprise me. You can take a wide receiver, you can take a tight end, you can take a running back. People told me you can take a defensive tackle. I forget Shadur Sanders. We just selected a corner.
How do you really feel?
Zubac right side over to Harden. Harden guarded by Peyton Watson. He jabs once at him. He goes to the left hand. Back down low over to Zubac. Turn around, up, under, hook shot, good. Denver down 22. It might be time to get the end of the bench guys in here. Cross court, three-pointer Jones. Yeah. 106-82. Denver down by 24. Coach Adelman, get these dudes off the floor. There's the horn in Los Angeles. Denver loses game number 3 to the LA Clippers. Final tonight from Los Angeles, 117-83.
It's funny. I was out at number 38 yesterday doing the Nuggets viewing party. Had all those boys that you just heard on the draft analysis. It was a fun time until the Nuggets game really got going. But I'm driving home. My thought, Vic, was, all right, I'm going to hang here until the game's over because I'm figuring it's going to be a close game again. And I kind of looked around. We had all of our stuff given away, and I go, yeah, it's fine. Fourth quarter's fine to leave. Mm-hmm. And as I'm driving home to Western Nebraska, or the food court of the airport, Kaz said that about 15 times in 10 minutes, or like 5 minutes.
The same thing.
He's like, Coach, get him out.
Yeah.
Get him out.
I wanted them out maybe halfway through the third.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. And I'll let you go on this, Vic, get your initial thoughts. But that's the team that we kind of saw all year, right? They're capable of this. Like, we've always felt the Nuggets are good, but they aren't that good. It's kind of been like that all season. And the one thing that has been a shock, the one thing that I am blown away by, is their inability to score in the postseason against this Clippers team. Because say what you want, they had issues. Kawhi not being really difficult to stop, not a surprise. Clippers hitting a high percentage of threes, not a surprise. You struggling shooting, not a surprise. But scoring, getting in the paint, getting buckets that way, not being able to do that is a shock to me.
Coach Adelman, get these dudes off the floor.
I mean, I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
Yesterday we talked about the Nuggets, and I sort of gave you my feeling. I didn't think they'd win that game. I said they would have to surprise me. Did I think it was going to be closer? Yeah. Did I expect a good game? Yeah. They were doing everything right in the first quarter. They led by 7 with 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Joker had 13 assists, 7 of them in the first quarter. Everything was working beautifully. And then switch of the flip of the switch.
See, you did what I did.
I know. And then it happened. And then the avalanche came down, and it was over. And it was over quickly. A 22-3 run. Is that what it was?
23-2.
23-2.
17-0 at one point, and it was over.
Can I give you a stat, Moj, before I let you go? Just to Vic's point. So Jokic was 9 of 14 from the floor for 23 points and had 13 assists last night. So in total, that's 22 made buckets that he's responsible for in one way or the other. The Nuggets made 31 shots.
Yeah.
22 of the 31 made buckets last night needed Nikola Jokic's input in one way or the other.
They are too reliant on him.
They are
too reliant on him.
Well, just when that run took place, I thought, well, this is it. It was really sort of, to me, Vic, I just thought not only is the game over, but the series is over. I mean, that's it. And then I got to thinking, and Brett and I were talking about this a little bit earlier. Maybe I shouldn't be super surprised.
I'm not.
Because it seems the way this team is now constructed in the parts and so on.
Flawed.
Yeah, they're just not that good.
Well, Moshe, and.
No.
Porter,
it's not that they're bad. They're good. They're just not.
They're good.
They're not good.
But they're not that
They're
good.
not good enough
They're not
to.
great.
It's been that way all year.
Yeah, they're not good enough to. They're not good enough to do anything.
And Porter is obviously hurting with that shoulder. I mean, even when he's going up for layups, Vic, it's like his arm's halfway up. That left arm is.
He told us after the game he was 20 to 30%.
Yeah, that was clear.
He said he found out the recovery in this is typically 4 to 5 weeks.
Yeah, and he's
They got
trying
4
to
to
grit
5
through
days.
it. So he's hurt, and then you lose Westbrook 9 minutes into the game. It's like, what do you expect to happen with a team that was already short depth-wise with one guy that's completely out and the other guy that's playing at, you said 20 to 30% is what Porter said?
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
You know, sports elicits some weird emotions, wild emotions. And tell me if you guys have been here before. I was more upset and distraught after Game 2's loss than I was last night.
Me too.
Because last night, the reality hits you. Last night, the truth hits you. And I was suspicious of it. I sort of saw it coming, but it just smacked you in the face like Moser and his 10 pounds of meat. I got smacked by 10 pounds of meat right in the face last night, and I wasn't surprised.
It's almost like you're asking for a reality check. Just give it to me, doctor.
Yeah.
Straight, I can take it. It's one of those reality checks.
Yeah.
You're almost begging for it. All right, just please show me who you really are, and we can get on with this damn thing. I think last night was they're showing you that they're not there with this group the way it's constituted.
The roster's not good enough.
No. And
you know what? They can win another game in this series.
Sure they could.
Of course they can. They can extend it. But let's be blunt here. For what? To escape the inevitable? What's coming up next?
Yeah. I mean, we were all kind of wondering when they fired Malone, maybe that gives them a little extra juice. Maybe that gives them a pop. And I think it did. It did.
Yeah, it did.
But that's not going to last, for a month and a half, 2 months during a playoff run. Like, eventually that's going to run its course. And I think Vic said it best. I'm unsurprised by the result last night because it felt like what I've seen all year. The Nuggets are capable of playing a good basketball game. They're capable of this repeatedly, though.
Yeah. My theme yesterday was they have to surprise me.
Yeah.
And they often do, right? I told you guys that. I said, I don't expect them to win, but they've surprised me before. Now they would have to shock me to win this series.
Yeah.
Not surprise me, shock me. And they've shocked us before. They did. In the bubble, they did it twice. Now that you've got injured players stacking up, we spent a good portion of our show last night, our postgame show, talking about what they need moving forward. That sort of tells you where the tone is.
Sure. Did we get an update on Russ after the game, by the way?
Hip injury. It's not a foot, it's a hip. And no update, really.
I thought it was a foot.
Coach Adelman after the game said hip.
All right.
There's one of two things that were going to happen this postseason. And to be honest, I was good with either one. One would be they make a magical run. And I'm good with that because that would be fun. It's fun to watch your team do that. Two is you get hit with a reality check and you got an offseason full of big changes, which I also think is totally fine because it might be necessary and probably is necessary.
Well, I don't think it's. I don't think it's probably. Yeah.
It's necessary.
It is necessary.
Of course. I'm just saying there's one of two things that were going to happen. They were going to make a magical run to the Western Conference Finals or whatever, and then you'd be like, oh, well, this is great because they're playing good basketball, or it's like, all right, we need to really revamp this.
Vic, the issue, though, is with this team, I think there's only so much that you can do. If you want to make some big changes with the Denver Nuggets, you are going to have to do some major coaxing of other teams. Courting, massaging, begging, whatever. You're going to have to do some of that. If you want to make major changes, it's going to be difficult with what you're tied with.
I think the biggest hire going forward is not the coach. It's going to be the GM.
For sure.
Because the GM, whoever they hire as a GM, is going to have to do exactly what you said. There are some untradeable pieces on this team. We know this. So how do you get them off your roster? How do you fill that void? What do you do moving forward to reinvent yourself, but at the same time stay competitive? Because it's easy to blow it up, but you don't want to do that. I mean, you don't want to go back down there. You want to remain competitive, but you want to do so sensitively by removing pieces that just don't work. Listen, we talked about this last summer. The new NBA is about depth.
Yeah.
It's about depth. It's about having enough people that can do certain things. They have zero depth, and it shows in abundance every game.
Well, you're right about this, Vic. The GM, I think, is going to be more important than the coach moving forward. And I'll give you a prime example of why. Who's a team in the NBA that sold out for stars thinking that was going to work?
The Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, the Suns.
They didn't even make the postseason.
Yeah.
And they had a roster with KD, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal.
Yeah.
Didn't even make the play-in.
But those are stars that already made All-Star games.
Well, yeah, what do you mean?
I mean, they actually had a resume. I mean, those are stars.
Oh,
that,
sure, yeah.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying, though. That approach now to, like, I'm just going to grab 3 really good guys and surround them with whoever the hell we can doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Listen, if it sounds, if we sound down today and if it sounds like we're already in the off-season mode, tough. Prove us wrong.
Yeah, there's a reality check here.
Tough.
It's much different, Moj, than what you're facing with the Avs right now, who are their series records between the Nuggets and Avs are the exact same. But if I said, do you guys feel like the Avs will still win this Dallas series? My answer is yes. I think they still will. Mm-hmm. Do you think the Nuggets will win their series? I'm like, I give it like a 10% chance.
Yeah, not even that. Because I think that the players know. Inside that Avalanche room, they're like, okay, Saturday, we're going.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets are like, we're not going to be able to do this. I just think that thought can't help but permeate through the room.
Sure.
And belief is a major thing when it comes to the postseason.
You could see the look of defeat on their faces.
Yes.
Right? You could see it. And you could see it. They got shocked and stunned late in that first quarter. Everything was going great. And then the Clippers picked it up a notch.
Yep.
Again, a debate that we had on the postgame show, Hanslick, myself, and Dempsey. Hanslick said, I need this team to play better defense by extending the defense to the perimeter and getting up in guys' shorts when they're dribbling. I said, Bill, and you guys asked me what you think about this. Maybe we'll get Bill on. And I said, Bill, I love your idea. I think it's great. That's what the Clippers do. That's what a lot of teams do. The Nuggets don't have the personnel to do that.
Exactly.
And not only do they not have the guards to do that, they're both, the guys that did do that are gone.
Mm-hmm.
They're gone. But let's say you did that. Let's say you convinced Jamal to guard the entire court really closely. Well, the fear in that is a lot of times they'll slip by, go to the. You don't have a shot blocker sitting back there to help either.
No, it's tough. I said this towards the end of the regular season, Vic. The people that were just throwing out like the Nuggets aren't showing effort on defense, I think you're excusing an 82-game sample of they might not be good at the defensive part of the game. You know what I mean? Like, or it's that option. It's either they didn't show effort for like 78 of 82 games, or they're just not very good at it. And I don't know. We can jump back into this in a bit.
Well, when we come back, I want Steve, find the David Adelman quote on challenging the guys to play more physically, because if you're going to go out, you might as well go out taking a pound of flesh. And I agree with him.
So here's what's going to happen. We'll get to that David Adelman audio. Obviously, the NFL draft from last night, where it's not just, I don't know, you guys felt pretty shocked initially by the Broncos pick, but they're following a model that is proven successful in the league, and I'll explain that in a second. We got a key word, by the way. It's a Avalanche playoff ticket giveaway day. So every hour on the 20s, you'll have a key word for a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the game tomorrow at Ball Arena. A whole bunch coming your way. Stick around. All right, one last thing here. I do want to get to the draft and the Broncos pick, which shocked a lot of people yesterday at 20, because I got some thoughts on this. But
DMac survived. He was apoplectic, wasn't he, last night?
I think they were all... All right, can we do something, Vic? Can we table the Adelman quote for a little bit and just get to the draft? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what happened. I was at number 38. Oh, yeah, we got to do the keyword first, then we'll jump to this. Okay, too many things going on today. So if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game tomorrow, we're giving away a keyword every hour on the 20s. The keyword for this hour is, speaking of what Nelly just played, fountain. Text fountain in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the game tomorrow. The Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well. So all of that's available at coloradoavalanche.com. But text your first and last name and the word fountain to 303-504-0925. You got a chance to win that pair of tickets. So I was at number 38 last night, Nuggets watch party, and then the boys are right next to me doing the draft coverage, which I don't know if you guys had a chance to listen or not. Vic, you didn't, probably. They did an excellent job. Excellent. So the pick's coming up. And I think we were all kind of prepared for the idea of, okay, maybe it's a Travion Henderson. Maybe it's Omarion Hampton. Maybe it's a tight end. Maybe it's Matthew Golden, who was still on the board, the Texas wide receiver. Maybe it's a D tackle.
That's who I picked with PhD yesterday.
Yes.
I put in my pick.
So
yeah,
I think that just nobody was prepared for the position. Now, for reference, if you guys are into this type of thing, I told you I used Jeff Legwold's top 100 as my Bible. Do you know where Jahdae Barron falls on that list?
Number 8.
Number 8. And you got him at 20. But the thing about it is, you're wondering, well, who is this going to be in place of? Because Riley Moss, it's obviously not Surtain. Riley Moss played well last year until he got hurt. And then you look at Jaquan McMillan, who I thought is a pretty damn good nickel corner. But maybe they have different ideas.
Maybe they think differently than you do on Riley Moss or McMillan.
Maybe.
Maybe they see this kid as a slot. Maybe they see something that is widely apparent. This is the AFC. There are witches at quarterback in the AFC. And maybe their only way, the only tonic against that is to bolster the defense. And right now, this Broncos defense is stacked.
Well, listen, Moj, I said before the draft yesterday, the Broncos and the people in charge have my trust. I will never think anything is bad until it proves to be a failure because they have earned the trust and confidence of me. So here's something that no good football team has ever had a problem with: drafting good football players. We said the Broncos aren't in a position where they have a bunch of needs. Did I think they'd take a corner in this draft? Yes. Did I think it'd be at 20? No. But what is Jahdae Barron more than anything else? A great football player.
Sure.
A Thorpe Award winner for best DB in the country. The All-SEC Defensive Player of the Year. You don't go wrong choosing players like that.
He reads the play correctly. He runs fast. He hits hard. He can cover like crazy. I mean, for the value that they got at 20, it's a huge pick. It's a very, very good pick. This guy is a football player. The question is, how many DBs are you going to deploy on any given series of downs defensively, right? I guess that's my question. Now, again, if you're talking about being a nickel all the time, yeah. I mean, Vic, you're looking at that secondary, you're going, that's pretty damn good. The Broncos defense overall is pretty damn good.
I mean, they're amazing.
So, but with the way I'm looking at it now, with what they did last season, I'm not talking about top 10 defense. I'm talking about steady top 5 and let's go type of defense.
All I know about this kid is he won the Thorpe Award. All right. Remember all the unrest when they didn't give it to Hunter? Remember what? Do you remember what Dion Sanders said? Just here, I'll give you mine. This is ridiculous. So this kid's obviously really good at what he does. I've seen him play. He's been there a long time. He seems mature. He wowed them with his personality and his work ethic and the questions he asked. The NFL draft, how many times do we have to do this? Why do people lose their minds when a team doesn't take somebody that you anticipate. How many times do we have to learn? I've been around now. I'm going to be 56 years old. I've seen so many of these. We get crazy. We get lunatic fringe. And then a couple years later, oh, yeah, that Patrick Surtain pick was actually the right pick after all.
Yeah.
Or, oh, yeah, the guy I wanted sucks now. Oh, it's a crapshoot.
Well, and look, I have one theory as to what might have happened. Maybe they were cool with Jahdae Barron the entire time. I have a question about that, though, because of one thing. There was a report from Ian Rappaport that the Broncos did try and move up in the draft, and I think that was to try and grab Tyler Warren.
Well, he dropped all the way to what, 14?
At 13 or 14, yeah.
That's when he kept dropping, and they took when they took the other kid from Michigan, when the Bears
Colson
took him.
Loveland, yeah.
I'm like, oh, wow.
Well, I think they were trying to trade up for him, couldn't make a move happen. Okay, fine. He also said they tried to move back. And here's just a theory. The Broncos at 20 had maybe a guy in mind that if he was on the board, they would have taken him. Because if you remember, what happened when the Broncos were on the clock? That clock ticked a lot.
Yeah, they were
towards the end. So I think they were trying to maneuver something, right? And here's what I think happened. Again, just a theory. The pick before the Broncos was who? Do you guys remember?
Tampa.
It was
Tampa Bay took
the whiteout.
Emeka Egbuka.
Yeah.
Out of
And
Ohio
I
State,
wonder if they were like, we're going to take this kid. And they probably thought to themselves, I mean, Tampa's got Mike Evans. They're probably good at wideout. And then they took him and they go, wait. And then they hopped on the phones, were like, does anybody want to jump in front of Pittsburgh for Shedeur or something like that? Couldn't make that happen. And so they, quote, settled for a very, very good football player.
Yeah, these offensive guys, by nature of the fact that they're just offensive players, we see them more, we know more. This kid played the national championship game. It would have been juicier, right, if they had taken Egbuka, right?
Nobody would have had any sort of reaction. Yeah,
we would be sitting here this morning saying home run, now they got another weapon. I'm just not that bent out of shape about the decision they made. This is the way it lands. I mean, this is everybody anticipates like major. It's a rookie, and you don't know how that rookie will perform.
Vic, I don't want to say that because they did not get caught with their pants down. I'm sure they prepared for every such scenario. That being said, it felt like with that pick, Vic, they're like, it's just too good of a value. Even if we like Riley Moss an awful lot,
which I
like
do.
Jaquan an awful lot, even if they really like those guys, you can't pass up on that value. So as you look at your value board, what's the best value? It's Barron.
By the way,
and my guy went 3 picks later to Green Bay.
If you're looking for, we are not going to bury the Broncos on the selection they made. I guarantee the PhD boys will. We're not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I saw the name. I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised. Were you guys surprised?
Yes, very.
I was surprised. But upon further review, how many times do we get surprised by these draft picks? If I told you, I'll go down the history of Broncos draft picks. I could count so many picks they've made where I was like, oh, my God, what a surprise. And they end up being good players.
Yep.
I can also tell you they wowed us when they took Jerry Jeudy. How'd that work out for you?
Right. No, again, this is trusting the people in charge, and it's not a hard sell to say this. Who did you take at 20? The best corner on the board? And not to mention, so Barron he's versatile. He can play outside, he can play inside. They had him doing dime linebacker stuff at Texas this past year, where if you guys know, are aware of Brian Branch, that's who he's been compared to. So Branch has played nickel, corner, and safety. Versatility is a hell of a thing to have on a roster, especially when you're that good. So I think maybe this is a shot at Jaquan. And they're going to say, we'll keep Moss and Surtain on the outside. We're playing nickel defense virtually every snap anyway. We'll throw this guy inside to take slot receivers and maybe a tight end every once in a while and roll that way. That'd be my guess. Mm-hmm. Now,
the odds are that this guy is going to be a player.
Yes.
Much more than he's going to be an average guy. That this guy's going to be a really good football player. But you never know. I mean, there have been times when the Broncos in the first round have used picks on a Jarvis Moss. Maybe you thought he was going to be a good football player and he decides he's going to flame out of a football career. I don't know, Vic. I think this guy is going to be a very good player, and you got exceptional value. You got to kind of do it at the number 20 spot. Again, not caught with the pants down, but the guy they really wanted is not there. This is the guy on our board. That's what it felt like to me.
Let's hear from the law firm of Payton and Payton after day one of the draft. Nelly, go ahead. Oh, sorry. I thought you had one queued up. Just give us like the initial thoughts on the draft pick, why they thought Barron was right for that spot, that sort of thing. Go ahead.
We weren't expecting him to be there. You know, he was pretty high up on our board. You know, what we liked about him is just, I mean, he's a playmaker. He's a football player. He's a fun watch. I mean, Sean, you know, I did him during the season, then after the season, and Sean and I watched him last week. I mean, we just couldn't stop watching him. Just the instincts, the anticipation, the route awareness, zone coverage, really sticky in man, doesn't give up many completions. I don't think he gave up a touchdown. We kept looking. Wow. The ball skills, you know, in the run game, you know, this guy's really good in the run game, really good tackler, really good blitzer, and just he plays all over the field. This guy's got really good football intelligence, so he just kind of fits everything we're looking for in a player. I mean, you talk about versatility, football intelligence, playmaking ability. He's just going to add to a really good defense, so we're excited to have him.
As they should be.
You know, it's funny, the more I listen to this, Sean Payton is an offensive guy. Imagine how you have to convince Sean, if you're George Payton, all right, we've got a dude that's really going to help the team. They were mature about this. They were really mature. Because the easy thing to do in that situation, with some offensive questions, would be to acquiesce to Sean Payton and saying, go get your guy.
If they got Travion Henderson, nobody would say a word.
Nobody. O'Mara and Hampton, nobody would say a word. Nothing. The easy thing to do would be say, Sean, take the driver's wheel. You're it. They took the player that was best for the team. And that tells me they took the right player.
To be fair, Sean Payton is not somebody that wants to just beat you over the head with, I want offense. Every free agent signing is offense. Every draft pick is offense. The first thing that he said after free agency was what? Do you guys remember? The best friend of a quarterback is a good defense. Remember? He said that?
Well, sure.
It helps.
No, it does help, but I think what people are looking at, Brett, is the defense was already pretty good. The defense saved their butts till about the midway point in the season.
Until that Cincinnati game. And
okay.
You remember what happened in that Cincinnati game?
Yeah.
What happened in that Cincinnati game, Brett?
T. Higgins had 5,000 receiving yards.
T. Higgins is paid like a 5,000 receiving yard wideout.
That's what I'm saying. People started talking trash like Riley Moss got torched by T. Higgins. I was like, well, there's a few corners in the league that you can say that about.
Oh, man, Blake Snell mowed those guys down. They couldn't get the bats off their shoulders. Yeah, well, the guy's won 2 Cy Youngs. I mean, that's what he's paid to do.
Yeah.
He does that to a lot of teams. I mean, let's not overreact to Joe Burrow to T. Higgins. Oh, Christ almighty. Yeah, they sucked until then.
My reaction to the NFL draft, it's changed. Every year it's the same, it seems to me. You're a team that's built now in the AFC West. You're defending these ridiculous quarterbacks in the entire AFC who fling it around the yard. Okay, where are they better right now, offense or defense? Where are they sharper?
Defense.
Okay,
no
so
question.
I guess their approach is we might as well sharpen that up to the point where they carry us. I have no problem with that. I don't.
And they very well could. They could carry him. Again, I don't got a problem with the pick. I was surprised by it. I was. And most of it, Moj, was, all the guys that we were looking for, I thought the Broncos could do almost anything, and I wouldn't be surprised. They trade up, no surprise. Trade back, no surprise. Take a running back, take a tight end, take a wide receiver, take a defensive tackle. Take that linebacker out of Bama, Jihad Campbell. Wouldn't have been surprised. This is one of the only things that I think would have surprised people was taking a corner, and they did. But if he's by far, and I think at that point, by far the best player on your draft board, then you can't ignore it. You'd be a fool to. Because what good football teams need, what every football team needs, is good football players.
Sure. Okay, that being said, do you have a true starting running back right now on the team?
No.
They will find one.
But
they
the
will
beauty
find
of this
one.
draft,
Okay.
the beauty of this draft is that the depth at that position, it's as good as it's been in years.
Yeah.
One thing's clear, though, Moj. They didn't like Hampton because they could have taken him.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying that maybe they probably don't dislike him, but the value at where they were is not enough.
Right.
So they don't have a true starting running back. Right now, every guy on the roster is a by-committee guy, including a guy they drafted last year from Notre Dame.
I will guarantee they get one today.
I don't doubt that for a second. I'm just saying, when you look at the offensive side of the ball, they addressed the tight end position. So they got Ingram, okay, so that's good. You got Cortland. But then what are you going to – I mean, do you really trust Devon Vele? Do you really trust Marvin Mims Jr. to be a workhorse?
I think that's another one that they're doing.
I mean, okay, so I'm just saying you've got some spots that you would like to add to after you've done and sharpened up your defense to a razor's edge.
I just wonder if they know something about the other corners on the team that we don't.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I truly think that this is a McMillan thing, that they don't trust him. Now, I like McMillan. He plays.
You sure about that? You sure it's not Moss?
I don't think so.
We thought he had a great season, right? Until that he came back from injury in that Cincy game, and it was hard to watch. But we don't know. Again, we're not there.
The drop-off, though, like just in defense of Moss, the only time the Broncos defense got torched through the air was when, okay, fine, the Cincinnati game, but outside of that was when he was out of the lineup.
Yeah.
That's the only time it happened.
Yeah, again, I am not trying to
I
spin any narrative about Riley Moss. I thought he was excellent. I'm just saying they have intel we don't. That's it.
Just one thing real quick, because I want to get to Shedeur next, because I think that's the story of the draft. It really was. How do you feel about the top two running backs in this draft off the board going to the AFC West against opposing teams of yours? That Genty goes at 6 to the Raiders.
That hurt my heart.
And then shortly after you make the selection of Jahdae Barron, Omarion Hampton goes over to the Chargers, which Jim Harbaugh knows a thing or two about running the football.
Yeah, that hurt my heart watching that. Genty is going to be a star in this league. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah.
If you give him the right situation, I think he's going to be a stud. I think he's got all the makeup for it. Plus, he wore Crocs last night.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus point.
Bedazzled Crocs. I just... I wonder how much of the Genty hate around here in town has to do with just the Heisman stuff and the barking back and forth between CU and Boise State fans. Genty's a stud. He's so good. He's so good. What are you showing me your flippy floppies? What about them? They're Crocs?
Is he showing you his bare feet again?
No, he's showing me his Crocs.
Those are not real Crocs.
They're flip-flops.
I dare you, next time on studio, I dare you to stick your foot out at me. I double dare you. Put your foot toward me one time. See what happens.
Anyway, story of the night to me, of the draft anyway, was Shedeur. And what happened. And I think there's a pretty good indication now of what went down.
Was that Napoleon Dynamite's brother, Kip?
That was Kip.
That was Kip?
That was a good Kip.
Do it again.
See what happens.
Whatever happened to him? I thought he was destined to be a great Hollywood, a beacon of hope for all actors.
You thought the Kip guy was?
Yeah, I mean, that guy played a great role there.
I mean, not to be discriminatory against the way that people look, but he doesn't look like a leading man anywhere, is all I'm saying.
Do me a favor, say we've been, how did he put it? We've been emailing back and forth all day, so I think it's getting pretty serious.
Emailing back and forth all day. Hang on. There's
How about
what's
when
the
he
line
gets,
from him?
How about the one where you get slapped by the karate teacher?
So good.
Or wait, one of these. Jeez. Again, the key word here for this hour, if you want a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game tomorrow, is fountain. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Another keyword at 820, but to Shedeur. To me, the story of the draft. What happened? We'll get to it next.
That's a little chilly outside today, but hopefully this is the last of it, and then warmer spring weather will be here. You want to get a new ride? Of course you do. You want to get the sunroof or maybe the tops come off that ride? Now's the time to get to Silterhart Motors in Broomfield and get employee pricing. Right now, employee pricing is happening on over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there in captivity. Unbelievable deals. Selection of top brands is huge. Value of all of this is unsurpassed. So do yourself a favor. Shop online. Just go to sthmotors.com. This morning, go to sthmotors.com. Don't forget Greg Larson and his crew. They're going to hook you up. Silterhar Motors is at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. Get there and check it all out. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Okay, so overall, the draft last night didn't have a whole bunch of like super shocking moments. I think maybe the Jacksonville initially moving up to number 2, which I don't know what Cleveland is doing, by the way. You got a chance to take Travis Hunter and you trade that away. And you know what I love to see, by the way, war rooms after making picks. Did you guys see when Cleveland traded back to 5 and they chose Mason Graham and it felt like it was dead in there? And I'm like,
oh yeah,
I'm sure you guys would have been a little bit more excited if you just picked Travis Hunter because you had the ability to do that. But he goes to Jacksonville, so that was like the first shock of the night.
Did you hear then that Travis was actually Zillowing houses in Jacksonville the night before the draft?
Was he really?
Yeah. The word came down that he was looking at homes in Jacksonville, that he knew what was coming. That goes to show you how much intel is shared across NFL teams.
Right.
Like Cleveland, I think Cleveland knew that Shedeur would be available in the second round.
Well, here's the thing. You kind of go through the night. So initially, the Shedeur chances. Number 3 to the Giants. All right, they take Abdul Carter, and you're like, okay, well, he's a really, really good prospect. Everybody needs a pass rusher. Got it. Then you go to 9. You're like, all right, here's the Saints. Saints unsure about Derek Carr's future. This very well could be one of the spots. No, they go with an offensive tackle. You keep going throughout this, and you get to 20, where the Broncos are. Okay, is somebody going to trade up to take him? Nope. Okay, Pittsburgh's now on the board. This is where he leaves.
Let me stop you real quick, because driving in, I heard your rundown of watching this all go down.
Yeah.
And I was going through the exact same thought process as you did.
Yep. You get
Okay,
to,
keep
you get
going.
to
I
20.
love this. 20.
You get to, or I'm sorry, 21. So the Broncos pick. Now Pittsburgh's on the board. And you're like, dude, Mike Tomlin's dealt with a whole bunch of weird personalities before. This shouldn't bother him at all. It's got to be here. Even if they get Aaron Rodgers, it's a rental. He can sit for a year behind one of the greatest quarterbacks who's ever lived. It seems perfect. They take Derek Harmon, the D tackle out of Oregon. And then you're like, all right, well, where's he going to go? And then New York trades back in. You're like, there it is. All right, it's over. And they go dart. The last thought that I had was maybe Moj, somebody trades with the Chiefs at like 32, because the Browns had 2 second-round picks. And this is why I don't think it's Cleveland. Vic, was it you who said you think Cleveland thinks he'll be available in the second round? Okay, fine.
Yep.
If that's the case, Cleveland has, I believe, the first pick of the second round today. And they have like the 5th pick of the second round. Why the hell wouldn't Cleveland, if they were taking Shedeur, call up the Chiefs, be like, hey, we're going to take Shedeur, flip with us, we'll throw a 6-rounder on it, you guys pick first tomorrow, we'll grab the 5th-year option for Shedeur by making him a first-round pick. Why wouldn't they do that? That's why I don't think they're taking him. And the question is, well, what happened? Shedeur's talented. Certainly talented enough for a first-round pick. And I think the personality stuff absolutely factored in. I don't know how it couldn't. We can rip the guys with anonymous reports and scouts and quotes and blah, 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 but it had something to do with it.
Brett, I said this a month ago when it was announced that he was not going to attend the NFL draft. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
They knew.
Yeah.
I think they knew.
Tyler said something yesterday, Polumbus did, that I think is the truth. And it's very simple. He said, Shedeur's a lot. It's just a lot, right? Which you can deal with that. Wide receivers are a lot, but they're wide receivers. It's different when you're a QB. And I do think that turns some teams off of like, okay, he's talented, but maybe not talented enough to deal with a lot of other things that come with the Sanders stuff.
As a football player, a mover of an offense, arm, legs, everything else, is he as good as Jackson Dart?
Yes.
Yes.
Now he has the I backpedal too much, I take too many sacks thing.
Okay, fine.
I thought Shadur Sanders was not, if not the best, one of the best college quarterbacks in the game. I don't know what else to tell you.
Completely agree. As good as Cam Ward, who went number 1?
Moj, in November, Shadur Sanders was the odds-on favorite to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft in November.
So there has to be, there have got to be surrounding circumstances. I mean, by simple deduction, it's not all about the football. It's about everything that comes with a Shadur Sanders. Now, I'm not saying that I wouldn't take him, because I would take him. I love the talent.
You know what it is?
This is why it has to be teams have backed away to this point.
You know what it is? With the Sanders name. And in this situation, I think it worked against him. I really do. There's always a rumor waiting around the corner, a whisper. There's always something, right?
Yeah.
It's not just enough to be a talented quarterback and a fine young man, it seems like to me. He's never been in trouble, ever. But there's always a rumor or a whisper. Oh, what if he's jockeying to have his dad become the head coach of the team? Oh, wait a minute. What if he's, there's always that.
Yeah.
And teams don't want to deal with that.
Other thing I thought about, do you think teams were maybe, I don't know how to put this. Do you think they were scared of Dion and what they would say about, I mean, look, Dion's not a regular father of an NFL quarterback because, to my knowledge, Bo Nix's dad doesn't have a press conference every week during football season in which
Or his
all
own TV
eyeballs
show.
You know what I mean? And so are some people like, oh, God, man, if he struggles, I might have to deal with his Dion going to a press conference and saying they aren't using him right or whatever. Like, maybe all of that is just kind of baked in the cake. And if his last name was Shadur Johnson instead of Shadur Sanders,
I
maybe
guarantee
it's different.
I agree with you 100%. As much as his last name has helped him in his career, I think it hurt him in the draft. If his last name were Moser, if Shadur Moser were up for grabs, he would have been a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Sure seems like it because he's got talent. He's big enough. He's smart enough. He's got the arm talent.
He's
got
one of the
leg talent.
He's one of the toughest quarterbacks I've ever seen.
And I felt terrible
absolutely,
for him last night.
absolutely tough.
I felt terrible. And, he goes up and tells folks it's okay, fuel to the fire. We're going to come back. He's going to get picked by a team. He's going to be okay. But this is a situation, again, where let's just chill. Chill out.
He sure seemed to handle it with, I want to say, more grace than Aaron Rodgers did.
Well, here's what he said yesterday.
Okay. We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is, of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
Ooh. By the way, everybody assumes, not everybody, most assume that with the first pick of the second round, the Cleveland Browns will select Shadur Sanders. I'm not so convinced.
I don't think so. I don't.
I think they've been through that song and dance. They've been through quarterback hell. I don't think they want it.
Again, if they were going to do that, then why wouldn't you swap with Kansas City knowing that they won't care if they're not going to take Shedeur? You call KC, you're like, hey, I'll give you an extra pick. Just let me move up to get a fifth-year option on a quarterback. They would have done that if they were taking Shedeur. I'm convinced of it. It would make no sense not to take him today as opposed to yesterday.
When the Giants made their move, everybody was thinking, the Giants. But we were already, remember, Joe Shane's kid alerted everybody which way they were going.
Yeah.
With Jackson Dart.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, for everybody, listen, happens every year where a dude slides down the board. Shedeur's not the first person to feel this. He won't be the last. Happens every year. How does Jalen Milroe feel? He was invited there. He was all suited up, ready to go. Nobody even brought up his name.
I don't know why they invited him. And no offense to the Alabama quarterback, but I don't think anybody had him graded out as a first-round pick.
What if
it seems like it's a little bit hurtful.
What if he gets drafted before Shedeur?
Could happen.
That would be shocking.
By the way,
hey, at least Shedeur's got his number retired at his school.
Okay. Have we ever seen a baby yak on live TV during the draft before?
A baby yak? I don't believe so.
Not a baby yak, a baby throw up.
Oh.
Kelvin Banks' kid barfed. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, yay. The kid's like, bleh. I love that, man. That's just.
So a lot more to talk about with this throughout the course of the show today.
Well, let's go live to Brett Kane's living room, a little baby Jamal Kale. Bleh.
I would like to add up the cost of all the chains worn last night.
Oh, God, yeah.
And just add it all up and see what kind of price tag you get. I mean, there were some big chains.
How funny is it, by the way? Just the difference between offensive linemen and skill position players. Did you guys see when they cut to the house of Gray Zabel, the guard out of North Dakota State that got drafted 18th? He's in his living room with his family. He's got a mustache. He's wearing a T-shirt. And they have a game of Settlers on the table in front of him. The board game, Settlers. It's like, that's not Did you guys see? Well, speaking of Jahdae Barron, did he have an entire town that was inside of his house? Did you guys see the reaction when he got drafted? There was like 500 people there. Like, how do you know that many people? It's nuts.
What is Settlers?
It's a board game. I've never played it, but I saw the top of it said Settlers on it.
Never heard of it.
Settlers of Catan. Yeah, and he had the board set up too.
Yeah. Had the board off to the side. By the way, yes? It's just a game, Moshe.
Never heard of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Head down to Tony Tenderoni's on 19th and Market tomorrow for a Nuggets Game 4 viewing party hosted by DMac. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3, and you can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed photos. They'll have $5 Michelob Ultra pints for this, and every playoff game. We'll see you at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow. So, a lot to break down. Draft. Nuggets lost from yesterday. Got to preview the Avs and Nuggets both heading into Game 4s down 2-1 tomorrow. But to the Nuggets, is what happened last night an indicator of what's to come? Get to it next.
Harden at the midcourt circle, guarded out there by Michael Porter Jr. Loops it over to Zubats. Kick out three to Kawhi. Doesn't shoot it. Cross court, three-pointer Jones. Yeah. 106-82. Denver down by 24. Coach Adelman, get these dudes off the floor.
All right, I'll give you a stat that we mentioned earlier in the show, but I think it's sort of emblematic of where the offense is. Nikola Jokic was 9 of 14 from the floor. He had 13 assists last night. So in a grand total of 22 made buckets for the Nuggets, Jokic was directly involved in 22.
Mm-hmm.
They hit 31 on the night.
Yeah. This was a debate that we had on our postgame show last night. If you had to point to one area that has been a major letdown in these playoffs, would you say it's offense or defense for the Nuggets?
Offense.
No question. It's
100% offense because of this. We knew they weren't good defensively. That's not a surprise. We knew that going in. And we said going in, really the only way the Nuggets can make a run is to really go crazy on offense and continue this assault, this siege. And here's what's happened through 3 games of this series. The number 1 field goal percentage team in the NBA, your Denver Nuggets, number 1 field goal percentage, they lived above 50% every game. Lived above it. The number 1 team points in the paint in the NBA. In both of those categories, way down. They're not scoring in the paint, only 38 last night, and they have yet to shoot 46% in a game in this series. They were, at 40 last night? They're not shooting. They're not at all confident shooting. They can't find shots when they need it most. They did in the first quarter, and then it all went away. Offensively, they've let themselves down.
Moser, I'm blown away. If there was one thing I would have guaranteed you, okay? There's a lot of things about this team that they struggle with, and shooting, obviously, is one of them, outside shooting. Defense was another heading into this series. Never, ever would have expected them to look this much of a struggle on offense just to get buckets. Because even when they struggled shooting from the outside, they had multiple games this year. They'd hit 5 or 6 threes. It'd be like 5 of 25 from three-point range. But they'd have 122 at the end of the night because they would get in the paint. And they would do it that way.
It doesn't help when the opposition busts 12 threes in your face right in the first half.
I guess they were 12 of their first 18. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Something like 12 of their first 18.
Yeah. You're going to win every game when you do that.
They were unconscious. Yeah. And they ended up 18 of 39. You made 7. I mean, that's half of it right there. But the other half, Vic, is they're not getting even the buckets they usually get.
Yeah.
Or at least the enough of the buckets that they usually get. When was the last time the Nuggets went through 3 games in a row where they scored 112, 105, and then 83? Or not anything above 115. How about that?
Not only that, Moser, they can't get the buckets they normally get easily, the transition buckets.
Yeah.
Christian Brown's numbers have been down in this series.
Yep.
And people wonder what's going on. Well, because they're not in fast break mode. They can't get out in fast break mode. The team's not allowing them to.
He had 2 or 3 in the middle of the game in which they just shut him down, too.
Yeah.
Like, here's what's weird, is that for everything the Nuggets did well heading into this series, this is always a decent indicator. And would you agree or disagree with this, Vic? When the Clippers score, it looks easy. Now, there's times where, like, Kawhi's got a hand in his face and he knocks down a bucket because he's good. Okay, fine. But Zubats is in the middle. It's a little bunny. It's a straight line drive with a floater. It's something like that. The Nuggets, every bucket they make is like Jamal's got a spin move, fade away, hit a mid-range. It just looks so hard to get a bucket.
But it was kick out the corner to Batum for 3.
Yeah, and Batum's wide open,
and
splash.
Oh, God. And by the way, Batum's head.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't miss.
He's got this head.
He's been really good.
He's got a.
You would love a Nicholas Batum on your team. You would love that.
I would love a Batum on my team.
For those who missed the first hour of the show.
Seriously, Vic, I would love a Batum on my team, but we were talking about bench play yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, to have that, where the guy finds himself wide open, just be able to bury threes, and it's a nice luxury to have. How about that?
If you missed the first hour, I guess my attitude has totally shifted. I almost, and I'm embarrassed to say this. I don't know if I should be embarrassed, ashamed. What is it? I feel today. Game 2 loss, Game 1 win. There was just an anxiety. Your insides are like, like this, right? They're like this. I don't know why, and maybe other Nuggets fans can appeal to this. Maybe I'm just a whack job. I don't know. I feel a sense of relief today because I know what I see, and this is what they are. And this was never a coaching issue. This is a roster construction issue.
Well, it's roster construction.
I think it's probably a little bit of both.
It's a roster issue.
It's a roster issue combined with the fact that when you have a roster issue and one guy is playing at about 30%, the other one leaves the game in the middle of it, you're having issues.
I had this debate with Bill last night, and he said, a guy like Jeff Van Gundy, look at what he's done to the Clippers defense, right? I said, Bill, you can bring Jeff Van Gundy to Denver tomorrow and say, teach him how to play defense. And they would not be able to execute what he does because they don't have the personnel to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a flaw in the system. They have to fix it. Listen, everybody talks about ball pressure. Nobody does that better than OKC. Did you guys see Alex Caruso last night? The demon that he is? They got Lou Dort and Alex Caruso. They got two of the best ball hawks in the league on the same team. You talk about ball pressure and forcing the issue on the perimeter. You can do that. But when you do that, you take risks sometime. Guy's going to get by you. How do you overcome those risks? You have a big guy waiting there to swat shots.
Sure.
You have a rim protector. The Nuggets don't have one of those.
And they were built, and here's the thing. You aren't getting rid of Joker, so you're living with the one thing Joker doesn't have in his bag is rim protection.
Yeah.
It's the only thing. Not only can he not do it, he's like horrible at it.
Yeah.
Okay, we've all just accepted that because that's just, look, he can't be perfect at everything. Okay, fine.
That's why I'm at peace today.
But Vic, when you have that, to your point about roster construction, then you need to have perimeter defenders that will not allow Jokic to be put in that position. When you had Bruce Brown and KCP, they took care of that stuff.
You know what? It's
they
funny.
Were able to do it.
I was watching some Bruce Brown highlights from the championship season against the Suns, and there were times they would put Bruce Brown on KD, and he would pester him.
Sure.
And a couple times he knocked the ball away from behind. He wouldn't allow KD to go into, nuclear mode. He just wouldn't allow it. They don't have those guys.
The reason you're at peace today, Vic, is because you're just like all of us. You knew the way they were constructed. You knew the way they looked and operated down the stretch. You knew that they weren't going to go anywhere anyway. You knew that. I knew that. You know that. I mean, look, can they come back and win another game in this series? Sure. Can they push it? Absolutely, I think they can. But can this team make a run? I think we all know that they can't. And I think that obviously ownership knew that they couldn't either because they made the big move at the end of the regular season. Now, that being said, we also said before the series began, we're going to learn an awful lot about these guys. We're going to find out who will play, who won't play, who can fit in, who can't, who belongs here, who doesn't belong here. All these things and all this information right now is being gleaned.
Yep.
The question is, what are you going to do
They're
with it?
watching
and
very
what
closely.
can you do with it? Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the only issue with the NBA, and this is why it's impossible to compare this with the Avs. The Avs completely redid their roster, reconstructed it, because you can do that in hockey. Salaries aren't – you're not going to get jammed with salary issues like you are in the NBA. The NBA with these luxury taxes, with these max players, good luck. I mean – again, we're going to talk more about this when the season ends, and I don't know when the season's going to end. Let's see what kind of fight they have left. Prove us wrong, Nuggets. That's going to be my theme moving forward. If you want to hand out T-shirts, prove us wrong. Prove me wrong, because it's going to be hard to win in L.A. on Saturday. Can they do it? Of course they can. They've proven us wrong many times before. That's my favorite version of the Nuggets. My favorite version is the one that says, look at you non-believers. Look at you doubting us again. I'm doubting you. Sorry. Are you guys?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to say?
Well,
what have you shown me to say, well, go get them?
There's two things that I wanted to mention. Number one is I might need to take a Vic day and just turn off the text line because I'm going to get really annoyed with this stuff surrounding the Nuggets. Like this text comes through. If you make Jokic protect the rim and he can't, then that's coaching.
That is the...
Hang on.
Can I have this one? Please, can I have this one?
Go ahead.
I really appreciate all of our listeners. I appreciate you to the core. Whoever typed that into a computer or a phone has never played organized basketball in his or her life. You just heard me right. has never once picked up a basketball. If you think you could just coach somebody into doing something that they're physically unable to do, that's like saying, well, Vic, why can't you dunk? I don't know, I can't jump. Well, you're not getting coached properly. Somebody coach you up.
You're asking somebody who's slow. Well, if you can't run a 4.40, then you're just not trying hard enough.
Hey, why didn't Peyton Manning run more when he was playing quarterback? Why didn't they should have run the option with Peyton? He had so many opportunities. I mean, they should have coached him, right?
Sometimes people don't have the physical ability to do things. And what Jokic does, to his credit, what he lacks in rim protection, he makes up for in IQ, in getting hands in passing lanes and getting steals. He does do that.
He does plenty. It's not a him issue. It's a team issue to protect him, basically. You're protecting the greatest offensive mind in the NBA on the other end. That's what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's your job. And that would be, if I were assessing talent coming in, if I were redoing this team, hey, what's your job? Play basketball. Nope. Your job is to protect the best player in the world. That's your job.
So that's number one. Number two is, and I don't know how you guys feel. I know it's not the exact same situation, but at least going into this postseason, it felt a lot about the way I felt about the Broncos in this sense. Broncos was different because there felt like there was a satisfaction in just making it because you haven't been there in so long.
Well, yeah.
But your expectation heading into the game for the Broncos when they played the Bills was, this ain't going to go well. And so when the game ended, you weren't pissed afterwards, right? You were just like, yeah, kind of what I thought would happen. And I kind of get that same feeling with the Nuggets. It's like they're going into a series. Could they win against the Clippers? They could, but you know this team's not championship level.
I think,
you know they're not.
It's almost like, where's this going?
Right.
Look at what you're facing in the second round.
That's exactly it. That's
exactly it. You might as well just – that's why I'm at peace today. And I know people don't want to hear this. Certainly the Nuggets don't want to hear this. They, if they heard me talk like this, they will, I guarantee it. The game is to be played and to be won. But the inevitability of this is what?
Yeah, Vic, I
where
think
were you headed if you get by this round? Where are you going?
Last year, the loss to Minnesota, again, I think they would have gotten to the NBA Finals. That's my opinion. But this whole season, with what transpired at the end of the regular season into what we're seeing right now, it feels like that incarnation of the Denver Nuggets, that one that won the title, that one that...
We're going to have to make a shift.
That was special.
That was it. That was one incarnation, and now there's going to have to be a different one going forward.
The rules have changed.
Yeah.
And they've said this before. The CBA has changed. The way you construct a team has changed. And to be frank with you, they didn't change with it in time. That's on them.
A lot of teams didn't, by the way.
Yeah, but that's on them. The Phoenix didn't. The Nuggets didn't. Milwaukee didn't. There are a lot of teams that did not change in time. Depth is more important than top-heavy rosters. Depth.
Get back to this in a bit. Again, a lot of NFL draft. Do want to preview the Avs as well, coming up with that double dipperoo tomorrow. Stick around. Make Circa Sports your home for all of the playoff betting that you could imagine, whether it's the NBA, the NHL playoffs, the middle of the MLB season, or futures odds now with the NFL draft going on. Circa Sports has everything that you want out of a sports book. So jump on there right now. If you haven't downloaded the app, do so. Get yourself out to Vegas and check out the actual casino, the stadium swim with all the TVs and a whole bunch of pools and great vibes. If you can't get there, the app's the second best thing. Tight money line splits and excellent customer service. Download that Circa Sports app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Keyword today is keyword stuff and fun and Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Brett talking about zero res or something. I don't know what you were doing in there, but nonetheless,
my friends are cleaning heroes over at Zero Res. Is what you're talking about. I don't know if you know this. If you spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Were you aware of this? Okay, all right.
Wow.
I don't need the secret conversation.
Wow, bro.
The key word for this hour, if you want a pair of tickets to go to the Avs game tomorrow, Game 4, pivotal, huge game, must win at Ball Arena.
Can we get a taste of some dubs? Because we haven't gotten anything since last Saturday.
Well, the key word, if you would like to see that at Ball Arena tomorrow for
Big
this
time
hour,
win.
is pouring. So text pouring and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is pouring in your first and last name, 303-504-0925.
Can you use it in a sentence, please?
I can, and I'll do the full sentence at the end of the 9 o'clock keyword.
Like pouring is in it's pouring rain, or I've been pouring over all of these photos.
Because those were two different words.
Yeah.
They're spelled the same way, though.
They are not spelled the same way.
No, they're not spelled.
Like, if you're pouring over...
What are we doing,
Nelly?
Nelly?
I don't know. If you're... Listen, if you're pouring over insurance papers to try to...
P-O-R-I-N-G.
That's P-O-R-I-N-G. If you're pouring a cup of water, P-O-U-R-I-N-G.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know English is a screwy language, but those are two different words.
Just to give you clarity, the other keywords earlier in the show were drinking, fountain, and pouring. So it's P-O-U-R-I-N-G.
Oh, look at that. P-O-R-E over thoughts is the correct way. Wow, you guys actually taught me something. I guess even a blind squirrel finds a nut. Look at that.
So text pouring in your first last name to 303-504-0925. Before you guys do an English lesson for Nelly over here, I just want to
hold on.
Let me just remind people that there are standing room only tickets and a whole bunch that's available on ColoradoAvalanche.com.
Hey, Moj, these kids think they're pretty smart, huh?
Yeah, they do.
You want to have you guys one of these days? What season is? You want to have a little geography, maybe spelling contest against the old guys?
No interest.
H-E-L-L-Y-E-S. Hell yes. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, Nelly?
You want a piece?
5 words. I will waste your ass.
That was 5 words. Good job.
Nelly, your partner thinks the Rocky Mountains extend to the Pacific Ocean.
They stem from the same mountain range in Canada.
Wait, Dion Sanders thought Mount Rushmore was in Los Angeles, so we all got our skeletons in the closet, brother.
By the way, all the other words that I've said so far do not apply. The only keyword that you are going to get a response to is pouring. So forget the other things that I've said, okay? So you have 20 minutes, essentially, to get the word pouring in if you want a chance to win these tickets. Now, you said something, Vic, that is absolutely correct. Can we get a freaking win, please?
Yeah.
Can we just get a win? I'm so tired of coming on the show in the morning and being like, well, last night sucked. But here's the question. Like, Moser, especially to the Avs. Let's go to them first.
Sure.
Different vibe. Both teams down 2-1 in the first round of their playoff series. The Nuggets, we're resigned to the fact that this will end sometime soon. If not in the first round, then sometime soon. The Avs, all it's going to take is a win tomorrow, and then they're right back on track, and then I think you're feeling good again.
Sure.
Here's another difference.
The Avs, I think deep down we know the Avs are really the better team.
Yes.
They just have to play like it.
The other thing, the Nuggets got their butts kicked yesterday. That has not happened to the Avs. In fact, it's been sort of the opposite. The Avs have led for over 90 minutes of the 3 games in this series.
Of the 200 played, let's say.
They have trailed for 62 seconds, but they are down 2-1. Find a way to finish. Get off to a hot start, keep them at bay, find a way to finish, and get me a power play that threatens, please.
I think you're going to see a team that really pushes the issue tomorrow. That's what I think.
I would hope.
Really pushes the issue. Did you see what happened last night between Minnesota and Vegas?
I did not.
Did not.
I had
There's
a lot
too
of
much
things
going on.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened.
Minnesota Wild won 5-2 on their home ice to take a 2-1 lead over Vegas.
All right, so Vegas right now is in the exact same position the Avs
Except
are
they're
in.
on the road. They're not at home. They're on the road.
That's a good point. Yep.
Okay, so do you think Vegas is going to win that series?
Yeah. I do.
I still do. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then why wouldn't you feel the Avs, likewise are trailing, but they got the game on the home ice tomorrow. Why wouldn't you feel equally good after what you just laid out about their opportunity to even up the series and then go to Dallas and make it a best of 3?
You feel good, but the difference in hockey is crazy things happen.
It's true.
There's wild cards in hockey. Like in basketball, the inevitability of a better team takes over eventually, and you can sort of feel it. In hockey, you can have the better team, and then what happened the other night happens. Your power play just shuts off.
Moj, can you address something, by the way? We were just talking about sort of coaching within the Nuggets ranks and stuff like that. I've seen a lot of this on the text line, that Jared Bednar can't beat Peter DeBoer. What do you make of that as far as coaching matchups and strategies and stuff? I know that Peter DeBoer's had a lot of success against the Avs over his career, but what do you make of that?
Well, I mean, the coach has to win a series against Peter DeBoer.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the Avs have the personnel, they have the ability. Look, if they just score on the power play, I don't care who's behind the Dallas bench, you're winning.
Right.
You give me 1 out of 6. Really, it's 5. Let's call it like it is. 5 power plays because one was what? 15, 14, 15, 16 seconds, whatever it was.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's not really a power play, but it counts as one. Mm-hmm. You go 1 for 5 on the power play and you're up 2-1. Right?
God, that's a killer.
You convert on you had I would say 3 glorious opportunities from the third period into overtime to convert and win the game.
Moj, do you think you'll see a change to the
So it doesn't matter who's on the other side. Now listen, are the Stars playing a smart, simple, effective game? Yeah. If the Avs do more of that, I guarantee you they're going to win.
Can I play Bednar yesterday talking about the power play real quick?
Sure.
Go ahead.
No, you got to go to the drawing board. Yeah.
So hang on, pause this for a second. The question was, do you just stick with it knowing that it's eventually going to change, or do you have to go back to the drawing board and switch some things up? Here's his answer.
No, you got to go to the drawing board. Yeah. And whether that's personnel changes on it. So we ran 2 units last night like that because of the 4-minute power play. You get a look at 2 units, and neither one of them was great. The top unit sticks with it and gets the 2 grade A's at the end of the game with a chance to win it, right? And we miss the top corner, and the next one hits a leg in front with an empty net, right? So they finally kind of start breaking it down right at the very end. We get the 2 looks, but it'd be nice to be more dangerous than that through the first 3.5 minutes of that power play and capitalize.
He's going to make changes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering what the changes will be, who will move where. But I think he just told you what he's going to do.
I think Drouin's going to be removed from that. The top unit, anyway.
So who do you swap out?
You put Val Nichushkin up there?
Val, yeah.
You put Val Nichushkin up there. And maybe you put Landy out there as well.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. If how about this?
But here's the thing. How many left-handed shots do you have? Is 1, 2, okay, you've got
so Kale and
McKinnon
are rights.
Do you want to take Lehkonen off that power play? Because, look, I know he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he will park himself in front of that net.
I know, but so will 2 giant butts in Val and Landy. Like, I think that would be – they need to make Ottinger uncomfortable, and I know if you get a power play and Landeskog and Val are the ones that are standing in front of Ottinger, he will not be comfortable during that because then he's just going to be peeking around like, where's McKinnon? Where's McCarr? Where's the shot coming from?
Here's what Dallas has allowed their guys to do. And basically it's ordered to do. When a defenseman gets the puck up top, that puck is not going D to D. It's not going down the boards to a guy standing at the half wall. That puck is driven either toward or side of the net.
Yep.
All they're looking for is absolute chaos down deep.
Yep.
All they're looking for is a ricochet, goal mouth scramble, anything. And you look at how they've gotten some of their goals. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what they do. They just the defensemen, they're not going D to D down the boards. They're driving that puck to the front of the net. Now, again, on the power play, it's different. Dallas will swing it around the perimeter, but 5-on-5 hockey, boom, 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 boom. I know we were talking about the power play, but it's going to be imperative for Cale Makar to fire that puck. It's going to be imperative for him. even if it doesn't look that great down the slot or whatever the case may be.
Look for a rebound or something. Something.
If you have the big fellas down there, drive it deep and let those Labradors go retrieve that puck.
Yeah.
And then you better get your butt back.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like there is going to be
if you get more shots on net, you're going to be just fine.
I just got this feeling that the Avs are a junkyard Rottweiler that the chain's going to break loose tomorrow. Like, I think they're just going to go crazy, as they should. Now, I thought that, to be fair, I thought that after all the Landy stuff, and the exact opposite happened, where it almost felt like they came out flat as opposed to juiced up.
Maybe there was, I wonder if there was just a little.
There's obviously weirdness within the game.
Sure.
Like there was, which, here's the good news, Moj. The Landy story's like done now. They had the moment. They got all the stuff out of the way, and now it's hockey time, right? There's no more secondary story. There's one story. Win the hockey game. Get the series evened up going back to Dallas. That's it. That's all you got to worry about. But, yeah, it's
I can't tell you how, both series are 2-1 right now, Nuggets and Avs, and it's a complete 180 how I feel about one versus the other. It's not even close.
Yeah.
I still think the Avs are going to win this series. I believe that in the core of my heart. And I don't believe the Nuggets are going to win. And I hope they can prove me wrong. And that's just the truth.
Yeah.
So if you're tuning in if you're a Nuggets fan and you're tuning in this morning, you want to be, pep talk, and I don't know what to tell you. I can only tell you how I feel. I can only speak truth here. And the truth is, I think this team can win one more game in this series tops. And if they do more than that, great.
Mm-hmm.
If they win it, awesome. Let's go. I just don't think they will.
Also, what the Stars are doing, and they're doing it pretty effectively, when they see who's carrying the puck in the zone and where they're going, especially if you're coming in down the boards, they're doing a great job of not only picking up that player and cutting him off, but applying help and also covering the next guy in. They're pressuring up at the blue line very, very well. It's up to you to break through. It's up to you to break that. If you can break that, you're going to get them scrambling around. And you know
How
what?
do you break it?
Quick, smart decisions. Dump and chase, Vic. Dump and chase, which is not fun for a puck possession team. The Avalanche are a puck possession team. They like the puck. The puck is on their stick. They do a good job lugging it up. They can retrieve. They have some excellent retrievers. But if they're going to force you into doing that, then you can't break through unless you start to win that battle, and then you're going to get better zone entries, then you're not going to win.
I always like to kind of go to this Moj, is that it's not preferable to change your game based on your opponent. I like for your own team to dictate the pressure of the game and the style of the game. But it's obvious now through 3, the Avs can't do that. So now they have to adjust to what's happening in front of them.
Do you know
they can't play as freely as they want to, so you got to get dirty now. You got to get the same way that Dallas is finding ways to score, you got to get a couple of those. It's a must. You have
Completely agree. You know why teams trap?
Because it works?
Because it works.
Yeah.
That's why teams trap, because it works.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you to bust through it. You can bust it open. You can get them to stop it, but playing with a lead is going to be huge, because then the tempo is and the
and they have
all 3 style games, of game is going to be dictated the other way. Correct.
All 3 games they've played with leads.
Yeah, but you haven't extended it except game 1, obviously late in that game.
Right.
But you've had these 1-goal leads, and it's anybody's game at that point, and the Stars prove that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I feel good. I feel good about this game. Really good.
The nice thing about tomorrow is that, yes, we have another double dipperoo, but the Nuggets Clippers, that's going to be at 4 o'clock. The Avs will be, it's listed at 7:30, probably closer to almost 8 tomorrow, 7:50-ish, I would assume.
Yeah, it's going to be somewhere probably north of 7:50.
So we shouldn't run into the multi-screen problem that we had earlier in the week, so that's nice at least. But it's a must. It's a must win for them specifically, for both teams really tomorrow, but especially for the Avs, if they are a talented enough team, which I think we all think they are, to potentially hoist another Stanley Cup at the end of this playoff run, cannot lose tomorrow at home and drop 2 on your home ice. Cannot do it. Take care of business, then head back to Dallas and throw one more on them and bring it back home. So all that coming your way tomorrow. A lot more to get to with the draft, by the way. I want to get back into the selection of Jahdae Barron, which I think surprised most Broncos fans with the pick.
Is it Jahdae or Jahdae?
I think it's Jahdae.
Jahdae?
Yes, like you're saying, Jahdae, yeah, like you're T-Pain. And he's like, Jahdae.
I think it's Jahdae.
I think you're getting confused with Tyler Bidet.
Who told you that?
I'm pretty sure it's Jahdae. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, surprised a lot of people after the selection yesterday, and it's not because the player he is, it's the nature of the position that he plays that you thought you were pretty solid in already. But
did you say Pam?
Pan? Pamina.
What the hell's going on around here? What am I missing? Ow! What am I missing?
Did you say Pam?
Do you want more?
It still is one of my favorites, man.
What are you
saying?
Really is. I want to give so many more thoughts on this hockey game. Yeah, last thing. The Stars, it's not necessarily in the neutral zone what they're doing.
Shut your mouth.
It's when you get into their zone.
Who is this guy?
If you make if you're connecting on your passes, you're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Through the neutral zone, their outlets, you're going to be good. It's okay.
One last reminder, the key word for this hour was pouring. So text that and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get back to the draft in just a second. Stick around.
Sean, from your perspective as an offensive play caller and coach, how would you game plan somebody like Jahdae, and how good is it to have someone with this Jahdae?
No, it's a good question, because the first thing we ask with a complicated name before we call him is, how do we pronounce his name? And I might as well, I said, hello, JB.
Yeah.
All right. But I think it's Jahdae.
Jahdae.
There you go, Vic. Jahdae.
Jahdae.
It's a cool name.
Do you remember Jahdae? Do you remember? Is she still around? What's she doing?
Jahdae?
Yeah.
She's still around.
What's she doing?
Hang on. Yeah, she's 66.
Okay.
Shouty.
It's pretty close. Again, the draft pick surprised people. I understand why it would. Bottom line is, it didn't surprise you because they went totally off the board and was like, oh, wow, who is this guy and where did he come from? And this is the Thorpe Award winner. This is...
But he's not an unknown. I mean, this is a very highly rated, highly scouted, award-winning defensive back.
And he's an effective football player, which you can never go wrong drafting guys like that. The question is, what happens today? And I think today is the day that you see the Broncos take a new franchise running back somewhere. They'll find a way to do it. It's not like there's a shortage of options. And maybe it's not the names that we've been talking about. Maybe it's not Travion Henderson. Maybe it's not Quinshon Judkins. Maybe it's somebody a little bit later. I don't know. But I can almost put a guarantee on this. They're finding a running back today that should quell the fears of people. And here's what I'd ask. No matter what happens after today's draft, take the picks that they make and just put them all together. Because here's what I said yesterday. If they end up taking Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins today in the second round,
do you think they're going to drop to where the Broncos are picking?
Well, maybe they trade up and take them.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe. Well,
Travion Henderson's going to go. He's got to be in the first 5-10 picks of the second round period.
Well, all I'm saying is, if you can do that,
where did Leggy have him? Let me look this up.
If you can find somebody that you would have felt comfortable with the Broncos taking at 20 and they get them in the second round along with Jahdae Barron, then, I mean, it's huge. Then you've just you found gold, right? But there's a whole bunch of names that you could be on the lookout for today, whether it's those two names that we mentioned, Caleb Johnson, Devin Neal, there's a bunch of people. That's the whole point. This draft is deep with running backs. It's deep.
He has Henderson as the 25th overall best player, which I think is pretty, if you can get him in the second round. Now, again, maybe he's not, quote, first-round graded talent, but Leggy has him at 25, and he didn't go in the first 32, obviously.
Hey, did you see how Sean and George Payton sort of took delight in the mock drafters getting mocked? Nobody saw this one coming from the Broncos. It's funny how they sort of snicker, the sly smile. We got you.
Here's a secret for people who are, it's the way that we consume it because it's very difficult. We aren't going through hundreds of hours of tape on college players. And so we're like, all right, here's the Cliff Notes version. Let me go to Kuiper. Let me go to McShay. Let me go to Daniel Jeremiah. Let me go to all these people and see where they have these guys slotted at. GMs don't care. They don't care.
You know, they're not listening to our mock draft segments?
There is literally not a single GM that I've ever been aware of that consumes mock drafts from anybody.
It's why, and we've had this debate. Listen, we talk about how much mock drafting we should talk about on radio shows, even behind the curtain. We've discussed this at our radio station. It's why it's stupid.
Yeah, but I like
drafts in December.
I like stupid stuff sometimes.
It's stupid.
I like stupid television shows. I like stupid movies.
I'm going to tell you how stupid mock drafts are. Shadur Sanders was the odds-on favorite to be the number one pick in the draft in November. He's still not drafted. That's how stupid.
Doesn't that make it fun, though?
Well, yeah, it's fun. It's fun. I'm not dismissing the fun. But when people marry that to, well, the Broncos, this team must be making a mistake.
Yeah.
No, they're not making a mistake. They're not viewing it in your eyes, through your eyes. They're not viewing it by comparing it to all these dudes who go through these tapes. That's not the way they view it. They do their own work.
That being said, Vic, do teams make mistakes?
Of course they do.
Of
but
course
so do
they
the
do.
mock drafters.
No, I understood. But I'm saying, look, teams do make mistakes, okay? And mock drafters make mistakes. I still think you gather as much information as you possibly can. You evaluate the play as much as you possibly can.
Moj, who do you think made a mistake in the first round?
There are always going to be little variables, though, that come out.
All right, let's go ahead and go through the first round.
I think the Giants drafting Jackson Dart in the first round over Shadur Sanders is a mistake. That's what I think.
I agree with you, actually. I think that's a mistake.
All right, ready? I'll go through every pick.
If it was me and it came down between those two, it's Shedeur all day. I
don't want to hear the in-between. I want to hear I want to hear success or mistake.
We don't have to go through all 32 of these.
Why not?
I can just pick out a couple that I would say that I think are mistakes. I think what Moser said, Dart over Shedeur, I would think that's a mistake. Here's the second one, or I guess the first one that happened in the draft. I think Colston Loveland's good. I think taking him over Warren's a mistake.
You may think that, but
I mean, Vic, you just asked me what I thought.
I know.
I'm just telling you.
I understand.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You're so stupid.
No, you're right. It sounds silly.
You are the dumbest walking around SOB on this planet.
But I remember having this conversation when the Broncos took Patrick Surtain. Oh, my God, what a mistake.
No.
Should have taken Justin Fields. Oh, Moj.
Oh,
you shut your lip.
I'm not
as guilty as anybody of that.
Moj, shut your lip.
I don't think
Moj,
anybody's saying
shut your lip.
Hang on.
Everybody wanted Justin Fields.
Okay, stop for a second. I'm misconstruing what you're saying. I'm thinking of a mistake as a bust.
Okay, I'm thinking of...
I knew Patrick Surtain was going to be an absolute
the popular
stud.
pick versus the pick.
This is a great point, though, Vic. Hang on. I think what happened, that draft between Surtain and Fields, is happening, or did happen yesterday, which is this. When Surtain was drafted by the Broncos, nobody said, wow, this guy's going to suck. What a stupid pick. They said, I bet you this guy's going to be good, but we should have done this instead, right? Yeah. Like, nobody said Surtain was a bad pick. Sure.
They
said it was a bad pick because you should have taken the quarterback. What happened yesterday? Nobody said Jahdae Barron's a bad player. They said, why that guy over this other position?
Yeah, it's a position thing.
Yes.
So we wouldn't be having this conversation today. By the way, I'm going to go on the record as saying I think the Broncos are smart. They're leaning into defense in a quarterback-heavy conference where you got to zig when everybody else is zagging. And the Broncos are leaning into what could become one of the best defenses in football. Good for them. Go do it that way.
Well, I thought it already, for in many aspects, it was.
Well, get better.
Okay.
All right. So if I told you today, if we woke up today and I told you the Denver Broncos select Matthew Golden at 20.
He's fast.
Great. If I woke up today and told you the Denver Broncos select Omarion Hampton at 20.
Nobody would have said a word. They would have been
Travion
like, cool.
Henderson at 20.
Cool.
All picks coming after, of course, the one that they did take.
Right.
I am so... It's such a crapshoot.
The funny part is that Golden is essentially Barron, but on opposite sides of the football. That's the way I look at it.
Do you have Leggy's top 100? Where does Leggy have Barron?
He had him at 8. 8 overall. Yeah.
Yes,
8. Yep. I mean, that's a highly rated
guy.
guy.
Do you think if we had Leggy on the show, how do you think he would react?
He would say it's a genius pick.
The Broncos got an absolute steal at 20.
Can I give you one more thing, by the way? Just quickly on what you think, or what you asked, what we thought mistakes were. The Browns not taking Travis Hunter is a giant mistake. Did you guys hear what the Jags are going to do, by the way? Because we've wondered, is he going to play just one position, or what's he going to do? And there's been a big, huge thing about it. So according to Schefter, the Jags took him. He said, they will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of wide receiver while still playing him at his more natural position on defense. So they got 2 positions for the number 2 overall pick.
And if you missed it, word is that Travis Hunter was Zilloing homes in Jacksonville the night before the draft. He saw it coming.
So
he was given enough information.
You think he was tipped off by...
I'm sure his agent told him, here's what's happening.
Vic, you haven't done this before? Because you've been how long have you been at your house now? How long you lived there?
I don't know. 20 years?
So you've never experienced this? Moj will understand. Jumping on Zillow and checking out houses, it's a fun little time
we do
killer.
it all the time.
It's a fun little time killer.
My wife's a realtor.
Oh, I guess that's right. Yeah, of course. But looking for your own stuff, Mose, you moved. You're like,
nailed it.
Let me see what's over here. Is this in my price range? Can I afford that
I'm
one?
gonna check out
Ooh,
your
that's
house
a
right
nice
now.
basement.
No, I don't do that anymore. You know why? So I'm like, good God, the prices have gone up.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
I can't afford that. What's the interest rate?
Right.
I can't afford that.
Yep.
There's this Instagram account
What
out
do you
there
mean?
called
Yeah.
it's called Zillow Gone Wild, and they just try to find the most insane houses that you can purchase. You got to go down like people that have full on basements full of unmentionables and gyms and pools, and it's a great account if you want to see what's out there.
It's crazy.
All I know is there's like 98% I can't afford.
Yep.
And I'm like, dude, okay, well, what does it need? What?
Meanwhile, you jump on House Hunters, and they're like, yeah. I raised baby armadillos. 1.5 mil is kind of the top end of my budget. And you're like, you do what? Yeah, baby armadillos. I have to nurture them.
Yeah, I've got a baby armadillo farm. It's not really exclusive, but we're looking for a little more space in the 1.1 to 1.5 range.
Work for a nonprofit on the side.
I'm like, what the hell is going on?
The cost, again, we've talked about this. When I lived in Phoenix and I was working there, I bought my first home, and I think the first home I bought was a brand new build, $92,000, 3-bedroom. And at that time, I was like, how am I going to afford this? I'm going to go bankrupt. I'm going to die. I'm going to pay for this, and then I'm going to die. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And you compare that to today, I feel awful for
kicking.
you youngins. I don't know how you do it. These prices are insanity. They're stupid. They're ridiculous. And I don't know where you go with it. I don't know. How do you afford a home?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's insane.
It's really tough.
I'm driving by, and I'm just looking like these new construction houses, and they're nice new houses. Starting in the 800s. What?
Yeah, you're like, wait, what?
What if I want to actually have carpet?
Now, hey,
it's gonna be $1 million.
Mose, not only starting in the 800s, but we can get you in there with a rate of 6, 9, or 7.
Yeah, well, shoot me then. Okay.
How
do I don't get it. I don't understand. Like the new development starting in the 800s.
Yeah. You can head down to Tony Tenderoni's on 19th and Market
God.
tomorrow for a Nuggets Game 4 viewing party. It's hosted by DMac. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3 o'clock, and you can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autograph photos. We'll have $5 Michelob Ultra pints. For this and every playoff game, we'll see you at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow. Back after this.
It's kind of funny the way you say it, too, to be honest with you. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, final hour. Drunk takes coming up before the program is done, I think. Nelly, do we have anything this week at all?
Oh, God.
I think you guys said a couple things that are drunk take worthy, if I was taking a guess.
We did? Like what?
Things.
Well, I guess you'll have to tune in at about 9:45, 9:50 to find out.
Hey, I was referring, Vic, I brought in my house, I don't know if you guys have houses like this. At my home, we had, it felt like 853 coffee cups. Okay?
A lot of cups.
A lot of cups. Vic, a lot of cups.
A lot of cups.
Cup check.
So I said, you know what? Everybody here, every time I go to get a coffee cup, there's usually, they're kind of in the dishwasher, they're empty, whatever the case may be. So I'm going to take some to the office. And so
I've stolen yours. It's mine. This is mine now. This is my mug.
So hold on, everybody on Twitch and on Altitude Television and everything else. Vic, you got to check this out. This is Brett's by far favorite mug.
It's my bunny mug.
Say it again.
It's my bunny mug. There's a little bunny on here.
It's his bunny mug. I brought that one in from home because we hardly ever use the bunny mug.
I love it.
It's been around for a long time.
It's mine
that mug,
now.
But
it's mine now.
Okay, it's yours.
It's not yours. It's
okay.
mine.
It's his bunny mug. But it's just funny the way you say that, man. It's yours. Take it.
What was the biggest story yesterday to you guys? Was it the way the Nuggets lost?
No.
Was it Jahdae Barron being drafted with number 20? Was it Shedeur slipping off the board? Was it? The biggest story from yesterday, from all the things that happened, was Shedeur not being drafted to you, Moj?
I didn't think he would be a top 10 pick. I really didn't. Especially because I felt like the Raiders were honing in on Genty anyway. I guess I thought he could go at 9 to New Orleans, but I didn't really think so.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd go to the Giants at 3. But dropping out of the first round was not in the cards for me because I thought for sure a team will at least trade back in to get him in the mid to late 20s. Should he drop
Which I thought was happening.
All that weight. And so when the Giants did that, I thought, yeah, here we go. Okay. Here we go. P-U-T-I-T. You get it. And it didn't happen. And he sat there. And, they have the room. Look, I would never build a specific room to be drafted in.
It's a lavish room.
It's pretty nice. I would never.
Vic, you saw the room.
I would never construct a specific room to be drafted in. But
How much
I
do you think that cost, that setup?
A lot.
More than my basement.
A lot.
More than my entire basement, probably.
And I hate to make it into this. I think that's the kind of thing that for some people in the league probably turns them off.
100%. Now, when you say that, you know what's going to come next. You're going to be labeled a hater.
Well, yeah, and I don't mean to be that. I love Shedeur. I love what he did at CU, and I think that he is absolutely worthy of being a first-round draft pick. But I also know the way that these GMs across the league think, which is they don't want stuff with their quarterback. They want their quarterback. Remember when Bo Nix went to the press conference and it'd be like, hey, what happened on that pick? Drop back through to the other team. They want that sort of thing, right? Which is just matter of fact, I'm not going to say anything crazy. I'm not going to. They don't want the other things that go along with it. You take that with other positions because who really cares? But this is the front man of your band. You know what I mean? This is the representative of what your organization is.
Cortland Sutton doesn't really have that. But most of the best wide receivers in the league,
yeah, they got some of it.
They've got a little bit, and sometimes you want that, right?
But all I'm saying is, I honestly, I think that room is part of the reason why some GMs maybe got turned off by it. They're like, I just don't want all this stuff with it. Because did you notice what that room had everywhere? Legendary was written everywhere in that room. It's like, do you want a catchphrase? I'm just saying. I think that's part of it. And again, if you guys missed it earlier, when I was at number 38 yesterday, along with DMac and Polumbus and Sanford and Lindahl doing the draft coverage, Polumbus said there's just a lot that comes with Shadur Sanders, and that's the truth. There's just a lot that goes with it. And I don't think him not being drafted yesterday is a totally football decision, if that makes sense. That's all I'm saying.
What do you think happens today?
With him specifically or just whatever?
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I am not convinced that Cleveland takes him.
Yeah, but how could his talent slide down the second round?
Well, he just explained it.
But Vicky's very talented.
Here's what I think's going to happen.
Very
Vic.
talented.
I don't think it's Cleveland.
I don't think so either.
Because here's what I said earlier.
They have a history with these quarterbacks that I don't think they want to. I mean, come on. They've got in their possession a dude who they're paying for. How much money do they still owe Deshaun Watson?
180 or something like that.
They brought in Joe freaking Flacco, who is Moser's age.
Yeah, they're just. Well, here's the thing, though. Here's why I don't think it's Cleveland. This is what wouldn't compute to me. They have, so second round starts today.
They have 2 picks at the top 4 of the second round.
They have the 33rd, which is the first pick of the second draft, the 33rd overall selection, and the 36th.
Yeah.
If they were going to take Shedeur, they would have flipped with KC, the last pick of the first round, and said, we'll throw an extra 6-rounder on this. You aren't taking this guy anyway. We want the 5th-year option on him. Yeah. And they would have done it.
You ready for this?
Saints at 40.
You know where he's going?
Saints at 40.
Nah. He's going to the Raiders at 37.
He might.
You think so?
Mark it down. Hell, record this. Nelly, write it down. You can write this down. Hell, record this. Record it. Make it available in stereo. The Las Vegas Raiders, with pick number 37 today, they're taking Shadur Sanders. They're going to have Shadur Sanders and Ashton Genty on that team.
I'll tell you where this could get really screwy, though, because here's what's in play today that wasn't in play yesterday. What's in play today for Shedeur is a team like L.A., the Rams. They're seeing the end of Matthew Stafford's career. Maybe you want to get ahead of that, try and prepare something a year or two early. I think you could look at the team like the Jets. They might think that they like Justin Fields, but they could have a backup option. You could look at a team like, I swear to God, maybe not in the second round, but if he's still there in the third, the Cowboys as an insurance option in case Dak Prescott just doesn't get any better than what he's got. Like, I think those kind of teams are now on the board. Seahawks, who, yes, they gave Darnold the contract. Are you totally married to him for 4 or 5 years? Probably not.
I think he's a good player. The value is there. The value, Jeff Legwold had him at 32. Clearly, he didn't go at 32. If you're getting him somewhere in the early, even mid-second round, that's good value, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Vic, I can see that. If the Raiders get both Shedeur and Genty, I'm not saying I'll puke, but I'm not saying I won't puke.
Where are the Steelers at? Do they not have a second-round pick? Doesn't look like it.
Let's see. I'm looking up and down this list. I do not see the Steelers in the second round.
Their next pick is 83 overall.
But they could trade back up.
They
obviously.
Could.
To me, that was the biggest surprise of day number 1. I thought he handled it gracefully with aplomb. Again, I saw the necklace with the legendary on it and all that kind of stuff.
Huge necklace. Huge. It's a chain, by the way. Men don't wear necklaces; they wear chains.
Okay.
Do you think the anonymous sources story and all that put it over the top? His plummeting down the board, or was that in place before?
They didn't. It didn't affect anything, but it might have been more true than we thought. Is how I'd say it.
That obviously more teams thought that than did not think that.
Yeah, probably. Can I just ask you a basic question about this, and then we can go to other things?
The question is, hold on real quick. For the Broncos at 51.
What's the question?
Here's the question.
Hang on, before you move to the Broncos, just last thing on Shedeur. Any chance Shedeur is not drafted today? Like the third round ends, and he's still on the board.
Not a chance in the world, no.
Okay. Hey, just asking.
Not at all.
Just curious. Vic, what do you think? Could we get to the end of the third round today, heading into Saturday where the fourth round starts, and he's still on the board?
No.
I don't think so either.
No, he's going to get taken.
Somebody will take some sort of flyer.
He's going to be taken in the first 10 picks of the second round.
What did Shiloh reportedly say last night?
I don't know.
Dude,
I saw that. What you're talking about,
if he's not in the first round, then what am I doing?
I think we all kind of knew Shiloh wasn't having.
I know, but he's talking.
He was
like,
self-deprecating.
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
But if
you said the Broncos,
yeah, 51, that is running back. Because while it's a deep running back class, you start to get third and fourth rounders. Now you're getting into your estimate territory, these kind of, right? If you don't like that guy, well, then who will you like in the 3rd or 4th or 5th round that's going to become not a bell cow back, but a major part of your running back rotation? I think that 51 has to be your running back.
Okay, so Henderson is 25th
He's
on
gone.
Leggy's.
He's going to be gone.
Leggy's overall list. You're saying outside of a trade-up.
Correct.
Dylan Sampson is the next one at 36 on Leggy's list. That's the running back out of Tennessee. Caleb Johnson is at 60. That's next on Leggy's list, the running back out of Iowa.
Where's Judkins?
I don't see him yet. Bashil Tootin, the Virginia Tech running back at 77.
Where's Scattaboo?
Scattaboo is 98 out of Arizona State. Trevor Etienne is 99 out of Georgia. I might have missed Judkins, by the way. Maybe I went too deep already. But those are the guys that are available now.
Quinshawn Judkins is a pretty good running back for Ohio State, the national champs. Come on.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, just missed him. He's 43rd.
There
on
you
that
go.
list.
So
43rd.
I think Judkins is gone, and I think Henderson is gone. If you want one of those guys, you're probably going to have to scoot just a little bit.
Probably.
I think.
Probably. Yeah.
Would you mind Cam Scattaboo here, though?
I'd love that. I mean,
I would. I don't know if he's
second. Is he not second round
somebody
worthy?
You're looking for someone to take over that position.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's that. Is all I'm saying.
You know, here's the deal going into the 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, because everybody's sort of. I hate it when they cast off these 2nd and 3rd round picks like they're not as important as the first. Sometimes they're more important than the first round picks.
Absolutely, they are. Yeah.
More important. I look at this now. These are value picks. Whoever you take today, you got to play.
Yeah.
You ain't just around for ornamental reasons. You got to play.
No. Day 2 players are starters, okay? They're starters. Your day 3 guys, your 4th through 7th round guys, those are ones like, I'm going to take a flyer on this guy. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I can stash him for depth. Maybe I can do this. If you aren't playing 2nd and 3rd round players, you have a massive problem. You have an issue. But yeah, Scattaboo he's a grinder, fun watch kind of guy, but I think if you draft him, like you're kind of in the same spot you were last year, where you're doing a full committee approach, never really committing to one guy. I want one guy just to take it, okay? I'm not saying every carry, but I want one guy to be I'm getting 14 to 15 carries every single week.
And he projects as a 3rd round pick anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just going over running backs in my head, trying to think, all right, where will this guy end up? Where should he end up? That's all.
I think that Scattaboo and what they think of Estime are kind of the same thing, too. Big bowling ball type, maybe can do a little pass protecting on third down, that sort of stuff. But, yeah, I think that a guy like Henderson, Judkins, somebody like that could be all right, this is our main guy. We'll sprinkle in the other stuff with Estimes or Jaleels or whatever. But I want one of those. So, as we move ahead, 2 massive games tomorrow. Nuggets at 4 o'clock, Avs at 7:30. Both down 2-1 in their respective series. The vibes heading in, wildly different. Get to it next.
Going to be warming up soon. The weather's going to turn nice. You're going to want to be outdoors and active. How you feeling? You feeling tired? Less productivity at the gym? Putting on a little weight? Maybe even a decrease in libido? All these things could be signs of low testosterone. And if you got that going on right now, there's something you can do about it like I did. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year in their early to mid-30s. It's normal. Do something about it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900, or better yet, Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions, schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. It's super easy, super great. These are expert staff people. They're going to take care of you. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better. You wake up feeling refreshed. No more of that other stuff. Have a more productive work week. All that kind of thing can be yours if you're just not feeling like you used to feel. So find out. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Final keyword for a chance for you guys to head out to the Avalanche game for tomorrow at Ball Arena. Obviously, a massive game. So the final piece to our keywords is mountain. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is mountain in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Because if you don't win these tickets, you can always go to coloradoavalanche.com. They're releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well. So you can find those there. But the last keyword, mountain, in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. So Speaking of, heading into these games tomorrow, we're going to have the nice little, back-to-back setup, right? So the Nuggets game should wrap up, and then it should be right around time for the Avs puck drop.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you give me a double loseroo tomorrow, I'm just going to keep walking.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to show up on Monday.
Yeah, I'll just keep walking. Just get the compass out, give me a direction to walk to, and I'll just keep walking.
All right, can I ask you a question? I think this is a pretty tough one, actually. If I guarantee you, the Avs win and the Nuggets lose on Saturday, tomorrow, would you take that or would you roll the dice?
I'd take it.
I'd take it too.
As would I. And
because
the sinking feeling you have with the Nuggets right now that there's inevitability, a doom that's coming their way as opposed to what the Avs have. Yeah.
Well, here's the simple truth. It's not about liking one franchise or one team or one sport over the other. I still think the Colorado Avalanche are still good enough to win a Stanley Cup. I do not think the Nuggets are good enough to win an NBA championship. Yep. And I've said that for months. And if you recall, I said that in January, and people questioned what I said. And they have to prove me wrong.
You are not, I keep using this word, but I think it's true. I don't think anybody is surprised through 3 games of the the Nuggets and Clippers series, right? We have been given a wealth of evidence, 82 games worth of what the Nuggets are, and they look like what the Nuggets have been. And that's a Nuggets team, which, by the way, has made no changes throughout the year, with the exception of firing your head coach with 3 games left in the season. No roster acquisitions, no nothing like that. They have been the exact same, and they've looked the exact same, which is a good team who's not great. The Nuggets are a good basketball team.
Yeah.
They are not a great basketball team right now.
I mean, it's just clear to me watching this team, and I know I'm talking off-season mode right now when they're still in the thick of a playoff race, but it's clear to me. It could not be any more clear. It's a roster construction issue. Always has been and always will be until you fix it.
Has been since they won. Because you mentioned it earlier, Vic. If I had to pinpoint, what are the Avs I keep saying the Avs. Sorry. Nuggets. What are the Nuggets truly missing? And I think you said it earlier. It's you have a team that's built around Nikola Jokic, and Nikola Jokic has one weakness in his game, one real weakness, and that is rim protection. And when you won the championship, you had guys that were able to defend on the perimeter that didn't allow drives and put Jokic in that position.
Well, they were more connected defensively.
Well, yes.
Yeah, they weren't great, overwhelmingly great, but they were more connected.
But here's the thing, and I keep reminding people of this. Jokic just can't. He physically cannot be a great rim protector because he can't really jump. And so if you get some of the text like we got earlier, which is, well, Jokic needs to be better in that department. If you can't do it and you want him to challenge these guys at the rim, well, do you want Jokic to foul out in 12 minutes? Because that's what would happen.
Yeah. Well, and what just put me over the top, and I'm just reading here, somebody says that they still could win it all, the Nuggets. I wish I shared your enthusiasm. I really did. I envy you. I mean, Dempsey said it last night. The Nuggets, I think, were down 28, and Dempsey said they can still win this game. And I said, I envy you. I really do. I envy that ability to put on a smile and say, here they come. I'm not built that way. So not only do I not believe they have the roster construction to win it, but on top of that, now they're hurt.
Yes.
Michael Porter Jr. told us last night after the game, it's a 4 to 5 week recovery, usual recovery for his type of injury, and he was playing at 20 to 30%. He was in constant pain. My recommendation, he's going to try to go Saturday. Shut him down. What are we doing?
He's going up for a rebound yesterday, Moj, and he lifts his arms, and his right arm's this, and his left arm is this.
Yeah, shut it down. He's hurt. Russell Westbrook, I have no idea what his deal is. He didn't play the second half. I'm hearing foot. I'm hearing hip. Could be a foot in the hip. I have no idea. So your most productive bench player is iffy. I don't know what to tell you, Nuggets fans. If they could find a way to win this series given the circumstances, wow. I mean, I have doubted them before, and they've proven me wrong. This would prove me wrong like no other.
This year ain't it. I'll be the one to say it. This year just ain't it. Okay? There's time left to make the coming years it because you have Nikola Jokic still, and there are moves to be made still. but this year ain't it. So give it the old college try, do the best you can, but I'm not expecting anything major. Vic, I had this in college in one class. I had this dude, great dude, forget his name, but he's such like a happy-go-lucky dude, Brett. Like nothing bothered him, you know what I mean? Like he's just a happy-go-lucky, kind of a goofy dude, but I mean like still a good-looking dude, but kind of just not Jeff Spicoli, but close enough. And nothing bothered him, and he wasn't worried about anything. And I thought, man, this guy's maybe he's got it knocked. I don't think he's dumb, but he doesn't worry, or he's optimistic, whatever. I'm like, maybe this guy has the answer. Because I'm all fretting about this and fretting about that. And
what are you talking about?
Oh, can the Nuggets come back? Oh, they can still win. You know what I mean? Like, maybe life is better when you just kind of go through life going,
well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I wish
they can come back. It's okay. No, because I get physically, I get all uptight about it.
We're a little skewed. I wish I didn't have.
If I let myself go on this Nuggets thing, if I just let myself go and say this ain't it, I'm in a better spot.
Moser, it's so funny. I feel relieved today, not anxious. And people are like, why would you be relieved? Because I know what I know now. I've seen what I've seen. I wish I wasn't born with that cynical gene, whatever that is. I have it. And I know some of you have it, and some of you are born with the optimist gene, where everything looks hunky-dory and rosy.
Your parents are both from the same village, so.
I know. But I woke up this morning completely refreshed, knowing that, all right, turn the page. Now you know what you know. Turn the page. You know that the Nuggets just aren't good enough.
Yeah. By the way, I bet I could track your gene pool back 2,000 years. I bet you give me some DNA, and I'll track you back.
I can lick you.
I'll pass on that. Why don't you lick something else, and then I'll use that.
I agree. Like, do I think the series is over between the Nuggets and the Clippers?
Of course not. It's not over.
They could win Game 4. They could send it back here, tied series, and they could be back in the driver's seat as far as home court. They totally could do that.
Hey, to be fair, we thought it was over in the bubble twice, and they came back from 3-1 down twice. It just feels different.
It doesn't feel like
because
that.
They're hurt now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
unless P-Water, Zeke Naji comes in and goes insane off the bench, I don't see it happening. I can't see it happening.
If they had confidence that this team was going to make, this run, they aren't firing their coach 3 games before the season ends. It was try and provide a spark, and maybe that can carry it. And for a while it did. Like, the Nuggets did play at a pretty high level in those games shortly afterwards. But I just think, especially with injuries, reality sort of hitting, like maybe we don't get the stuff.
You know what? I was just thinking about this too. If I'm interviewing potential GMs, and I think that's going to be the most important hire. I think the GM hire will be important, and whoever they hire as a GM will have a say in who the head coach will be.
How attractive is this job?
Well, if I'm doing the interview, I'm not a member of that leadership council, but here would be, I would have one question. Just one question. You're the GM candidate. What moves would you make to make us a championship roster again? Let me sit back and listen.
Well, I think that's the number one question to ask.
All right, but tell me exactly what you would do. I want to know detail, the moves. What are they to take us out of this situation? Because remember the situation they're in. Their 5th and 6th highest paid players do not play.
Yeah.
They have 3 max contracts.
Mm-hmm.
Too many.
How are you going to move one of those, Vic, if you wanted to? How?
So if I'm interviewing...
And if you can't move it, then you better get help.
If I'm interviewing candidates, sit down in front of me. All right, we can talk about culture and all that stuff, but give me the moves you'll make. What are they?
I completely agree with you, Vic. I'm saying I don't know that you're not going to move one of those contracts for sure, but the other 2, how could you?
Are they movable?
Are they? I don't even know that they're.
I don't think they are.
I don't even know that they're movable at this point.
If you ask a GM that question, part of that is it's going to have to involve getting rid of people. if you're going to change things? And how do you know what that looks like unless you start making the calls?
You know what what really makes me upset, and it's not his fault. I wonder where Deron Holmes would be if he had stayed healthy. Where would he be in all of this mix if he hadn't blown his Achilles?
Forgot about that. You're right. I just got a text.
Oh.
I got a personal text from somebody.
All right.
I'm not going to tell you who it is. Very prominent name.
Okay.
And asked me, hey.
Baby Jamal Kill?
Do you think Joker's going to opt out now? And I gave him a long answer. I said, no, man. It's not the way he's built. He enjoys the anonymity here in Denver. He loves living here. If you think that Joker wants to go to the big city bright lights, you don't know Joker. I want to calm everybody's ills. He's going to re-sign probably this summer and extend his contract. Nikola Jokic isn't going anywhere. Calm the hell down. Now, one of the factors in him not going anywhere is the assurance that they're going to do what they can to give him some help.
Yeah. You have to.
Well, don't you think he looks at the makeup of the roster, Vic, and he sees the construction of the salaries?
When Jokic has still got 3 years left on his deal, by the way.
Yeah. But doesn't he see what the issues are? I'm sure he does.
He knows exactly what
I'm not saying that's a reason. I'm not saying to go or anything like that, but he understands if the new general manager can't exactly shuffle a lot of chairs immediately, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, they're in a tough spot. It's a very, very interesting summer for the Nuggets.
You know what? I'm going to be another blunt comment. The league figured them out. What is the most lethal thing the Nuggets have done offensively for the last 3 years? What's the one thing they could lean on? The one thing that won them a championship? Two-man game, right? What are the Clippers doing every time they go to the Jamal Murray Joker two-man game? Watch them closely. David Adelman talked about it last night. They go into two-man game, and rather than wait to get picked apart, they send an extra defender at the two-man game pick and roll, and they muck it up. And they basically just, hey, you going to beat us? You have to pass it to one of these other dudes.
And other dudes aren't duding.
See,
so they've taken the two-man game and they've erased it.
If you got to send it to one of the other dudes and that dude's not duding, then you run out of dudes.
You got a dude problem.
You got a dude problem. I think that's the simplest way to put it. Hence, roster construction. You've got a dude problem, Vic.
Okay, so I want to hear from Coach Adelman here just for this reason. Saturday comes along, weird start, 4 p.m., late afternoon start, whatever. Saturday comes along, your season is on the line, all right? Season on the brink. It just is. Here's what he said last night, what he'd love to see them do differently, and what he thought they played soft last night. Give me one of those sound bites on the physicality and how he'd like to see more physicality out of his team.
I thought we met it in Denver. I thought tonight they were the much more physical team. Schematically, that's on us. That's on me. Like, I have to look at the film, decide what our standard is going to be. I thought the standard was very good at the start, what we were trying to accomplish. And then when things got away from us and we adjusted, the adjustments were not well done. And I did not think our aggression was good enough in the adjustments. And when you're flying around like that and the ball's popping and everybody's making shots, you start to kind of chase things. And we have to get back to what we did in Denver, stay consistent, don't get impatient. I think that keeps you in games.
Okay, so what does that mean?
What, matching physicality or schematically doing
he
things?
Said a lot of,
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
I think if you read between the lines,
schematically,
put somebody on their ass once in a while.
We've been asking for that for like 5 years out of this team. They just don't do it.
Put somebody on their ass. If you're going to get beat, make them feel it.
Well, you know what? In game 2, Jamal Fireman carried Norman Powell for a second. Like,
what was our reaction to it?
That it was great. It was great. Yeah, they didn't have that last night. Again, last night just felt like they kind of waved the white flag about midway through the third quarter. We're like, all right, we've lost today.
You know, the other point is this, and this is something we don't think about as fans. Not only is the season on the line Saturday, not only the season, think about every member of the organization. Think about every single coach sitting behind those benches. Think about the current acting coach, his chief assistant, everybody in the front office, every single person whose jobs are up in the air.
And if your
I mean,
name's
you
not
are in no man's
Jokic,
land right
if
now.
your name's not Jokic within this organization right now, then everybody's name is up there.
100%.
Every single person. Unless you have JOKIC with the little accent above the C on the back of your jersey, you do not have job security.
In fact, I would say Nikola Jokic, Cale Makar, and Nate McKinnon are the only three human beings in the entire company with job security.
I think Blackwood's kind of giving himself some security. I think there's a few other guys.
And Nelly.
Oh, and Nelly, of course. Yes, Nelly. What would we do without you?
I don't know, man.
Kane, we can live without you.
He's a little bit on thin ice. Look at his hat.
That's why I got to get here every day, bring that positive energy. Talking for my job every day.
Did you get some sleep last night since you bailed out early?
I mean, it wasn't that early.
So how
I
much?
get a little bit.
So how much early did you bail? I mean, does the
It was
company
midway
know
through
that?
the fourth.
How much?
Midway through the fourth.
Huh. Interesting. So you just...
My duties as the host of the watch party were done.
Hell, they probably wanted you out of there. Get the hell out. This game's over.
Let me tell you something. I wasn't the only person in that bar that was bailing and midway through the fourth quarter, okay? Here's what happened. Everybody stuck around because we had a signed Jamal jersey to give away. Once I did that, it was like, check, please.
Yeah.
Get off the damn sports radio.
So, reminder to you guys, speaking of watch parties, speaking of giveaways, we got another one coming your way tomorrow at Tony Tenderoni's on 19th and Market. It's a Nuggets Game 4 viewing party hosted by DMac. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3, and you can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed photos. They'll have $5 Michelob Ultra pints for this and every playoff game. We'll see you at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow. Drunk Takes next.
I may have to call AAA Home Services here. Give them a call if you need anything done in your home, whether it's AC, furnace, heat, whatever. May need to call them for this roster that we just referred to. But as the summer months are approaching and you want to make sure the cool air is flowing, get that AC tuned up. AAA Home Services right now, $49 for an AC tune-up special. $49. Make sure before it's too late, schedule an appointment at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, so talked a lot about the Nuggets, but the Avs, Ball Arena, Game 4, tomorrow, down 2-1.
In the street. From her head to her feet.
Moser, you got the game tomorrow night. Who else has it?
I got the game tomorrow night. I don't know who else has it. It's either
I can
ESPN.
never keep track anymore. No one can. We apologize. I wish I could give you a TV guide daily. I have no idea where the games are.
Let me take a.
This is a problem for everybody.
It's going to be on Altitude and it's going to be on TBS.
Okay.
So Altitude for sure. Obviously, we'll have the game, but it's going to be on apparently TBS.
You know what? Let's do this. I know it's
do
not.
What?
I know it's not tonight.
What?
What's your problem?
What do you want to do?
You always want to do stuff.
God.
Tonight.
Whatever I feel like. Gosh.
Jeez.
Kip. Dude, that's a pretty good Kip, man. That's because when you did it the first time, it's exactly
I
what
know
I
what
thought
it
of.
is. I know what you wanted me to say.
Okay.
Napoleon, I've been talking to babes online all day. All right.
Hey, the guy who
let's
played,
do this.
But the guy who played Uncle Rico was in White Lotus.
Oh, I know, dude. Every time I see him,
season
I'm like,
1, yeah,
he
yeah.
was the 2 seasons of White Lotus. Get your White
He was?
Lotus on.
I only watched the first couple of episodes, man. I couldn't go beyond that. It got too weird and freaky.
Hey, guys. Can we get the keys to the game for tomorrow?
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
First things first, 4 o'clock tomorrow on 92.5. You wait your turn.
I go first?
You wait your
No,
turn.
you wait there.
4
You sit
o'clock
there with
tomorrow.
your teeth in your mouth and you wait.
On 92.5 is Nuggets Clippers Game 4. Vic, keys.
Gosh.
Nikola
Come
Jokic
here,
had a
Tina,
triple-double last night,
dinner.
and the Nuggets got blown out. So my key is pretty simple. Somebody, I don't know who it is, somebody has to play so far above expectation to provide enough offense to give the Nuggets a chance to even this series. MPJ may not be that somebody. He may not be able to play. Jamal Murray had 23 last night. He may have to score 43. Somebody has to go beyond the obvious and score a bunch.
They've done it before, Vic. They've done it before.
7:30 on 92.5 tomorrow. Avs and Stars, Game 4. Mose, key.
It's pretty simple. Number 1, crank up the power play. I bet you're going to see different personnel on each unit. Number 1. Number 2, and this is very simple, hit the net with shots. Don't pass. In fact, don't see a shot you don't like. And number 3, get down and get what, Vic?
Get bent?
Dirty.
Get down and get bent?
I don't know. Get your freak on?
No, okay. All right, if the Avs get their freak on, they're going to win, okay? I mean, no, get greasy.
Me and LaFonda got our freak on all weekend.
Oh, my God.
LaFonda, what a beautiful angel.
There's a good little Mexican place in Wheat Ridge called LaFonda.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right, anyway,
so get down, get dirty, get
Okay,
greasy in front of Ottinger. Make his life miserable.
One bonus key. Bonus key to the second and third round of the NFL draft tonight. Broncos, get yourself a running back. Get yourself a guy that you feel like is a starting caliber, bell cow type of running back.
Well,
There's
one
key.
of those top 2 guys left. Will Judkins or
if you got to move, then you got to move. Go get one.
Go get one.
Go
Yes.
get one.
Yes.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza. They have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used in all in one place. Now,
hold on. Travis says, "Operation Get Your Freak On."
I wouldn't
sure,
mind that.
Why not?
All right.
Let's go.
It's officially Operation Get Your Freak On
for
tomorrow.
both teams.
Before we get to drunk takes, clip from Bednar that I think is super important for tomorrow. Hey, Bedsy. I love Missy. I love Missy Elliott.
Missy Elliott's she's pretty dang good.
All right, so before we get to drunk takes, the one thing Bednar talked about yesterday that is incredibly important, we all know it because it's one thing that's been struggling that is not usual for the Avs team. He was asked, Coach, power play is sputtering right now. Do you let them work their way through it, or do you go back to the drawing board?
No, you got to go to the drawing board. Yeah. And whether that's personnel changes on it. So we ran 2 units last night like that because of the 4-minute power play. You get a look at 2 units, and neither one of them was great. The top unit sticks with it and gets the 2 grade A's at the end of the game with a chance to win it, right? And we miss the top corner, and the next one hits a leg in front with an empty net, right? So they finally kind of start breaking it down right at the very end. We get the 2 looks, but it'd be nice to be more dangerous than that through the first 3.5 minutes of that power play and capitalize.
It's exactly correct. In fact, the fact that you're drawing penalties is a good thing. It means your legs are moving. It means you're battling. You're drawing these penalties. You're drawing the trips. You're doing the right things. Make them pay and do it early.
Be dangerous.
Be dangerous. That's right.
Switch things up.
Ice, man.
Score a power play goal in the last game, and everybody is feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely,
okay,
Brett.
That's all it takes. Give me some power play oomph. All right, before we get to drunk takes, our winner. If you want to see if that power play's got some oomph tomorrow in person at Ball Arena, the winner is Jeanette Ramsey. Congratulations, Jeanette. You got a pair of tickets to Ball Arena tomorrow for the Nuggets. Keep doing that. The Avs and Stars, Game 4. Again, 7:30 puck drop. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
There aren't that many Jeanettes in this world anymore, are there?
Not too many, no.
Like Jeanette used to be a name.
Yeah, not too many.
I mean, it's not like Ethel or anything like that, but Jeanette used to be. In fact, has there been any baby born in the last 50 years named Ethel?
We should bring it back, though.
Or Marge.
What's the male equivalent to that's like an old lady name? What's an old man name that doesn't? Walter?
Eustace?
Harry? No.
Walter. I don't know that many Walters. That's an older name.
Walt. Good old Walt.
Yeah, Walt. Anyway. All right.
Wilford?
Favorite part of Wilford. That's a good one. Diabetes. Favorite part of the week, please. Drunk takes. Shout out to our friends at Lariat Lodge. Great food, great beers. Go check them out at one of those beautiful locations. Littleton or Evergreen. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
There's this thing called a friggin' airport with a friggin' airplane sitting on the tarmac. And my butt's gonna be on the friggin' airplane coming friggin' home. Airplane. Sky. Fly. Me. Home. Tomorrow. Studio. Tomorrow. Game 3. Me. Wings. Tail. Big engines.
Hell of a breakdown, Moshe. Good work. What's next?
It's a very, very bitter pill to swallow because, as you said, Vic, the fairy tale did not. Snow White did not. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't really get it.
What point were you trying to make there?
Snow White.
Well, I don't really get
it. What's next? When you lift weights, your heart starts beating.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Just like that.
Uh-huh.
You nailed it.
Oh. You're like mocking people that actually push themselves a little bit.
Never mocked anybody.
You just said it.
You know what, Vic, in your defense, that does sound like something I would say. Yeah, that does. What's next?
Let's see what you can do with
physicality inside.
Yeah.
Guys, they're going to get up in you. Do you know what it's like to get up in you? They're going to get up in you a lot.
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
Up in you. In you.
You are.
So you.
What a disaster. Just what a disaster that was.
The song is a great song, though. Nelly played it.
What's next?
What
are you doing?
Moser.
I shut him off. Shut him off.
No,
I
that
can't
was
really
on
think
you,
right now. I
Moser.
know. Shut him off. Shut me off.
That was the highlight of the week.
It was.
The highlight of the week was right there.
I saw our boys the other day. They kept saying that. They're like, shut him off. Shut me off. Shut him off.
I played golf later that day with a guy who's good friends with Dave Dravecki, and he heard that, and he was like, did he really just compare Dravecki to Gabriel Landeskog?
Oh, God.
Just to tell, shut him off. Who? Me. I'm talking in third person. Shut him off. What's next?
What if he had said, listen, this is smaller, but I am seeking help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
That's what I'm saying. Is it the fact that he said the D word? Or is it the fact that he was
What if
boastful
he just said
of
that?
I think it's
Listen,
probably the
I
D
go
word.
to the Rocky Mountains Men's Clinic to fix this.
Yeah. So that was Anthony Edwards got fined 50 G's for saying my is bigger than yours. And we were wondering, would he be fined $50,000 if he said it was actually, you know what, you're probably...
It's the word that he said. It's the D. That's
you know
so
what,
funny.
actually, sir, I think you probably outdo me in that department. All right, one more you said, Nelly?
Do you yank it or do you
It
push
meant
it?
nothing.
Do you yank it or
Nobody
push
was
it?
watching. Oh, I yanked it. Of course.
Yeah.
How do you miss when you miss those? You yank.
I mean, you all, Vic, I know
Yanking
you.
left and right. Just yanking all day.
You yank constantly.
Just a yanker.
Are.
I do yank a lot. That's a true statement.
See, I tend to push. Rather than yank, I tend to push.
I don't push it real good. I yank. For some reason, the hands get stiff.
I line up over a putt,
And-
Brett. I'm telling you, I tend to push it.
I'm a pusher. I'm a pusher, too.
Are you
really?
Yeah,
I'm a
yeah.
pusher.
That
Yeah.
means you're right. That means you're moving your head. If you yank, you're too stiff.
Is that how that goes?
I mean, the golf ball. I mean, when you're putting,
yeah.
when you're putting, your hands are too
sure.
stiff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If I have a miss, it's probably going to be a push.
Podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find them. Search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Hopefully coming back Monday with 2 wins under our belt from both the Avs and the Nuggets. Hopefully coming back Monday with the Broncos having what they consider to be a franchise running back. All of that. Stay tuned all day today for more chances to win Avalanche tickets to Game 4. Have a wonderful weekend. We love you.
Good talk today, boys. Good talk.
Good talk.
Bye, everybody. Love you.
Vic, I know
Yanking
you.
left and right. Just yanking all day.
You yank constantly.
Just a yanker.
Are.
There's the horn in Los Angeles. Denver loses game number 3 to the LA Clippers. Final tonight from Los Angeles, 117-83.
I mean, just based off of body language, they've shown the Shadur Sanders Coach Prime camp, and they've shown the Jackson Dart camp. It appears that the New York Giants are going to be taking Jackson Dart.
I told you.
Just solely based off of reactions.
He prefers it. Dable wanted Jackson Dart,
which
they
is
said
a
it
preference.
this morning.
It's a preference in the fit. It goes back to fit with that position.
Remember, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron.
I like this tweet from NFL Next Gen Stats account, throwing shade at the Broncos selection of Jahdae Barron. Say round 1, pick 20 Broncos, Jahdae Barron, DB Texas. Barron will team up with Pat Surtain II and a secondary that allowed the second lowest success rate against the pass last season, 40.3%.
The pick is in. Jahdae Barron, the defensive back out of Texas, number 8 overall on Leggy's Top 100, number 30 overall on Brugler's Beast List on The Athletic. That is the pick at number 20. The Broncos mocked to take a wide receiver, a tight end, a running back, maybe even a defensive tackle. They go where they are deepest. Defensive back is the pick, and we will get into, Coach Sanford, the debacle that was game 3 of Clippers Nuggets. We will get into that. Chris Dempsey's going to join us at 10:45.
I hope he can just talk me off a ledge somehow, some way.
We are
talk us off a ledge, Dempsey, if you're listening. I need it.
We're waiting on a special guest from the University of Texas at some point today to talk to us about this Barron pick. Obviously, rounds 2 and 3 tonight. The Broncos still need to find a starting running back. They still need to find maybe the tight end of the future, maybe some help at wide receiver for Bo Nix. So all of that to come. And speaking of waiting on, Shadur Sanders, mocked to be in the top 5 for many, many months, slides over the last 48 hours all the way out of the first round, and he gets past the New York Giants, who make their selection in the top 3, trade back in to the first round, not to get the quarterback named Shadur Sanders, but out of Mississippi, Jackson Dart.
I hate the pick. I think the New York football Giants are going to continue to do what they do, and that's be in football and quarterback purgatory, and it's going to ultimately cost Brian Daboll and Joe Shane their jobs. I've said it all along. If you're a team that is in a struggle bus situation, you have potentially some hot seats either with the head coach or you have a hot seat with the general manager. You had to go all in to draft Shadur Sanders. And I'm talking all in as in the top 6 picks of the draft. I don't believe that any of those head coaches for teams that are potentially on the hot seat have enough confidence to bring in a player where your successor as the head coach might be his father. And I think that's a real thing, Raj. And I think that the NFL right now looks at Shadur Sanders, and I'm not saying it's right. I believe that a lot of NFL people look at Shadur Sanders and looks at the Dion Sanders experiment and say, is the headache worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? And right now, it's no. But there is good news, and we'll get to that later in the program, because I think there are 3 head coaches that are confident enough in their skin to draft Shadur Sanders.
Can you
guess those? Any of those 3?
Mike Tomlin?
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
I think why wouldn't you do it at 21? What are you going to do? Just kind of, I'm going to toe dip? Huh? All eyes were on you. That was the team.
Hold on. There's a thought process that those front offices could look at Shedeur and look at the rest of the league and go, we're hearing that other teams are souring on him, that we don't need to utilize a first-round draft pick on this quarterback. Just because you don't select him in the first round doesn't mean you don't want the player.
Don't get it twisted. Show me examples of second, third, and fourth round quarterbacks in the last 10 years that have had tremendous success in the National Football League as starting quarterbacks. Because
Russell Wilson.
10 years. He wasn't drafted in the last 10 years.
No, he wasn't, but he's had success in the last 10 years.
It's great. I don't see Drew Brees is the one, but that was a long time ago. He was the first pick of the second round. So might it happen today with the Cleveland Browns? I don't think it's going to. And I think the slide is going to be very real. And I think this is an unfortunate thing for
Jalen Hurts.
When do you go?
Second round.
Okay. When? Middle?
I'm just looking up right now. Jalen Hurts was selected with the 53rd pick in the second round. Other second-round quarterbacks since the year 2010. Colin Kaepernick, Andy Dalton, Derek Carr, Jimmy Garoppolo, Geno Smith, Brock Osweiler. And that's about it in terms of relative success. But I think the blanket statement of you cannot find a guy in the second round is incorrect. Dak Prescott, thank you, Lance, 4th-round draft pick. The success rate is far less than first-round draft picks, first-round quarterback draft picks. But the blanket statement of just because you don't take him in round 1 means you don't like him or don't think he can be your quarterback
I think
is patently false.
I disagree because you have to look at there's always outliers over periods of time. This is a different scenario because this is a face of the franchise type of a player that brings about a lot. And if you don't go all in on him, and by me, I mean going all in on him is that you draft him with your first pick. I've even heard some little birdies that have been chirping around saying that he doesn't want to play for a team that passed up on him in the first round. And that may have happened.
That's the whole league. Is there a team that didn't select in the first round yesterday?
I don't even notice one. I think it was all 32.
I think all 32 selected. There was just that weird little pick swap between
the biggest problem that I have, the fear that I have right now is that
the Eagles and Chiefs.
That the Shadur Sanders is going to ultimately he is not going to get the nurture side of a franchise saying you are our guy and we are going to make this work. What was the one franchise that I thought all along could be that team?
Vegas.
And I still think that could be the team because you can't argue with Ashton Genty as the first pick in the draft.
Vegas picks as number 37.
I could see it happening.
Cleveland has 33 and 36.
Why would Cleveland not have taken him, though? Just because they
see a better player.
But then you lose the option, the 5th-year option. They didn't move into 32. They could have moved one spot.
Dude, the draft is about value. Look at what the Broncos did. Look at the pick the Broncos made and tell me that the draft isn't about board and player value. Tell me. The Broncos made a value pick. Cleveland in round 1 very clearly went value pick, all right? Who's the best player that we can take? We're going to get more first-round draft picks, more second-round draft picks. Now, the question of why would you have traded out of Travis Hunter is kind of perplexing to me, but they get...
Tell me something more Cleveland than that.
It's the most Cleveland thing ever, but it's very
It worked out great for Travis. He's going to be home 4 hours from his crib.
Of course. And no state income tax in Florida is awesome. You don't have to, live in Cleveland.
And is there a franchise that needed a face more than the Jacksonville Jaguars? Just seems like it's just been a bit of just a. They haven't captivated that local fan base for the last decade plus. Since Mark Brunell was playing there.
So I'm not
Fred Taylor.
I'm not saying that Cleveland made the right decision, but what Cleveland did was, we want value. So they traded away from 2 to 5. They get, I'm not going to call it a king's ransom, but it's a pretty nice sell price that they got on that. Right? They sold high on number 2. They get the best defensive tackle in the draft in Mason Graham, who I've seen on some boards as high as number 3 overall in terms of actual players in this draft, where it's gone like Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, then Mason Graham, the 3rd best player in the draft. They have 33 and 36. So you're telling me that just because Cleveland passed on him at number 2 and or 5, you can say both. They passed him on 2 and 5. If they select him with 33, he's automatically not worthy of being the starting quarterback there. He's automatically not worthy of the praise of the Cleveland Browns. He's automatically not worthy for the Vegas Raiders at 37 just because you passed on him at 6. What is that? It is value-based. And it's very clear that the league went,
with the quarterback
you're not
position,
valued
Raj.
as a first
The
rounder.
quarterback position is completely different, and you know that I'm right in saying that. It's the same thing, because could Sean Payton have gotten Bo Nix at pick 34, 35 in the draft last year?
Houston didn't pick in the first round
That's
yesterday.
right. They traded out.
That's the one team.
It was that was the Giants, right?
Yes.
Giants traded up, and they're not probably going to take Shadur Sanders. They have C.J. Stroud.
Well, Houston?
I'm saying because they're not wanting to play for a team that passed up for you. It's not a great thought process.
Yeah,
right
there's
now.
one team.
No, I don't know. There's just some. The quarterback position it's a position that needs to be handled with kid gloves. And anybody, if you want to look any further than drafting a quarterback in that nebulous spot of picks 18 through 45, look at the Broncos post Peyton Manning. Look at the Broncos even pre Peyton Manning, post John Elway. You lived in that quarterback purgatory land that you've continued to live in for the Cleveland Browns organization. You are continuing actively to live in as the New York Giants that take Jackson Dart at pick 26 and put him in a room with Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. That's your quarterback room? What's Jackson Dart going to do there? Just hang out? See who's got a bigger personality?
And did the Rams trade out? The Rams traded out as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna bury the lead here. There's 3 different head coaches in the National Football League, and they all come from the exact same tree. And I think they're all very comfortable in their own skin. They love the spotlight. They love being the smartest guy in the room. And I think one of those 3 teams is going to pick Shadur Sanders, and it's going to be Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers. He's already done it once with Brock Purdy. Nobody else wanted him. Look what I turned him into. Oh, yeah, I don't really need to re-up him.
San Francisco owns the number 43 overall pick. That is 11 in round 2.
McDaniel, the Aurora native, resident of Smoky Hill High School, if I'm not mistaken. Miami Dolphins.
Miami selects at number 48, number 16 in round 2.
And then all of the smoke has been on McVay thinking about next best option. And we even heard a little bit about Bo Nix being a potential Ram last year. If indeed Bo Nix had slipped out of the top 15.
The Rams select at number 46 overall. That is pick number 14 in the second round. And then again, I told you, Cleveland owns number 33 and number 36.
Do you think Cleveland is going to draft Shadur Sanders? They have Joe Flacco. They have Small Hands Pickett.
I don't think Shadur Sanders gets past pick number 37. I don't think he gets past the 5th pick of the second round.
I do.
Do I believe that it means it's guaranteed that Cleveland or Vegas takes him? No. But I don't think he gets past those first 5 picks.
You keep saying, and you're right, the NFL draft is all about value.
Yep.
This is a different situation. Why? Because it's not quite as simple as what is his value. If it had been that simple, Raj, he would not be available on day 2. That's the bottom line, and you know it. There is so much more that comes with drafting Shadur Sanders. Listen, I've said it all along. I'm good with it. If I were a head coach and I was looking for a quarterback that I believe is a top 15 talent and can win you games at the end and plays really well on third down, I'm willing to take it all on. Now, the problem is you have to be all in on it. Or you have to say, you know what, I'm smarter than everybody else, and that's why I think he's going to ultimately go to one of those 3 teams. I think it's going to be one of the 3, and I think in Miami's case, Tua Tagovailoa, you're like, is he going to make it? Truly, is he going to make it? Shadur Sanders, bring him in, train him up. Mike McDaniel loves having personalities. He's dealt well with them for the most part. I would argue the same thing even, with McVay. McVay's done a really good job. I think all of those guys love the wide zone play and the play actions that come off of it. I do think we're going to see a slide tonight again. I do.
So much more to get into today. The Nuggets get hammered by 34 in Game 3 in Los Angeles. Chris Dempsey will join us coming up at 10:45. NFL Notes at 11:20. We'll pop some tops. Also, on the other side, we're giving away a pair of tickets every show today. A pair of tickets to get you inside the building. Game 4, Stars Avs, Saturday night. Your first keyword. Listen, on the 20s all day long. Your first keyword is next.
What is good, Colorado? I got my guy Mark Moser here, and he likes to throw a little wager down. So you got to go to Circus Sports Colorado because the sports action, it's heating up, and there's a lot of stuff to bet on. From baseball to basketball to hockey playoffs, Circus Sports has it all. It's got you covered. It's not just sports betting. It's the way sports betting should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Whether you're looking for playoff futures, got draft futures, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app now or visit circusports.com today. And remember, must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio wants to put you in Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow. The Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well, all available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them, though, we've got you covered. Just text the keyword BUILT, B-U-I-L-T. That is BUILT, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is the keyword BUILT with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. 0925. Good luck and go Avs. That keyword goes away at 10:40. Last night in the first round, before we get back into the Nuggets and the Clippers, the Broncos select defensive back Jahdae Barron out of Texas, and we are joined by defensive coordinator Pete Kitkowski from the University of Texas. Coach, thanks for taking the time to join us today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Coach,
how y'all doing?
We're doing great, Coach K. Appreciate you joining us. For our listeners, we have some Boise State ties in our past, which is a lot of fun to see your face. And congratulations, Coach, on all your success at the University of Texas. It was a joy to watch your team play this year. Tell us all a little bit about Jahdae, and that's the way it's pronounced, correct? It's Jahdae Barron.
Jahdae, yeah, Jahdae Baron. Yeah, Jahdae is, he was obviously a very productive player for us, but what really stood out for his football IQ, right, and his work ethic as far as learning the defense, the techniques, the passion for football. He wanted to be the best DB he could possibly be, and he puts the work in. Obviously on the field, but really he does a lot of work behind the scenes, off the field, watching video, picking the coaches' brains, and just wearing us out as far as his prep for all the opponents that we played last year.
Coach, there's been a word used around these parts offensively with Sean Payton and his offense that he's always in search of a joker, a player on the offensive side of the ball that can wear a bunch of hats. And sometimes it's a running back that can line up as a receiver, a tight end. It's a real two-way guy, as a blocker, and a guy that can stretch the field in the pass game. Sounds like Jahdae Barron playing in your star position at the University of Texas in your scheme. It's almost a defensive-minded joker. Tell us a little bit about what the star role does and what that is in terms of being able to project to the National Football League and wearing a lot of different hats.
Yeah, so the star is a lot of people call it the nickel. He's the when we go nickel, we take a big D lineman out and bring in another DB. So we have 5 DBs on the field, and the star plays over the slot. So he's a guy that has to play man coverage on the slot. He has to be able to blitz. He has to be able to play the run game in the box like a linebacker. Certain calls, he's got to go back and play a half or play a post. The way we cover down and spin motions. So he is he's got to wear a lot of different hats. And then the other part of it, he's got to be obviously super smart and have a high football IQ to be able to, communicate our adjustments and what we're going to do to the splits, the formations, to the linebackers. And he's got a high football IQ, and he works at it. And he loves that part of the game, the strategy part of the game. And he's got a really, really awesome football feel, right? He got good instincts. He knows when to take calculated risk and when not to. And that's why it was so productive for us.
It seems as though Sean Payton does gravitate towards those players who are football junkies, football nerds, and Jahdae, I suppose how you are illustrating him right now is one of those football nerds. Did you guys have any conversations with Sean Payton, with George Payton about Jahdae possibly being a fit here in Denver? Because honestly, if you looked over 500 different mock drafts, this was one that caught us by surprise. Maybe he slipped just a little bit farther. Were the Broncos in contact with you guys throughout the process?
Not with me. I talked with Brian Stark, one of their scouts, about him, but nobody. None of the coaches or personnel people other than Brian.
What was your elevator pitch to Brian?
Just what I just said, how I described him. He's a great dude, very confident, right? Very confident in his ability. So that's good because those guys are put on islands a lot, and they're not going to always be when they make a mistake or they give up a play, right? You got to have you got to have a short memory. You got to move on, and his confidence helps him deal with that, and also it also helps him, when the week after, right? Like he's a guy that wants to know what he needs to fix, what he needs to correct, and so he can go to work making those changes.
We're joined by University of Texas defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski and Coach K. When you look at the stat that came out last night, through 22 picks of the NFL draft, 18 of those 22 were players that never entered the portal. I thought that was a remarkable statistic. And you look at Jahdae Barron, a guy that grew up locally in Austin, Texas, born in Corpus Christi, but spent his entire career as a Texas Longhorn. What does that say about his character, his loyalty, and seeing something through in a time where not many do?
Yeah, I think that's a combination of him, and then also, this portal era. A lot of the times, these young guys and family or whoever they're talking to, they get short-sighted with these decisions that they're making. Whether they're chasing the dollar or not, I don't know. But when you hop around, you're now learning a whole new culture. You're learning about new teammates, new staff, how everybody operates, new terminology, a new scheme, and so new techniques. And so that, to me, that stunts these guys' growth when they're hopping around like some of these guys do. And that was an interesting stat you just said. The guy, what'd you say, 18 of them?
18 of the first 22 picks. That include Jahdae.
So they stayed where they're at, and they were getting developed, and proof's in the pudding right there. And so I think there's a lot to be said about staying somewhere, grinding through the tough times, learning, growing, and striving to get better. Which when you're changing scenery and changing voices and changing terminologies, it can stunt that growth.
Pete Kwiatkowski, defensive coordinator for the Texas Longhorns, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline right now. Typically when we have, defensive coaches on, we're kind of slotted to talk about defensive players. Obviously, Jahdae coming in the first round for the Broncos. There's another Texas Longhorn that I have my eye on somewhere in the second or the third round. He's on the other side of the ball. What terrifies defensive coordinators about Gunnar Helm?
Yeah, Gunnar. There was a perfect example of a guy that came in and stuck it out, stayed at the same school the whole time and developed, played behind a really good tight end a couple years ago that got drafted, and then really came into his own last year as a senior. And he's tough. He's willing to mix it up in the run game. And he became a threat in the pass game, but really good hands, and was surprisingly really productive with the ball in his hands after the catch. And so, that's just whoever gets him is going to get a guy that's going to great dude, great team guy, and he's going to put the work in, and he's going to be a unselfish player for whoever gets him.
Our hope is that he's here in Denver. Coach Pete Kwiatkowski, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us today. Again, Broncos select Jahdae Barron, defensive back out of Texas, comes with glowing reviews from his DC. Coach, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Pete Kwiatkowski out of Texas, formerly Boise State, ties there with you, Coach Sanford. A lot of great things to say, particularly about the versatility on field of Jahdae Barron, but two, and this is the same thing that we've seen, he's a football nerd.
It reminds me a bit the story that Sean Payton told last night about taking the phone and asking Coach Payton to, hey, can I talk to everybody who is involved in this selection? He passed the phone around, and Jahdae Barron wanted to personally thank them because of their belief in him as a player to make him the first-round selection for the Denver Broncos. That feels to me a little bit like the Bo Nix backpack story of a year ago. does it not?
Yep.
He loves these guys. And you know what? You should be proud as a Denver Broncos fan that matters in this culture. That's something that is a high premium is placed on those types of character players. Ultimately, that's a sustainable model, and it leads to a very healthy locker room environment. And that's what does give me even more. I have more warm feelings about this pick today than I did last night.
Okay, so last night I was upset. And for many, many weeks leading up to night one of the draft, what was I a proponent of? I was
Bo Nix tools.
Bo Nix tools. Offensive players.
And even the thought of moving out of the first round would be to even get even more Bo Nix tools.
That was my thing. And I believe I probably said, I'll be real pissed off, or worst case scenario for me is that they take a defensive back at number 20. And a lot of safeties were mocked to the Broncos. I never saw a mock draft with Jahdae Barron on there. I expected to be really disappointed and really upset this morning, and I was not. I woke up and I went, okay, I kind of get it. He's a rover. He can play nickel. It means that Jaquan McMillan going into the final year of his contract is certainly not safe. It gives them certainty if there's regression from Riley Moss, which again, I don't expect, but there could be. And what it screamed to me was value. This guy was I'd love to see their board. I'd be shocked if he was outside the top 10 on their board in terms of overall prospects.
Leggy last night on the draft show with DMac and Andy and Polumbus, he joined us after the selection was made, and he was ecstatic. I mean, Leggy, because he
had him at number 8.
He really, really values what the draft board says and making sure that you stick to the plan. And this was a disciplined pick by the Denver Broncos, thinking this guy's dropping all the way down to us at 20. There's a school of thought around personnel and constructing a roster that Michael Lombardi, who famously has been a Bill Belichick disciple, he's back now working with the University of North Carolina in a capacity as a general manager, where he believes strongly in add strength to your strengths. And this is one of those types of examples of, you know, that one of your strengths right now is your secondary, certainly your defense. The entire offseason was committed to bolstering the middle of your defense, right?
And he's going to play on the inside. As of right now, he is an inside defensive back.
He is.
Your outsides are set with Riley Moss and Pat Surtain.
And I think this is almost an audition pick because of the versatility of the player. He's just shy of 5'11". He's 5'10" and
5'10" and 3/4. He's just south of 200 pounds.
He's thick. For a guy that's 5'10", 194 is a stout defensive back that runs in the 4.4 range. That's a guy that can be physical just by virtue of his body type. I think this is an open audition right now for who's going to get the contract between Jaquan McMillan and Riley Moss. Because I think this player can play either one of those two spots.
And you can't pay 3 of them. You can pay one, and you already have. You can pay a secondary money. Not secondary money because he's a defensive back. You get what I'm saying? Like first,
rising tides rises all ships.
You can't pay all 3 of those guys.
But it's gonna.
Well, you're telling me that I've got like a 4-year window to enjoy either Riley Moss or Jahdae Barron. I can't have. That's all I get for both of them.
I think Jaquan McMillan has played himself into being a top 5 nickel in the National Football League. He's going to command money after the season. So you're going to see really quickly in almost a kind of a weird double competition. I think it's going to be Jahdae Barron is competing against Riley Moss for the corner spot, while also competing against Jaquan McMillan for the nickel spot. And all the while, he could even play some safety. So if you get into a situation like you have in the last couple of years where you get banged up at safety or you lose a safety by virtue of targeting, think Kareem Jackson or whatever it may be, that you have somebody that's versatile enough, smart enough, and is, like you said, a football geek. You can plug him in any one of those 3 roles: safety, nickel, or corner. You know what we got last night? We got ourselves a joker on the defensive side of the ball.
It's so funny. That was the smoke screen that got thrown up. Oh, yeah, we wanted a joker. Y'all thought it was a tight end or a running back? You idiots.
I have one bone to pick with you, Raj.
What's up?
pronunciation of his name?
Jahdae.
You started off the interview with Pete Kikowski because you were mortified of that pronunciation of Coach K, the defense coordinator at Texas.
I think I used both. Didn't I go Jahdae? I used both.
The first one, you used a Tyler Bidet type of pronunciation, but luckily, Sean Payton, he's got our back. Listen now.
Someone with this Jahdae.
No, it's a good question because the first thing we ask with a complicated name before we call him is, how do we pronounce his name? And I might as well, I said, hello, JB.
Yeah.
All right. But I think it's Jahdae.
Ooh, there was a little Z in there.
Does this sound eerily like the 80s, 90s smoothest singer of Sade? Is there a little bit of a Jade? Let that breathe. This is who we added. It's our defensive joker.
You know who I bet loves this song? Chris Dempsey.
I see what you did there. An incredible.
I'm just a pro, Coach.
God, that's good.
I'm just a radio nerd. Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV joins us next to break down the Nuggets and Clippers. Text the word BUILT, BUILT, to 303-504-0925. That's your first of 2 keywords on the morning sprint. 30 seconds remain in that keyword. We want to get you in the building for Avs and Stars. BUILT to 303-504-0925. Demps is next. Let's head back on out to the phone lines. Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by Altitude TV's own Christopher A. Dempsey after a 117-83 loss in Game 3 to the LA Clippers. The Nuggets face a 2-1 hole. They'll play tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. You can listen to that game on 92.5. You can watch Demps on Altitude TV. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
I'd be better if there wasn't a 34-point loss souring my taste right now. Let's post-mortem this thing. What the hell happened?
It was definitely Bloody Thursday, right? Look, I think what we witnessed yesterday was, I think what we're seeing out of the Clippers, I think from Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3, was they started sorting out what the Nuggets were trying to do to them defensively. And the scary thing about the Clippers, and this is what we were talking about prior to this series, is that offensively they are diversified enough that they have an answer for almost anything that you present them defensively. So if you want to blitz the ball, if you want to stay at the level of the ball screen and blitz the ball, James Harden, the one thing that never gets really talked about him is he's one of the great passers. I mean, he passes out of any situation, tight space, or a whole lot of space, straight to the person who was open, and then they put you in rotation after that. It's a really good passing team. So when the Nuggets did that repeatedly yesterday, you kind of saw the ball get out of their hands straight to Zubac. Zubac, if somebody met him at the restricted area, he got the ball out to the three-point line, and somebody probably knocked in a three. And if things break down, Kawhi and James Harden can just take their individual matchups one-on-one. It's just a lot of stuff that they can do. And I think it was their most targeted game plan of the series. And that's the way it should be, right? As you continue to go on in the series, you start learning more about your opponent and what they're trying to do to you and how you're going to counteract that. And so I think for the Nuggets, two things have to happen. One, they just have to play a whole heck of a lot harder on defense. That was – you can't slow roll out to shooters at the three-point line. You can't bail them out by just flying by them every single time or running right by them so they can sidestep you and knock in a three. You got to get yourself to the restricted area really fast. Your low man on that weak side eye has to be down there before the roller gets there. So I mean, there's just kind of, unfortunately for the Nuggets, it was total system failure on defense yesterday, and so they got to get back to just effort and then very, very, very attentive to detail, because if you don't, this team will pick you apart.
You mentioned that, LA is deep. They're multiple. They can throw all these different looks at you, both defensively and offensively. For many, many years, the thought process in the NBA was, if you have the best player in the world, you can beat anyone. You always have a chance to win. Is that thought process dead or dying?
No. But I think, I think that one of the things about basketball and the way it's played now. So back in when I was a kid, late 80s, 90s, it was so much ice. You could have like an Allen Iverson take an entire team to the NBA Finals basically by himself, right? It's just that the way that the sport has evolved, you can't have one player do the heavy lifting versus another team that's got like five. Even if their best player isn't as good as your best player, Kawhi is pretty close, and then everything after that is looking like it's in favor of the Clippers. And so you have to have, first of all, you have to have at least two stars or two main players that are producing every single night. And then beyond that, you have to have players that consistently can give you something that looks like, depending on their role, 8 to 18 points, depending on their role. And right now, especially with Michael Porter Jr. dealing with a shoulder injury, which I'd be surprised if he plays on Saturday. It's that shoulder. One of the things he said afterwards was the shoulder felt like it was 20%, and he said that if it was the regular season, they said that this would be a 4 to 5 week injury, like absence. And, you knew it, though. We've heard these shoulder sprains before, and they are almost always long-term injuries. And for him, all credit to him for even rolling himself out there to do anything on that court yesterday. But he cannot be his most effective self, and I'd be surprised if he plays on Saturday. And without him, you're down one more shooter, and so what can you do to mitigate that?
Also, Michael Porter Jr., in addition to him, we have Russell Westbrook with the foot inflammation coming off of a pretty nasty rolling of his ankle in pregame warmups or early shoot around. Debs, does this game on Saturday feel like the definition of a must-win game, or this series is toast?
Yeah, well, from the standpoint of here's what I would like to see, no matter what the outcome is for the Nuggets on Saturday, is I would like to see that game look like games 1 and 2, where it was fourth quarter. You had you put yourself in position defensively. I think defensively in games 1 and 2, the Nuggets just fought a lot harder, and you could tell, and that's how those games kind of played themselves out. You want to see the competitiveness level of this series get back to the first 2 games. If it, in fact, again, looks like yesterday's game, then look, the series is pretty much over. That's all there is to it. If they can figure some things out, get themselves back into a good space, get themselves into the fourth quarter, let Jamal and Joker do their 2-man dance, and see if they can steal a victory, now you have a new series again. So a little bit more of a nuanced answer to that. You would obviously, nobody wants to go down 3-1. That's just a fact of the matter. But certainly, I think for me, the context of how you go down 3-1 also matters. They were down 3-1 to this team in 2020, and then in 2021 or whenever the bubble was, and came back obviously and won that series. So that's why I think how they look is going to be of utmost importance, because that's going to tell you whether they can even try to claw their way back into this series, or if it looks like, say, the Phoenix series when Jamal wasn't playing a couple seasons ago, and they just run right through you.
Debs, I've been working on my scouting report of you for the last 2 years, and I've had you pegged as a massive fan of 1980s, 1990s smooth jazz R&B superstar Jahdae. Is this true?
Yeah, Jahdae is amazing.
With that being said, how do you feel about the Denver Broncos first-round selection, which is Jade Baron? How do you feel about that pick?
You know what? It was interesting because I thought, well, do they need another quarter? But you know what? Having watched him, and especially kind of down the stretch of the season, watching Texas games, and then into the playoff. I mean, he's a really good player, and the ability for the Broncos just to be able to stack good players, because look, I think I was rooting for running back, but you can still get a good one. It's a deep class, and if you can just put another really good player on your defense, then why wouldn't you do it? So yeah, I'm all in on that pick. It did take me by a little bit by surprise, but after further review, I was pleased with the pick for sure.
All in on that pick. The first round, all out on Shadur Sanders. What happened there? Were you as surprised as we were?
So, I think in the days leading up to the draft, you started to hear a lot more. I don't know where Shedeur is going to go, kind of talk. Kind of bubble up to the surface. And so because of that, I wasn't completely shocked that he didn't get picked in the first round. I think for him, the thing that probably stings the most is that not only was he not picked, but the Giants traded back into the first round to pick a player that wasn't you at that position. And that's probably what stung him the most. But you know what? Guess what? It's certainly not about the beginning of your story. It's about the end of your story. He probably will get picked today. All those teams that were in play for a quarterback are right back on the clock again today. So I would be actually surprised if he wasn't picked today, but I don't think that's going to happen in the least. So, yeah, a tough night for him for sure, but whoever gets him, he's going to walk into a situation where he probably can compete, and we'll see how he authors the rest of his story after that.
Altitude TV's very own Christopher A. Dempsey. Follow him on Instagram at Chris A. Dempsey. Watch him tomorrow. Pre-game starts at 3 p.m. Mountain on Altitude TV. Nuggets, Clippers, Game 4, pivotal. Demps, we'll watch you tomorrow, and we'll talk to you next week, brother.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
Have a great weekend, my friend. I knew he was going to be a fan of your 90s and 80s R&B song. I knew it.
Well, Debs just comes in and he just brings about a level of calm, kind of like my girl Jahdae
a level of
does.
class.
Yeah, it's like class.
We do
calm.
need to bring that up. I mean, we're sitting next to a couple of of 6-packs of
oh my gosh,
of working man's beer.
Man, I don't feel like we're worthy of this gift that we got this morning.
Do
you think I'm worthy?
I think you're worthy of anything and everything that you ever wanted, Coach.
Well, thank you very much, Raj. I think you are too. But I mean,
we're all about affirmations here on the morning.
I understand that we're here to affirm, but we're talking about a mixed sixer of Wisconsin's own in honor of the draft.
Yes,
Spotted Cow by New Glarus Brewing Company, and then the one that I've been just desperately trying to get my hands on, man. The bottle, the ribbed bottle. If you notice, you can feel a little ribbing of Michelob Golden Light, where you can only find it in the great state of Minnesota and the Dakotas.
Our special thanks to our friend Stacy for bringing those in for us. We'll pop those tops coming up at 11:45. 20 minutes from right now, your next keyword to text in and win tickets to Game 4 for the Avs and the Stars. Don't go anywhere. which leaves my pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19, and the pick is in. The corner, Jahdae Barron out of Texas.
How would you game plan somebody like Jahdae? And how good is it to have someone with this Jahdae?
No, it's a good
Jahdae.
question because the first thing we ask with a complicated name before we call him is, how do we pronounce his name? And I might as well. I said hello, JB.
Yeah.
All right. but I think it's Jahdae.
Jahdae.
High throw, it's picked off. Jahdae Barron taking it all the way back.
And they don't. Gray's going to pop pass it, and it's intercepted. Barron's got it, and Jahdae Barron picks it off.
Jahdae Barron.
I like Sean Payton's pronunciation because I can tell. I think Sean Payton was listening to a little bit of Jahdae himself.
Dude, the best.
He threw a
Jahdae.
with this.
Jahdae.
Let's go.
Dude, the best part of that answer was, I don't know who asked the question in the presser there about Barron, but Sean Payton corrects the question and then compliments the guy on asking the question that he never asked.
It was the ultimate Sean Splain.
The question was asked
Jahdae.
about
this.
So play it again for me. Play the whole first thing for me.
Let's go back and watch the film of this.
Someone with this Jahdae.
No, it's a good
Jahdae.
question because the
So
first thing we asked
the
was a
question
complicated name
beforehand
before.
had nothing to do with his name. The question was about, like, where do you play him on the defense type of thing. It wasn't about the name. So Sean goes, great question. I'm glad you asked about how you pronounce his name. And then goes on to answer the question that he complimented the reporter on giving when the reporter never asked that question.
Which tells us everything we need to know
he
about.
He doesn't listen to us.
No,
why do you even go to the press conferences? They don't listen to your questions.
It tells you that Sean Payton goes in with the thought of, I cannot wait to Sean Splain myself to these idiots.
It's like when my wife tries to tell me what to go get at the grocery store. I'm not listening. I'm lucky if I get 10% of the grocery list if it's not written down for me or texted to me.
I think the only thing that you have on your grocery list?
One beers.
That's it.
Oh, yeah.
And luckily you don't even need to go to the grocery store this weekend.
Some nice red crack pepper turkey, some American cheese, a loaf of bread, 1 beers.
How good is just good old fashioned? Just
nothing like it.
I love deli turkey.
Nothing like it.
God,
a little
good.
lunch meat sandwich.
Do you go to the fancy counter, or do you get it from with all the bad whatever they're called on there?
No, go to the counter.
Really?
Every time go to the
so
counter.
you're like that. You're bougie. I like Oscar Mayer slices of just turkey. It probably never was.
The Oscar Mayer slices of stuff that has, like rubber in it.
Rubber.
Although,
I don't think that what I'm eating when I have an Oscar Mayer slice of deli turkey, I don't think it actually ever was a turkey. I don't think it ever lived
it's not
as
actually nutritious.
No.
It just tastes delicious.
Yeah, I love it though.
So while we're on the subject, let me ask you guys, because
I hope this is getting us back on track to talk about sports.
Nope. I wish it was. Me and DT got into an argument about this the other week. Do you guys prefer cold sandwiches or hot sandwiches?
I'm a cold sandwich guy.
I don't have a preference on either.
This is gonna
It just has to be a good sandwich, man. I'm not here to discriminate against a panini.
This is gonna sound really disgusting. I almost look as a cold sandwich is a delivery service for mayonnaise because I love mayonnaise.
I like mayo.
And it's just not as good when it's a hot sandwich. Hot mayo is gross. It feels like
you put
a
the
different
mayo on
substance.
after. You're not putting the mayo on and then pressing the sandwich, are you?
Well, sometimes they do that, in those little I think they do that over here at Potbelly. Potbelly. I think they send it right through with all the condiments on there. Maybe not.
What'd they do at Quiznos? Is Quiznos still around?
I haven't seen it for a while.
I loved a good Quiznos sandwich. Sports happened last night.
It did. You know what else happened?
Shadur Sanders slipped out of the first round.
He is not a first-round draft pick. You know what's amazing is when we were talking about, I hate to bring up this subject, but I got to do it. The controversy surrounding retiring Shadur Sanders jersey. One of the overall thoughts about it was this is going to be the highest drafted quarterback in the history of the University of Colorado. And the thought at the time was that he would be a top 5 quarterback. And I frankly do believe myself that he's worthy of being a top 5 quarterback if you make the decision based off the tape. And I stand by that assessment. I think the National Football League spoke, and it was a unanimous decision that they don't believe he is a first-round draft quarterback.
Okay, so
and for reasons that don't have to do with what I saw on the field, because I think he is fantastic.
that means that if part of retiring number 2 was highest drafted quarterback in the history of the program, he has to go before the 60th overall pick in the draft. Cordell Stewart in 1995,
Wow.
round 2, pick 28 of that second round, 60 overall is where Cordell Stewart went. That is the highest drafted quarterback in CU history. I think he goes before the 5th pick in the second round. But in order to get to number 60, we are looking at pick 28 and the Detroit Lions. There's no way he tumbles that far.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I am. Cleveland has too many selections. Vegas has a pick. Miami's got a pick.
For some reason,
Indianapolis has a pick. San Francisco has a pick. New Orleans has a pick. He's not getting past all of those selections, man. He's not.
What is the best case scenario for Shedeur in terms of team?
Vegas. 5 Vegas.
Amen.
That is
Amen.
the best possible position. He
I
has
think-
an
I think-
all-star running
I
back,
talked
an
about-
unbelievable tight end.
Yes.
He's got Tom Brady in the building with him now. He has Pete Carroll as a head coach. He can sit behind Geno Smith for at least a year. Vegas is the perfect situation for
And if you
him.
look at the history of Pete Carroll, he embodied and even embraced the magnitude of Hollywood being a part of the University of Southern California football program. He's okay with this, with the lights being very bright around him and his players. Think about Pete Carroll and some of the superstar players, big personalities that he had at the University of Southern California, and he made it work. He is that type of head coach that immediately commands respect from both Shedeur and from Coach Prime, because he is a great defensive-minded head coach that has achieved at a high level and has won a national championship in the college ranks and has won a Super Bowl in the pro ranks. I think the fit would be fantastic. And for whatever reason, it wouldn't feel like you were slighted in the first round, because guess who you got in the first round? I think a absolute no-brainer in the running back that you chose, and that's Ashton Jeanty. It's beast mode 2.0. It's Marshawn Lynch in Seattle playing for Pete Carroll 2.0. You got Geno Smith there already. I think that there would be a good vibe, good relationship between those two players. Shedeur wouldn't be thrust into having to start right away. I would love this pick for Shedeur. And frankly, Raj, I would hate this pick for the Denver Broncos, because I hated the pick for the Ashton Jeanty to play in that franchise for that head coach. And that's going to be a team that's going to be running the football and playing really good defense.
Speaking of picks that you hate for the Broncos in terms of opposition, how do you feel about Omarion Hampton to LA?
I think it was wild. Watching the Omarion Hampton draft reel of his highlights, it almost reminded me why I did not want the Broncos to select him at 20. I know that he had a high second round grade from most NFL draft boards. He looks a little stiff to me. He doesn't look overly dynamic. He's not crazy explosive. He just looks like a pretty darn good back.
He looks like I'm not saying they're the same players, but just from a feel standpoint, you know what he feels? He feels like Miles Sanders to me. Remember that? Remember the running back for Philadelphia all those years?
Yeah.
He just feels like that type of guy where you go, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like
good
I
player.
guess I like that guy.
Yeah, this is what I like. Omarion Hampton, I watched his film. Yeah, good player.
Right.
He's a
And
good player.
that's where the analysis stops. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, man. When I watch Quinshon Judkins, I look at, that has Isaiah Pacheco both.
All right, so pick 51 now. 19 in the second round is where the Broncos select. They are sandwiched right in between Seattle at 50 and 52.
Do you want running back or do you want tight end?
Running back.
Have to.
It has to be a running back. Running back in round 2, tight end in round 3. And
wide receiver in round 4. We got our guy named Torrey Horton down the road. If he slips all the way down there.
I could see defensive tackle in round 4 if there is value there. And then if Horton is somewhere you can trade back in. But I think it must be a running back at 51.
All right, so I want
Quinshon Judkins.
I want Judkins. So here's when people ask why Quinshon Judkins over Travion Henderson, in my eyes, man, I see some Isaiah Pacheco. It's like it is violent, it is explosive, and his film as a junior, or his second to last year, I can't keep track of anybody's college classes anymore with the portal. But his second to last year at Ole Miss was fantastic.
You know what I loved about the Athletics player list is when they get selected, they'll tell you now it's no longer just like junior or sophomore. They'll now have the year before and then the class after. So like next to Cam Ward's name is 5 SR. So you know he's a 5th-year senior, which tells you he's at least transferred once. We know that he's transferred twice in his career. So that helped me keep track of things last night.
Yeah, it's an interesting time to it is wild though that when I talked to Coach Kikowski of the University of Texas, and what a great interview. If you haven't had a chance to listen to it live, go back and find us on your podcast and or YouTube. You can rewind live YouTube back as you're watching it online.
You can catch it on the Altitude Daily podcast on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio later today too.
One of the things that we talked about is that 18 of the first 22 players did not transfer in this portal era. People respect and like players that see to what they started and they see to it through. So I think that's something that I really do like about what you got there with Baron.
News from Avs morning skate. This from Connor McGahey. Gabriel Landeskog putting on a Power Play 1 blue jersey at practice. The numbers on that Power Play 1 unit, number 29, Nathan McKinnon, number 62, Arturi Lehkonen, number 88, Marty Necas, and number 92, Gabriel Landeskog, with the Power Play quarterback in Cale Makar. So those are the numbers in blue at Power Play 1 at Avs practice today. Sorry, not morning skate. They don't play.
Jared Bednar, friend of the program. Listen to
friend of the program
a certain
after
Alex Ryanemi rant
be a
the
tough
other day.
one.
Did you get any texts? Did you have any vitriol come your way? Because you were hot. You were Tyler Polumbus levels of hot if you listened to the program last night.
Maybe I'll avoid the gaze of Coach Bednar for a few days. Let that one simmer for a bit.
I saw Coach Bednar last night was at the Make-A-Wish Foundation charity event, which is awesome. To find time to do something like that in the middle of a playoff run, I think is fantastic.
Head on down to Tony Tenderoni's on 19th and Market tomorrow for a Nuggets Game 4 viewing party hosted by our very own DMac. We're going to have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3 p.m. and you can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed Nuggets photos. They'll have a $5 Michelob Ultra pint special for this and every playoff game. Again, tomorrow we will see you at Tony Tenderoni's on 19th and Market. Stay tuned. On the other side of this break, your next keyword to text in and win Avs versus Stars tickets for tomorrow night's Game 4 at Ball Arena. Your keyword is next.
Hey, Colorado, you think that the ski season, snowboarding season is over? Well, I got news for you. I'm looking right now at my app that tells me about the snow forecast coming up, and I see 6 inches of fresh powder between this weekend and early next week into the following weekend, and that times up perfectly for you to get your 2025-2026 ski season pass at Loveland Ski Area at lovelandskiarea.com. If you get that pass right now, you will ski free for the remaining 15 days of the ski season because May 11th, the ski season is over. So you finish this thing with a bang. You got a couple really good days to get back up there with some temperatures that are in the 40s. It's an awesome time to go up to Loveland Ski Area. So make sure you get that pass at skiloveland.com.
Before we get into NFL notes and go over our first annual morning sprint mock draft, which, if we're looking at percentages, Coach,
drizzling doo-doos for the old coacher over here.
We're getting sent down to AA pretty quick if we're going on percentages.
There's a reason I have never done a mock draft in my life, and proof's in the pudding on how it'll turned out for your boy.
All of us here at Altitude Sports Radio want to put you inside Ball Arena for Game 4 of the Stars and Avs tomorrow. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well, all available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them, however, we have you covered all day long on the 20s keywords for every single show. You can win a pair of tickets all day on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Just text the keyword different. That is different, like a different look on Power Play 1 or built different.
As in having big guys down the middle of the ice, of which you should be using more, right, Alex?
Maybe a different result than Games 2 and Game 3 if you do different things with the lineup.
Maybe a different outcome than what we've seen from the Rockies, the Nuggets, and the Avs over the course of the last 4 days.
With your first and last name, again, to 303-504-0925. That's the keyword different with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will announce our winner at 11:50. Good luck and go Avs.
Keeping the different theme going, do you know what happened yesterday with the Colorado Rockies?
Coach, I got to be honest. No.
Okay.
I didn't pay attention to the Rockies yesterday.
I have some massive news.
Watching basketball
out
and
of
the
Blake
NFL
Street.
draft.
You realize how significant this is? Talk about different. Something that's never happened in the history of Colorado sports. There's a team that now has officially become Colorado's homegrown team because the Colorado Rockies were swept and lost a doubleheader yesterday. And you know what their record fell to? 4-20. And you want to know something about that? Not only
nice
are they playing with the general malaise of a team that is 4-20, they're projected right now to finish the season at 32-130.
Oh, man.
Go Rocks.
And talk about first overall draft picks, baby. Mock drafts for the MLB. Can we do that next?
Might start doing. Well, tank for some random kid out of Georgia.
We did in the NFL mock draft yesterday. KJ, it's time for your NFL notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes, and they are all draft-related. KJ, take it away.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB out of Texas, #Hook'em. He was the 2024 Thorpe Award winner, which is the best DB in college football. In 2024, he had 67 total tackles, 5 interceptions, and 11 PBUs. Here is Jahdae on joining the Broncos secondary with PS2 and company.
Yeah, you mentioned Surtain, and when your name popped up, I was like, uh-oh, this secondary is about to be crazy.
It's loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's loaded. I mean, I'm excited to be able to play with a great defense. They were already great. Mm-hmm. It's my job, to find my role and to own my role and to master my craft just like they master their craft and add value, Mm-hmm. So I told the coaches it was an investment. It was an investment getting me, and they're going to get everything they got out of me. And I'm going to make sure I bring it every single day for them. I'm representing the Jim Thorpe Committee, representing Texas, representing my mother, representing my family. So I'm just ready to dominate.
Your no-fly zone defense back in 2015. Again, the no-fly zone. Aqib Talib.
Pretty good.
Chris Harris Jr.
Really good.
Bradley Roby.
Okay.
TJ Ward. Pretty good.
University of Oregon. Good duck.
David Bruton.
He was a domer, wasn't he?
Bruton?
Thought so. Maybe wrong.
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
He was a Notre Dame guy.
This year, the Broncos will have on their defense, and just in terms of their secondary, Pat Surtain II.
He was a domer.
Okay, domer. Pat Surtain II, pretty good. best defensive player in the world, Riley Moss, Talanoa Hufanga, Brandon Jones, and Jahdae Barron.
You said it wrong again, dude.
No, that's how Coach Payne said it.
Jahdae.
He said Jahdae. Oh, did I go Jahdae?
Yeah, you're
Jahdae.
Your mind is on a clean backside in bidets. You're rhyming it with bidets. That's
I
why.
don't know how
that's
you
why
guys
I
go
have,
to the restroom without using a bidet.
That's why I have been going over the top with 1980s, 1990s pop star Jahdae.
Jahdae.
That is how you need to think about his first name.
But I think it's Jahdae.
Yeah, he had it wrong.
Jahdae. You keep saying Jahdae. You're terrible, man.
But I think it's
Jahdae. What am I doing, man? What am I listening to? You know what? You know what's wild?
Semantics.
Want to know what's wild? So before we were able to fully confirm last night on our draft show that Jahdae Barron was the pick, guess who had tweeted out? Hook 'em horns. Brandon Jones, safety for the Denver Broncos.
Love that.
He is an alum of the University of Texas secondary. You want to know who else is alum of the University of Texas secondary? PJ Locke. You have 3 Longhorns in your secondary, and I love it that you have added pieces from defenses that have been very good. Think about PS2, Alabama defense, dialed in. Riley Moss, Iowa's defense, carries that team to 10 wins annually with the worst offense you could ever imagine. You have drafted really good players, really physical players that can do multiple things, and I was upset last night because I was looking for the offensive player for Bo Nix. The Broncos clearly stated that they don't believe that there was a wide receiver or running back that was worthy from a value perspective at pick 20.
Can this defense be better than the no-fly zone? Can this secondary be better than the no-fly zone? Now, the defense as a whole, I don't think can, because if you look at the front, it's Brandon Marshall, Von Miller, Danny Trevathan, Malik Jackson, Sly Williams, Derek Wolfe. Like, you don't have that. You have a nice, crop of young pass rushers here, but there's no Von Miller there. But the secondary, can it be better? Is it better?
Yes, I think it can be. I think it's longer. I think it's more athletic. But I don't want to compare the two because the no-fly zone won a Super Bowl. Am I right in saying that?
It sure did.
Do we need to glaze this crew prior to a Super Bowl? Not necessarily. They just need to be the best version of themselves. And why even pit a very proud tradition here in Denver against the current group? But this is a really, really deep and talented bunch. And I think they're going to have a lot of fun playing together. I like the fact that Vance Joseph also had an intimate connection.
Darian Stewart, too. I miss Darian Stewart. Jesus.
He had an intimate connection to Kerry Joseph of the same last name, who is a senior defensive assistant with the University of Texas Longhorns, and that is, I believe, Vance Joseph's cousin. So there is a connection that he knows the type of player that he was getting.
I just learned something about the Rockies. You said they're projected to finish 32 and 130. Did you know that they can't pick higher than 10 this year?
So good.
Because they've been so bad for so long.
Show me
MLB's
something more rocky than that.
anti-tanking rules. Oh, what a joke. KJ, what's next?
But I think it's Jahdae.
Let's talk about a team that's actually going somewhere. George Payton spoke to the media after drafting cornerback Jahdae Barron last night. He was asked that he considered taking a running back at 20th overall. And again, he continues to side with the morning sprint.
Yeah, there was a runner that we considered in that range. I think that was more of a trade back scenario. We had some opportunities, to trade back, but we feel good, moving forward with, like we've said throughout the process. There's a lot of runners in this draft, and it's you never know, but we feel pretty good we'll get a runner in this draft. There's a lot of them. And if there's not, that we'll sign one after the draft. We'll sign a free, It's there's a lot of good players left in the draft, and we feel good with where we're at. A lot of offensive players, a lot of weapons left, and so we got a weapon on defense in the first round.
Got a weapon on defense, possibly even a joker on defense. I'm actually okay with calling Jahdae Barron a joker because it sounds better on the defensive side of the ball. Guy's played safety, inside linebacker, nickel, outside corner. He's done it all.
Joker?
He is.
The Loch Ness Monster.
I couldn't help
He is
myself.
a joker.
A joker. So stupid.
When George Payton was talking about the runner that they had slotted potentially at pick 20, but thought about it more as a trade back scenario, that meant one of two things to me, Raj. One of two things. And this is going to be really important as the draft kicks off tonight, roughly at 5 o'clock Mountain Time. Was he talking about Omarion Hampton and in doing so, throwing a little bit of shade at the Los Angeles Superchargers? Or was he talking about Travion Henderson, a pick that I think the Broncos have been linked a lot more to recently? And if that is the case, do the Broncos move up closer to the beginning of the second round to go out and get their player that they have slotted at the top of the second round in Travion Henderson, running back out of the Ohio State University?
Best backs still available out of Ohio State, Travion Henderson. Out of Ohio State, Quinshawn Judkins, who Coach and I are in love with.
Let him fall to you.
Out of Iowa, Caleb Johnson. Arizona State's Cam Skattebo.
Ooh, DMac. DMac would be fired up. I just got to go back to a moment when DMac was saying that Cam Skattebo's as good, if not better, than Ashton Genty. Yeah, not good.
Did we get a draftgasm last night?
Nothing.
From DMac? No?
A fairly subdued Darren last night.
Okay.
That was a fairly subdued.
But we did get a draftgasm out of you, Coach.
Did I really?
Dude, yes. The Chicago Bears. Remember when they took Colston Loveland?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you gave me I forgot to grab it earlier, but you gave me oh, my God. You was like, because you was just shocked that they took, Loveland over Tyler Warren.
Best remaining tight ends, right? As we're looking at second and third, those are our hopes, right?
Mason
and who
Taylor.
knows, maybe the Broncos are still going to select based off of value.
I think they might, Raj.
If the first round tells you what they're going to do this year, they're picking best player available on the board. Now, you and I are looking at what we want. We want a running back and a tight end
It's all about what a girl wants, what a girl needs. And right now, you and I need tight ends and running backs, baby.
Best tight ends available going into round number 2. Elijah Arroyo of Miami.
Wrong
Mason
answer.
Taylor, Louisiana State.
Love you, Mason.
Friend of the program.
Yeah.
Terrence Ferguson,
Come on, T-Ferg.
Oregon.
I got a little intel that Bo Nix would love to have T-Ferg here in the Mile High City.
We had defensive coordinator from Texas, Pete Kitkowski, on earlier to talk about Jahdae Barron.
But also
Gunnar Helm.
The Helmster.
Out of Texas, the tight end, 4th ranked.
What high school did you go to, Raj?
Where did Helm go?
It's a name.
Cherry Creek?
I was going to say it's a name that we shall never mention here.
We're not allowed to do it on our show.
I'll say it because they're the champs. Cherry Creek.
Ferguson Heritage, Helm, Cherry Creek, and then your 5th best tight end available, Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green, who you've been intrigued by for many months, but not
Harold
as a
Fannin,
second or a third rounder.
Third rounder, I could get down with that.
Okay.
And the reason why I think Sean Payton might be a little bit inclined to draft him is because of the run after catch ability that rivals, not the level of it, but it's in the conversation of what Brock Bowers does as a guy that catches short balls and turns them into explosive gains. Whoa. Pause.
Make short balls into long balls.
I heard, there was balls and explosive, and it got a little sideways.
KJ.
Football.
But I think it's Jahdae.
I love those balls.
I love those balls, too.
Yes, sir.
What was that from?
I went through a phase when I was just kind of starting on the radio where I really leaned into balls.
You were just trying to get me fired?
No,
Who's this guy that I have to do a show with?
I was trying to figure out if being a child would keep me on the air or not.
No, it has.
You've done a great job thus far, Coach. So before we head up to Boulder, there were a lot of storylines that came out of last night's draft, and I listed here about 8 to 10 other storylines that would not be quote-unquote important here in Denver. But what caught you guys' eye from the NFL draft, things that happened, guys that traded back in, et cetera? What caught your eye?
The number one thing that we haven't even mentioned yet on this program is when Tyler Warren was still on the board at pick 13. Man, I'd say my heart rate was above 150 because I was ready to go get the ultimate jack of all trades, Swiss Army knife player in this draft on the offensive side of the football. I just could imagine what Sean Payton was going to cook up with regards to utilizing him in so many different spots. I don't know if we got the information yet, if that was even a possibility that the Broncos were going to have that conversation with the Miami Dolphins at pick 13. I just knew that the Indianapolis Colts were going to take Tyler Warren at pick 14, and I thought it was worth moving up to. But we don't know what the value was going to be offered, and we don't know even if there was agreeable conditions for the Dolphins to move out of pick 13.
Tet McMillan shocked me at 8.
He didn't me, and that's why I kept saying the entire time. People were like, if Tet McMillan had dropped to you at 20, I do believe that you would have had incredible value and a player that has the size and speed ratio that Sean Payton loves cooking with. He's Raji's at first. He's a top 10 talent. There's no doubt about it.
What was your pick of the first round? All things encompassed, not just like the
good
best
pick or wild pick?
No, good pick. What was your best overall pick of the round? And you can weight certain things the way that you want to. So like if you got a really good player at pick, 24 or 25, like if you're in love with the Jackson Dart trade up, that could be your
That's the wildest pick.
Hate it.
You know what else was a wild pick? Did you see what the Atlanta Falcons did to get this Pierce, this defensive end from the University of Tennessee? They traded away a future first to get into the back 10 of the first round. What are you doing? And there was actually some thought on ESPN last night that they were potentially going to trade back in to get Shadur Sanders while they have Michael Penix Jr. they just drafted, and I think they're allegedly holding on to Kirk Cousins is what I've heard. Back to what my favorite pick was. I actually really started to fall in love with Emeka Egbuka at the very end of this draft class, and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think it's one of those where the rich got a little bit richer. They've got their quarterback situation figured out. They've got a true leader. And now you have, Mike Evans. You got last year's draft from the University of Washington in Jalen McMillan. Like you got some really good receivers.
One of my favorite picks, Matthew Golden at 23 to Green Bay.
I like it too.
I love that pick for Jordan Love.
And it is what the Packers refused to do for Aaron Love.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Love, jeez. Man, I did really have a draftgasm.
That's Aaron Rodgers if he decides to have his marital affairs on tape. If he decides to get an OnlyFans, Aaron Love.
We'll leave that for old Unc. Shannon. It's going well.
It's an ugly story over there.
Yeah, it's not good. Screwed. It's not good.
NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major line or appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You still have one more minute to text in your final keyword of the morning sprint, and that is different to 303-504-0925. Different with your first and last name. We're giving away tickets to Avs and Stars in 10 minutes. We're going to pop some tops in a couple of minutes here, let you guys know what we are watching on a playoff-packed weekend. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, on the morning sprint. Special thanks to Pete Kitkowski, defensive coordinator of the Texas Longhorns, for joining us earlier today. We talked about the Nuggets collapse last night, and you kind of knew that thing was toast halfway through the third quarter. I felt it about 10 minutes into the second quarter that they didn't quite have it. Talked about that collapse with Christopher Dempsey. The one thing that I wish would have happened last night, I wish David Adelman would have sat down his starters way earlier. Like 37 minutes in a 34-point blowout is too many minutes for Nikola Jokic.
I don't know if it necessarily acquits you well in a team that already is dealing with some very clear injury problems with Aaron Gordon not looking like Aaron Gordon. If we see another missed dunk, it just has to be reassurance to us that calf is not right, right? I mean, when things are not right, things that are typically routine plays just don't go down. Russell Westbrook gets hurt in pregame warmups, and then Michael Porter Jr. says that he's playing at 20%, and he already had some issues with breaking in that drop foot apparatus to help him be able to function as an athlete. It's not good, Raj, and right now it doesn't feel like there's hope. I don't feel hope right now. And I am, you know me, man, I am a big-time optimist. I love a good pep talk. Hell, I coach the CU Buffs in the 1-11 year every week, man. We're going to go beat the Oregon Ducks in Bone. We're going to go eat Michael Penix Jr. You can't see us, man. We're different. It's tough to get yourself up week after week, and right now it just feels like game after game. The Nuggets just feel like they're on borrowed time, man.
Shadur Sanders slips all the way out of the first round. You and I have talked about this, today. I think he's going within the first 5 picks of the second round. You go not so fast, my friend, Lee Corso style.
R.I.P. Not he's alive.
I was going to say, would you just kill Lee Corso on the show?
College Game Day killed him. They finally took him out back, and old Yeller has had its run.
Coach is trying to.
Well, you got to be
trying to kill Coach. It's Coach's
sometimes,
side.
like to do media stuff. I mean, you and I have times where we don't spit it out all the time very cleanly. He couldn't spit anything out, so it's old Bessie's out back now.
My question to you, and this has been the curate your son's development because you have the tools at your fingertips to do so.
You have the cachet.
You have the cash as well to do so.
Cachet and cash.
And that's what the Shedeur and Dion experience has been since, Pop Warner football, essentially. And they've been tremendously successful at it. How much does Shedeur slipping to the second round hurt the Colorado Buffaloes and hurt the ability to get big-time recruit? Big-time, not only just like high school to college star recruit, but the guy that goes to CU and is like, I'm going to CU in order to be a first-round draft pick. How much does that hurt you?
I think losing Travis Hunter and Shadur Sanders in the same year.
No. I don't care about.
I think that hurts you way more than Shadur Sanders not being a first-round draft pick.
I don't care about next year's team. Not in this question. Next year's team, we know for the Buffs is going to take a step back. How much does it hurt you moving forward and able to get those types of players again?
I think it's an outlier.
When you put Shedeur up on a pedestal, and obviously Travis being the number 2 overall pick, and Jacksonville trading up for him.
I think it's an outlier because I still think that recruiting's about brand, and Coach Prime's brand is still as strong as it was before yesterday.
That brand didn't help Shadur Sanders go in the first round. And honestly, it may have been the reason why he fell out of the first round.
Okay, that's fine. But this is the National Football League, and all of them, all 32 teams, are running a business. Period, point blank. They don't care about your brand. They care about your film, and they care about the off-the-field questions. And I believe that the NFL spoke, and they did not want, at least first round-wise, they did not want to accept all of, quote, it. And it is a lot as it relates to Shadur Sanders, Coach Prime, and everything that goes with it. I still do believe there are teams and head coaches and organizations that still can say, I want it, but it's going to be a little bit different because you fell down the draft board to us.
Now, does it go away when dad and son aren't connected? Because it in quote marks, all of the hoopla around Dion Sanders.
Yeah, and honestly, how do we define it? Because I hate talking in hypotheticals here. It is a potential comment that's made at a press conference by Coach Prime.
Right.
It is YouTube cameras following Shedeur around in a facility. Like, are you going to stop that right off the bat?
Because all of that concern happens with Shedeur and Dion. It's not there with Dion and Travis Hunter.
No. And I think we saw something last night. The location of Travis Hunter maybe told you something. Where was he?
He was in the green room at the draft.
He was not where?
He was not with his family or at the Sanders compound.
I think his dad did make it, right? That's what I heard, up to Green Bay.
I didn't pay attention to that part of the
I did see
the storyline.
If you want a wild laugh, there was a reaction video to him being selected first or second overall in the trade in Jacksonville. His girlfriend, the one that didn't get too fired up, wasn't smiling at the Heisman Trophy. She was on better behavior. She was smiling.
She got the media training.
Yeah, she remember she was giving that who was the gymnast that always
Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens. When Skeens won Rookie of the Year.
No, the gymnast Kayla Maroney. Remember Kayla Maroney was always
unimpressed Michaela?
She was unimpressed Kayla. Yep. Hands crossed, like, what's this all about? I think
But she was Paul Skeens when Skeens won Rookie of the Year, and Livy Dunn was like, yay! Right next to him, Skeens just staring daggers, looking into the abyss.
When we talk about what's going to happen with it, the further he falls and the stronger the personality and credibility of the head coach and organization that selects him, the less there will be tolerated of quote unquote it. And I go back to the four teams, the four head coaches that I think will be most likely to take on the challenge, but also I think the hidden blessing of drafting Shadur Sanders because of the on-field talent, the film that you saw. The four teams are Pete Carroll and the Las Vegas Raiders. That guy's dealt with superstars his entire career at the college and NFL level. Dealt with Richard Sherman, Marshawn Lynch, Russell Wilson. He's the best guy to handle that. The only guy that's handled that well.
Reggie Bush,
Matt Leinart. There's a lot. And he was they were all living that LA lifestyle. They were LA's team when the Lakers were down. That was the squad.
Did he have Mike Williams?
Yeah.
Was he still there?
Yeah, I think so. It was a different, yeah. Not the one that's playing right now, right?
No.
Yeah, he had that Mike Williams.
That one.
He was humongous, super freak.
Yes.
Yes, he had Mike Williams. I think it's going to be Sean McVay with the Los Angeles Rams, possibly. And I think it's going to be Kyle Shanahan, the 49ers, and Miami Dolphins, and Mike McDaniel. And the reason for those, 3 of the 4 are major media market teams, and 4 are guys that have a lot of confidence and belief in themselves as the smartest guy in every room.
The 557 Shiloh gets drafted ahead of Shedeur. All right, it's Friday. It's time to pop some tops, Coach. And we are popping some tops thanks to Stacy. I'm not actually going to pop a top because I need these to be cold.
I want to maintain employment at both of my
instead
tops.
of popping tops, we will
display tops.
We will display tops and clink glasses.
Hold on. Do that again.
That's still a good sound.
Pretty good.
I'm pretty happy
All
with
right,
that.
I'm popping the top right now to what's happening tonight on TV. We got no Nuggets, no Avalanche. It's not a contest, but I think this might be the most interesting day 2 in the history of the National Football League draft, baby. I can't wait to see, what happens with Shadur Sanders, and I am rooting for the young man to find a great spot. And I'm also rooting hard for the Denver Broncos to address some needs that give young Bo Nix, not so young, all the opportunities. So I'm popping the top to the Denver Broncos and Shadur Sanders having a heck of a day 2.
I'm popping my tops to 2 hockey games tonight. The Capitals and Canadiens in Montreal, one of the best playoff atmospheres in the world. I'm also popping a top to the Kings and the Oilers tonight. Both of those series 2-0. LA leads Edmonton 2-0. Washington leads Montreal 2-0. Up there in Canada, man, you got to win from the home crowd. I've got the Canadiens and the Oilers on the money line tonight.
Oilers
I think they win both these things.
They make a change in net?
They made a change in net. Skinner's out after letting up, 12 goals in 2 games. That's not very good.
Sounds a little $5-a-buck-ish.
So, To all of you, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Go Avs, go Nuggets. Congratulations to Devin Bassett, who wins a pair of tickets to go see the Avs take on the Stars tomorrow. Go hang out at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow as well for a Nuggets watch party. Cheers. We'll talk to you on Monday at 10 a.m.
It's a good
Jahdae.
question because the first thing we asked with a complicated name before we call him is, how do we pronounce his name? And I might as well, I said, hello, JB.
Yeah.
All right. but I think it's Jahdae.
Jahdae.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Jahdae Barron.
Oh, the linebacker?
Quarterback
Jahdae Barron out of Texas.
They took a quarter. They took a quarter.
Or Jahdae. Is it Jahdae? Sorry.
They took a freaking quarter.
No, I got the name texted to me,
Hold
but I
on.
was only given the last name, and I have not had that guy on my radar at all.
What happened to our Riley Moss love?
And with that, we start the show. Scott Hastings in L.A. We'll get to the Nuggets. That was a game. In just a second, Scott, it's great to see you. Tyler, Polumbus, it's DMac. But we have asked Coach Sanford just to stick around for a little bit. Let me just say hi to Scott and bring him in. Scotty, good to see you, my friend. How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right. Let's get Scott's feedback first.
Hey, I had a great line last night before you go to Sanford.
Yep, go ahead.
Marlo, late in that game that was a blowout, goes, what do you think? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, at least they're not having as bad a day as Shadur Sanders.
Yep.
Well, there's that. All right, fellas. We were together last night when it all happened. You've had, a few hours to think about it. Coach, where are you at?
Well, fortunate enough to reach into the old archives of contacts from my cell phone and reached out to a former Boise State coach, Pete Kikowski, who is the defensive coordinator for the last several years at the University of Texas. Had him on the program earlier on the morning sprint. And it added up. It all added up. Because we even talked ourselves into it a little bit last night as we reeled from the shock of the pick. We said, Sean Payton went out and actually did get his joker, but he got his joker on the defensive side of the ball. And talking to Pete Kikowski, the role in that defense at Texas that Jahdae, make sure it's Jahdae Barron, the role that he played was called the star position, which can play inside linebacker, nickel, safety, and outside corner. So he has played everywhere on a defense in terms of fitting the run game as a blitzer, coming off the edge, interior blitz, and he's also played on the outside. I actually think that this pick has more to do with not wanting to re-sign Jaquan McMillan after the season and have a cost-controlled nickel that is an elite player.
Tyler?
I haven't changed my mind. I don't love it. I don't love it at all. And listen, I always have to qualify this because people are going to freak out. They'll be like, oh, you don't think he's a good football player? No, he's a good football. Yeah, he's a great football player. Jahdae, the dude can ball. He is a good football player. Jeff Legwold had him as a top 10. I get it. You got great value. We didn't need it. We just did not need it. And we did need other positions. We needed a wide receiver. We needed a tight end. We needed a running back. We needed a defensive tackle. Like, all these positions are positions of significant need on this football team, and this is an absolute luxury pick. So, okay, cool. Are you telling me we're ready to compete for a Super Bowl right now? If we are, then this makes sense. Then you go truly best player available. I do not believe we're ready to compete for a Super Bowl right now. I do believe we need some additions, specifically on the offensive side of the ball. I also believe full-heartedly, the Denver Broncos already had one of the best secondaries in the NFL. So, cool. You got a great football player. I have no doubt that your buddy loves the guy. I have no doubt that he's versatile. I have no doubt he could do all these things. It's just not what the Broncos needed.
Scott, it's hard to sometimes separate the pick from the player.
Yeah, from everything I'd read, it's funny. I read something about the kid. I had some spare time last night.
Sure, fourth quarter.
Yeah, a lot of timeouts and a little spare time.
Should have gone running clock, I guess.
The one guy I read had him the 11th best player that the guy had scouted in the draft, period. Pure talent, forget positions, just 11th best player. I talked to Andy, and Andy had said Legwall actually had him at 8th, the 8th best player in the draft. So it's not a sexy pick. You know, I think these drafts turn out like that sometimes when we hype them too much, especially when you're in your 20s. But I would say this, when you're in your 20s, or 20 to pick, where everybody has said, and Coach, you know this too, everybody has said that the first-round grades were somewhere between 13 and 15 as far as how many true first-round grades these guys had. You got a legitimate first-round grade cornerback at the 20th pick. So from that standpoint, I think it's probably pretty awesome and job well done.
The Broncos blew it. And they blew it because they weren't aggressive where I think they should have been aggressive. And I found out Tyler. They were all about Colson Loveland. They were not about Tyler Warren, as it turns out. Mm-hmm. So, okay, you weren't going to jump to 10, but you could have got to 13, I think. You'd have to be aggressive. They also tried to move back. This wasn't like, oh, Barron's there, pick is in. That time when tickety-tick off the clock. They were trying to make moves, but they didn't judge it the right way. So they couldn't move back. They went BPA. They went auto draft.
Yep.
It's pretty simple. They went with the player who fell. Shane Ray fell. They took him. Bradley Roby fell. They took him. Bradley Chubb fell. They took him. Listen, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you just blew the draft a little bit because whatever you really wanted to do, you couldn't pull off. You couldn't figure out how to. What's that?
Two of the three guys you just mentioned won a Super Bowl.
That's right. It's not the worst thing in the world, and you got to separate the player from the pick and the draft pick. It's not about the player. The player looks phenomenal. He looks unbelievable. But like Tyler very well put, we're talking about a slot corner where we kind of had it covered already.
Well, let's be clear. He's not going to be a slot corner. He'll be the starting outside corner.
I disagree wholeheartedly.
That's fine. But
I got the scouting report from where he played in that defense and where he's being brought in. And the scouting report is he is a nickel.
Okay,
why not? Why does it make less sense?
It makes even less sense.
Jaquan McMillan is going to command top 3 nickel money in the market.
Okay,
it makes a ton of sense.
If you're telling me you were drafting him to replace Riley Moss, I'd buy it. I'm not drafting a starting nickel in the first round. I'm not doing it.
No,
I'm not doing that.
We all agree.
So fine, if you're going to try to convince me he's here to replace Riley Moss because Riley Moss sucks, which is not true, okay, I can make sense out of it, but I'm not drafted a starting nickel in the first round. That's why I say he should play on the outside because of the value of the position.
I was told today it's about McMillan, not Riley Moss.
Okay, well, that makes no sense. It doesn't.
Right.
I mean,
it's the modern NFL, though, guys. This is not the NFL of 20 years ago. Everybody plays in 11 or 10 personnel.
I got it.
Therefore, the nickel is in a vital position.
No doubt
he is
about
the Brian Urlacher of the defense.
How many games did the Broncos or the NFL average of your starting defense is basically the nickel package?
Right, 80 to 90%.
A lot, yeah. So, to the degree where it should be considered a starter.
It's just not a first-round value. As simple as that.
I can see that.
It started nickel. I got it. You play more nickel. I got it. It's not first-round value. A couple other things. Best player available. Okay, so everybody's hung up on this BPA thing. Fundamental difference of opinion here, I guess, for me. And I believe that 9 out of 10 teams in the NFL agree with me on this. Best player available only comes into effect rounds 3 through 7. 1 and 2 is always best player available at a position of need.
I agree.
Okay, so you pick 3 or 4 positions, and then you take the best player available at one of those positions. So I got it. Best player available, auto draft. I could do that also.
You're good. That's right.
It's not that difficult. He's a top 10 talent.
Anybody can do it.
It's not a position of need on this football team.
Did we get an AI draft pick last
Yes.
night? Was it the Bobot?
We basically did, but this is not the first time the Broncos have done that.
Let me say one other thing, because everybody's like, oh, Tyler, did you forget what happened at the end of the season? Did you forget the way Jerry Jeudy toasted us? Did you forget what happened with our secondary? No, I did not forget. Riley Moss was hurt. I understand. I get it. And guess what? If you're telling me we're going to get depth for Riley Moss, cool. I can get that in rounds 3 through 7. I can find a better backup for Riley Moss. But stop coming at me with this nonsense like our secondary ain't elite. We've got an elite secondary, and a dude got hurt and we got exposed while he was hurt. You don't draft depth in the first round.
Let me give you a couple other things that I believe after doing some digging. The Hampton to them is just Audric Estime part 2. And
I saw the same thing.
Yeah, and they're just not into it. Golden's interesting. Didn't get a real great vibe on why they didn't go with Matthew Golden. I mean,
he's slight. He's slight.
He's a 4.29.
He's slight.
Okay, but
and that matters in the type of offensive system that you run. If this was a old school Don Coryell triple-digit system where you're just throwing it over the brick wall as much as you can, yeah, I think you go Matthew Golden. But this is a dink and dunk, big bodies, and he doesn't fit the prototype.
The Broncos sort of got themselves in a little bit of purgatory. There's a clump of players that they did talk about last night that are behind this value at 20 that they didn't want to reach for. And then they couldn't move up either. So they just got kind of stuck. And then you get this great young man who hopefully will be a tremendous player because they really couldn't move one way or the other, even though they tried to go in both directions.
I love having the conversation here because I was all in last night, Tyler, 100%. I've talked myself into being excited about Jahdae Barron. Certainly, I'll admit that. And part of it is doing some forensic work to find out who the heck is this guy that we knew nothing about last night, which is true.
Well, here's how Scott Tyler coached. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being out there tomorrow. Hopefully you can join us. Okay, this weekend, dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction. That's not good. That's not what you want. It's almost a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you don't want a good outcome. You want a great outcome with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. They work where the pills or herbals fail with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're there for you, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you are in this situation, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the answer. Schedule a consult. The visit's only $99. You get the consult, the T and a PSA test, advise a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. We want to put you at Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow. Big-time double dipperoo. Both teams down 2-1. The Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day, and there are standing room only tickets as well. Boy, my voice from last night. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I was feeling
sorry.
this morning
I'll get
too.
some water. All available at ColoradoAvalanche.com. If you want to win them, we got you covered. Text the keyword Lord. Like, Lord, what were the Nuggets doing last night? Along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. Keyword is Lord. Your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 250. Lord. There you go. And you're entered. Good luck and go Avs. Scott, I'm sure you missed it as you were doing the Nuggets game, as we were watching too, but here is here is the Tyler rant from last night when the pick was made.
What? Last name Baron.
God bless him.
Andy, what are you doing? I don't even know who it is.
Holy cow.
Jahdae Barron.
Oh, the linebacker? Quarterback
Jahdae Barron out of Texas.
They took a quarter. They took a quarter.
Or Jahdae. Is it Jahdae? Sorry.
They took a freaking quarter.
No, I got the name texted to me,
Hold
but I
on.
was only given
Hold
the
on.
last name.
Hold on.
That guy on my radar at all.
What happened to our Riley Moss love?
Oh, we got the TV back on.
Jahdae Barron is going to be their pick.
And Brandon Jones, starting safety, just tweeted out that we are now the Denver Longhorns. So it is confirmed.
I thought Riley Moss was going to be like number one corner on some team. What is happening?
Wow.
I mean, we literally found like the one thing that I could not have predicted, nor do I like.
Yeah, I got to tell you, corner was.
Wow.
What are we doing? What just
how's
happened?
That linebacker sound to you now?
I'll take a linebacker. Give me an offensive lineman.
I thought it was
Give
Jihad.
me Walter Nolan. Give me a defensive tackle.
I thought it was Jihad Campbell.
Campbell was supposed to go to Tampa Bay.
Well, we have the first shocking moment of the draft.
There was a Bo Nix.
Look, man, this could be one of those moments. Let's
go to the podium and hear Roger Goodell. Or not. Oh, we had more. There was more. Is that where it ended there, Dan? Anyways, Tyler went on and on and on and on. Do you still feel the same way?
You guys must have spiked the hell out of the ratings with that moment right there.
We killed 9:50 a.m. No doubt about it. Yeah, it's probably the best ratings 9:50 a.m. ever had.
I don't see the only hard part with it, and people will never be able to understand this concept of you're not hating on the player, you're not hating on the dude.
It's hard to separate it.
He's a Jim Thorpe Award winner.
People struggle with it.
He stole it from Travis Hunter, right? Great football player. It does not. I just can't find a world in which it makes sense. So somebody wanted to make sense out of drafting and look, when I said to Mike Sanford, well, he's got to take Riley Moss's spot, right? Because that's the only thing that makes sense to me. And he's like, no, this dude's a nickel. Okay. In my opinion, that makes it even worse because I could justify the value of a starting corner, a starting nickel. That just gets worse and worse and worse for me. I don't get it, man. There was one of four positions you could have taken. You could have made sense out of running back, tight end, wide receiver, defensive tackle. This is not a world that makes sense to me.
Okay. Well, here we are. And we're in this world.
So, real fast.
Yes, Scott.
Again, I reiterate why I'm never so fired up as you two for mock drafts.
No fun.
For this reason right here. Two, I've been listening the last 2 weeks. Oh, they're going to be great. They're going to kill the draft. And now all of a sudden I hear this hate from you two after just weeks of
months
heaping praise.
Months.
I wouldn't have cared, and I don't care that it's Jahdae. Which makes me think I had a buddy of mine met a guy the other day named Jathan.
Mm-hmm.
And, not Jason or Nathan, but Jathan.
Yeah, stupid name.
And so he said, I always say the name a couple times. I remember I said, hey, Jathan, how you doing? Jathan, it's nice to meet you. Jathan, that's an interesting name. And the guy he kind of looked at my buddy and looked at him and said, are you serious?
I don't have a rim shot, so that's the best I could do. If I had a rim shot, I would have hit it. I could see it coming a mile down the road. But the best I can do is.
I think it's explain it to Tyler during the timeout. I have no problem with the pick. It's at your 20th. You probably got the best guy left on the board, athletically and everything else. I do think the NFL has changed and everybody is aerial attacks. And I think nowadays NFL defenses start three corners, so you've got your third starting corner. And if Riley Moss is injured, can go out. You got a guy that's more qualified that can go out and play outside if he needs to. What was the guy you mentioned a while ago that played in the slot when they won the Super Bowl 15?
Bradley Roby.
Bradley Roby.
Yeah.
And he filled in, when guys were hurt. Harris was hurt for a little bit. He
Sure.
slid back over to the main thing. So you've added depth, quality depth. We saw when Moss got hurt last year, there was no quality depth. So maybe you've added a little quality depth there, and a guy that's probably – it'd be interesting to see. Sanford just said that he thinks the team's probably starting nickel 80% of the time.
Okay. Hey, man, listen, if they're closer to winning the Super Bowl, like Tyler pointed out, awesome.
Right.
If that's the case, great.
Your argument should be, and this is what I've said about drafts for a million years. All of us, when we've done draft shows, and I've done 1,000 draft shows, you want sexy. And getting a guy that was never on your board, that you never even thought about, from a position you weren't sure that you needed in yourself. I got to believe internally, everybody at Dove Valley thought they needed one internally. It doesn't become sexy.
Can I tell you?
Everybody who does draft shows wants sexy.
Can I tell you this,
Bo Nix, whether we liked him or not last year, DMac, and we saw your orgasm, was a sexy pick.
Well, it was everything.
Sexy.
It was a position of need. It was a sexy pick. It was well overdue. Should have happened a long time ago. It was everything.
I don't know what would have been overly sexy about anybody that would have taken, though, this year. This year. So people ask, who would you have taken? What would you have done? Well, there's Omarion Hampton, there's Luther Burden, there's Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
Those are all players that made sense to me. That Luther Burden's still on the board. Matthew Golden got selected after. Omarion Hampton got selected after. If you look at the rest of the first round, there really aren't any other names that I really would have considered, but I certainly would have considered those three names. I don't even know that any of those three names would have been sexy. Matthew Golden, you probably could have made that one sexy because that's a fast son of a gun. That's a specially unique speed. Scott started off the segment by talking about, this league is going vertical. Yeah, this league is it's an aerial attack. You hear how Patrick Mahomes is talking. Okay, cool. We've actually already got a secondary that can handle that. We do. What we don't have is an aerial attack on the other side of the ball. Right. What we don't have is a difference maker at the wide receiver position. We've got a Marvin Mims who's pretty good. We've got a Cortland Sutton who's really good. But we don't have a difference maker. So the whole league is going to that. We've got a secondary that can already handle it, and we don't have any of that on the offensive side of the ball.
Well, now we'll see what goes on 2-3 and everything else.
And so now you have to, for the rest, theoretically, I would compare the impact of Jahdae Barron to Golden, Matthew Golden, Omarion Hampton, who it turns out the Broncos weren't that into, but still. And I would make the argument they could have been aggressive and moved up to get Tyler Warren, who we're told today, well, they weren't that into either. And they were into Colson Loveland.
Yeah.
So the Bears went Warren and Loveland was bumping around their 13. That might have got a little bit more interesting as it turns out. But hey, listen, it's the way it goes. It's life in the fast lane. You can compare these guys.
Think they tried to get up to get Colston Loveland?
No,
well, he went
at 13 maybe, not at 10.
Yeah, Colston went so much higher than anybody predicted, and he did beat Tyler Warren, and which felt like vindication for me, of course. But it was the Bears, so we'll see what ends up happening out of it. But it is interesting to hear that the Broncos were in on Colston Loveland also.
You were right about that. Yep, you had the same feeling, you and the Broncos. Now, that's not to say there aren't some talented guys still around in the second round. The question is where the Broncos are they going to have to do some deals to move up to get whoever they want?
So everybody keeps talking about TreVeyon Henderson.
Yeah.
Well, you better fire. You want TreVeyon Henderson, you can't sit around.
Right.
You're not getting him at the bottom half of the second round.
So we got to see where guys like that go. And if the Broncos take another defensive player because all the offensive guys that they didn't have at 20, but they had between 20 and their pick in the second round, if they all go and you end up taking like a defensive tackle, it's another swing and a miss, probably, at what you were doing by just going auto draft best player available.
I trust this team. I believe in
there's so much of that, Scott. There is so much of that going on social media right now. It's unbelievable. You would think that George Payton walks on water.
Well, you were saying that before the draft.
I didn't think they could screw it up, and they did. I really didn't. I've really and again, here is where people will confuse the pick with the player. And they'll think like we hate Jahdae Barron, which we do not. Seems like a great guy. Everything about him seems. He had like 5,000 people at his draft party in Austin. He seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, I listened to that call, and you asked them to put you on speaker.
Yeah.
Well, why did you say that, and then what did you tell to that draft room in Denver?
Man, I just wanted to thank everybody. Like, it's crazy. Like, emotionally, like all the way, like tears that hadn't hit me yet. I've been taking pictures of everybody and stuff. It really ain't even got a chance to just sit down and just like wow. Yeah. But I wanted to tell everybody thank you, man. They changed my mom's life, like, completely. They just changed my mom's life. That one call right there changed my mom's life forever.
It goes like that, and we're happy for him. And we'll air his press conference in 2 hours at 2:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right.
So you want to defend the pick? It's easy. It's easy to defend it if you want to, okay? You got a top 10 talent. Jeff Legwell told us he's a top 10 talent. Jeff was not alone. There was plenty of people out there that had him as a top 10 talent.
He was the most projected mock-wise was 13 to the Dolphins. That was his most common landing spot. So yes.
So easy defense, man. Yeah, look at where you got this guy in the draft. You got a top 10 talent. I asked Jeff Legwell last night. I said, okay, but why did the Broncos need him? Why did they need him? Right? And his answer to that, it would make sense. Well, they got the value. They got the best value on the board. That makes sense. I got it, right? But what he didn't answer was why the Broncos needed it. The Broncos, in theory, did not need it. And where I will respectfully disagree with Mike, and I'm not doubting his sources who's telling him he's better as an inside guy, as a nickel. If you draft a first-round corner, he better be to replace Riley Moss. And I don't mean that because I don't like Riley Moss, but it's just as simple as that. You draft a first-round corner, that means he should be like a Pat Surtain. He should be that good.
Well, here is what George Payton said was their thinking on Barron.
We weren't expecting him to be there. He was pretty high up on our board. What we liked about him is just, he's a playmaker. He's a football player. He's a fun watch. Sean, I did him during the season, then after the season, and Sean and I watched him last week. We just couldn't stop watching him. Just the instincts, the anticipation.
So that's the truth. They looked at him. They liked him. They valued him in terms of what his value was. They had a Zoom call with him, and that was it. There wasn't an in-person visit. There wasn't over scouting. It was just kind of the basic amount of work. We're never going to get this guy. There wasn't a plan, Tyler, Scott. There wasn't a plan here. It literally was like, we couldn't get up. We couldn't go down. We're here. Who's the best player? That's it. It's as simple as that. And hopefully it works out. But so that to me is a bit of an organizational swing and a miss.
What I can't get beyond is this best player available thing. Everybody, Tyler, best player available. You got top 10 talent. Okay, fine. I guess I fundamentally have a very strong difference opinion of how you go about the first and second round in the NFL draft. Best player available at a position of need. That's it.
I feel you.
At a position of need. And if you want to go through the entire first round, I bet you we're going to find about 31 teams that drafted the best player available at a position of need. Not just the best player available, unless you're the Kansas City Chiefs. You are the Philadelphia Eagles. You are the Bills.
Right.
You're sitting at 31, 32, 30, 29, somewhere in that ballpark, and you've got a championship level team. So, okay, the other defense would be, if you really want to defend the pick, we're ready to go win a Super Bowl. Okay,
there you go.
Cool.
There you go.
Then we've officially reached the point where the Denver Broncos don't have holes to fill, and we're just drafting the best players that are out there.
Raise the bar. I think that's fair. I think that's great analysis.
You do need athletes, though, don't you? You do need athletes, and when this team was going on an 8-year hole of not making the postseason at all, you can admit that there wasn't a lot of athletic dudes on that team either.
Sure. But the biggest problem is you didn't have a quarterback and you didn't have a coach and a quarterback combination in conjunction with everything else. Don't forget how lousy the Broncos were with Pat Surtain until they got Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Is that lost on anybody? I think Pat Surtain's a pretty damn good athlete. Defensive Player of the Year, but doesn't matter if you don't have the quarterback. Tyler's right about this. This is a luxury pick that typically teams like Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs last year. That's a luxury pick, bro. And it turned out okay for him, right? It was a good, solid player for him. But nobody was taking a run at him earlier on because there were, questionable things. This was a luxury pick by the Broncos.
I just freaking hate that DMac and I are agreeing on everything, and that is kind of making me sick right now.
But I want to know where you guys stand on it's a luxury pick, so is that good or bad?
Well, it's good if they're going to the Super Bowl this year. Like, if they go to the Super Bowl this year, hey, pie's in our face because we didn't think they were that good. So way to go.
Hold on now. If they win a first-round game, which you've said that's what you expect this year,
yeah,
they win a first-round playoff game and get to the second round, do you think this kid's going to be a big part of that?
Yes, I do, actually. Yes. But I think that, like Tyler said, I think they had deeper needs. And we know now that they were thinking about moving up and wanted to move back and couldn't get it done. Mm-hmm. And we know now they didn't really like Omarion Hampton. He just went 2 picks later. For whatever reason, they weren't jazzed about Matthew Golden, I guess. That's pretty obvious, too.
So you're adding, for everybody out there who's talking about how our secondary fell apart at the end of the year, I got it. Riley Moss was hurt. I got it. We could have found depth for Riley Moss a little bit later. We could have found an upgrade to our number 2 corner, our outside corner. We could have found that. For everybody out there saying our secondary was just flat out exposed, not as good as you think. Okay? According to Next Gen Stats, Jahdae Barron is now teaming up with Patrick Surtain and a Denver Broncos secondary that allowed the second lowest success rate against the pass the entire season. That's how good the secondary already was. We're balling. We're not good. We're balling.
It was a luxury pick. It is what it is. We got to dig into the Nuggets, Scott.
But good teams do luxury picks, and maybe, again, this team's better than you think.
That would be fantastic. If that's the case, awesome.
Actually, DMac, you probably should be in the position of liking it because you feel like they're ready to win a championship within 2 years. I, on the other hand, feel like this team is a bubble wildcard team.
If you just want to hate it worse than me, you feel free.
Well,
I'll give you that.
But I'm just saying to Scott's point, like if you truly do believe that this team is good enough to win, then luxury is not a bad decision.
Agreed. I just think they could have done better.
You know what? And I look at big picture. We're going to talk the Nuggets, and I think the Nuggets failed in this. When you draft low because your teams are always good, and listen, this may be the highest pick they get in the next 6 years, 7 years, right?
Let's hope so.
Right? So why not now? Now you've got a chance to bring a young kid that's considered one of the better corners in the draft. And now guess what? He still gets to team up with the young Patrick Surtain, who we all think has a pretty good head on his shoulder too. And now you're teaching this kid how to be a pro by a real pro. Mm-hmm. I wish they would have done that with another big for Joker or another true point guard for Murray and teach him how to play the game the right way at an early age instead of just try to, well, this is this and this is this. I'm with Sanford. I'm talking myself into. And listen, I'm following it on the game, right? I got my phone up, and I'm following the draft during the game. And I'm like, who? What? Okay. So I didn't know anything. But then you read about the kid can ball. And I don't listen, I wouldn't be surprised if they get an interior defensive guy in the first part of the second round.
Listen, if they're
that would be a disaster.
What the Denver Broncos are telling everybody.
That would be a disaster.
But you're right. The Broncos are telling everybody we're a lot better than you think we are.
Yeah.
And we're about to prove it.
And now we're going to get depth and we're going to get protection on free agents over the next 2 years.
Okay. Because we looked at a pretty putrid running game. We looked at a team without a really effective tight end. We saw a team that was limited in their explosiveness offensively with their receivers. We saw all that too. The Broncos are standing on the highest hill and saying, don't pay attention to that. We're way better than that. And we're out to prove it. As we're out to give you some Avalanche tickets as well. The keyword is Lord, L-O-R-D, 303-504-0925. You got 4 more minutes to get in the mix. We'll have another keyword at 1:20, and we'll dig into your Nuggets. Coming up next on PHT.
Hey, guys, it's Friday, and I know a lot of you guys that need a new vehicle, you go shopping over the weekend. Well, I don't want you to waste your entire weekend trying to find your dream vehicle because all you need to do is go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. That means it's one-stop shopping, and you are going to get the best price because they locked those rates in at a great rate, which means that you, the customer, you get to save the money directly in your pocketbook. Don't waste your weekend. Let them know your friend Tyler sent you on over. I've been a customer for life because relationships matter to me. And if relationships matter to you as well, go check out Phil Long Ford. You'll become a customer for life. It'll be the only dealership you ever have to deal with. Guys, with over 1,000 vehicles, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned, it's going to be on the lot at Phil Long Ford right this minute. They have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at phillongford.com.
Harden at the midcourt circle, guarded out there by Michael Porter Jr. Loops it over to Zubats. Kick out three to Kawhi. Doesn't shoot it. Cross court, three-pointer Jones. Yeah. 106-82. Denver down by 24. Coach Adelman, get these dudes off the floor. Porter three. That one's no good. Rebound down to Zubats.
Let's hear from David Adelman. Coach, what went wrong?
Well, I mean, they shot the hell out of the ball, for one. And you're not giving up easy things to Kawhi. Kawhi was 7 for 17, which obviously is an improvement for what we saw in Denver. Like I said, James had it going early, but I think the overreaction to what those guys present sometimes leads to obviously good looks from other people. And when the shots started falling, I thought our rotations got slower. I thought we met Zubats too late going to the rim. And, we're going to have to make adjustments and change things up as we go throughout the game. But like I said, it doesn't matter what your adjustments are if you're not going to meet the challenge. And I thought when it got away from us, obviously, I sat the guys, hoping for Saturday to give them some rest. But look, man, we got embarrassed today. It happens in the playoffs. Been a part of it before, been a part of the other side of it. The bottom line is it's one game, and we come back game 4. We do the right things, give ourselves a chance. We'll be right there.
I'll be at Tenderoni's. Tony Tenderoni's. Sorry, Tony. Tony Tenderoni's, 19th Market. Viewing party. Nuggets. Scott, tell me why I should have some hope here. Let's keep hope alive here, brother.
One game.
Is that it?
Just one game.
Is that it?
I guess one game.
All right, let me back up. Let me back up. What did we see last night? What were we watching last night?
The way the game started, it was the right atmosphere. You had to have it. In fact, you forced Clippers into 2 quick timeouts, and then that reversal of the block shot, which would have been Zubats' second. From that time, they went on an 8-0 run, and I think Denver scored 8 right away, or fairly close. But that turned into eventually a 17-0 and then a 23-2 run, and the 2 points that Denver scored was 2 free throws by Murray. From the 3:29 mark of the first quarter into the fourth quarter, so 5 minutes, you didn't score a field goal. That ended the game in all intent and purposes right there. And I thought a team just also lost belief and kind of hung their head. Joker and Murray were fine. And if you look at their numbers and you look at their shooting percentage, they weren't the issue. But second game in a row, I think Christian Brown's had a subpar game. Second game in a row, I think Aaron Gordon's had a subpar game. And for the,
countless
2 out of 3,
Oh, right.
Michael didn't have a good game. I'd even argue the game he had 15. That's still 3 points below his season average.
15 rebounds, though.
Yeah.
But whatever. What are we doing?
But that's easy.
Yeah.
I thought David did everything. If you go back and listen to his press conference, I don't know if you guys have had time to do that or did it at all. I thought he called him soft without saying the soft word, which is a cuss word in pro sports.
Okay, tough question. Did they quit on the game or quit on the season?
Well, we'll find out Saturday, right? It's an earlier game, so we'll find out Saturday. If you come out and if you don't believe, then it'll be an ugly performance. And if you believe, you'll probably withstand L.A. hard push early. And if you withstand it and come back attack, I just didn't think they were physical enough. And David said this in so many words. Back in my day, and probably even Tyler got a bit of this, when you heard a coach or somebody say you were soft, there wasn't, I'm sure, a worse dig that you can throw out as a team. And I guarantee you his Hall of Fame dad has probably used that term before. That is not a kind word in pro sports. And he did not use that. But I thought when they started subbing in, I just didn't think there was any toughness. And you're not going to win the series if they don't compete and get tougher. I thought they were in game one and for most of game two, to be honest with you. But when they got punched in the mouth in the end of the first, start of the second, there just was no response to it. The bench gets outscored 30-something to 5 or something like that, or 7. Russell didn't play after, which, we're trying to get, is it a foot, is it a hip? But he shoots an air ball, and all of a sudden he never comes back in the game, which, you always hate seeing that.
You think he's out for the series?
I don't know. That's a good question. We talked about that today at lunch.
Not sure.
With our team guys.
Should Michael Porter Jr. be playing?
What did I say the key to the series was before the series started? And I don't know, man. I don't listen. I don't know what, and maybe Tyler's got an answer. I don't know what's in dude's heart. That's one thing, and we just been talking about the draft. The one thing you can't measure, you can measure 40s and 225s and 3-point percentages and free throw percentages and 40 times and slide shuffles and 94 feet runs and blah blah. You know what you can't measure? You ain't never been able to measure heart. So my question is this: I know 2 guys will ball their ass off tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know 2 guys. I think I know a 3rd guy that will give everything his body's going to allow him to, but I don't know what his body's going to allow him to give. After that, I don't know. And that's not a good place to be.
That's the tough part, right? DMac asked the question, did they quit on the game or did they quit on the season? And, I told you guys yesterday, the day before, I just did not have a good vibe about this game. And my justification behind that was really behind the fact that they were being affirmed for the last 24, 48 hours of all the things that had previously been wrong. And you got the rebound effect from the new coach, and that was cool and it was fun. And that happens a lot. You've seen it with the Raiders when they got Antonio Pierce. It happens a lot, man. I mean, there's just people mind their P's and Q's when somebody gets fired, and all of a sudden you get a small rebound effect. But it doesn't take much to be reminded of why Michael Malone got fired, of why Calvin Booth got fired. And you can't measure heart. My gut tells me that they probably packed it in on the season, not on the game.
We will dig deeper into it as it goes on. Also at 1:20, another keyword to win Avs tickets for tomorrow at Ball Arena, and the slide of Shedeur. Next to the Broncos' actual draft pick, there's no bigger story than Shadur Sanders and what's going on there. Details next.
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
So it is the Ole Miss quarterback, Jackson Dart. He is a first-round selection. He is going to the division with Dak and Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels.
The fall of Shadur Sanders. Will have Jahdae Barron's presser coming up in 90 minutes live here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So we will have that. The draft starts a little bit earlier today than yesterday at 5 p.m. Browns on the board at 33 and 36. Will Shedeur be drafted by the Browns in either of those two picks? And if that doesn't happen, where in the world is he going to go?
Man, I don't know. I don't know. I'm so confused on this. He is the betting favorite to be the first pick in the second round because logic would tell you that makes sense. But we're on the clock last night, and I'm not a big advocate of the fifth-year option. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's just, especially when it comes to core, I think it's a huge deal for a lot of positions, but not for QB. Because if you got a QB, they don't get to their fifth-year option. There's only been one really good one that has made it in the last 10 years, and that was Lamar Jackson that actually went on his fifth-year option. So I'm not a huge advocate of it. But we're on the clock last night, and Kansas City's on, and I'm like, man, I'm kind of doing a 180 on it. You're one position away. It's not like they have to give up a boatload to move up, right? So the Browns they got the first position in the second round. And I thought to myself, man, if they don't move up one spot to get that fifth-year option,
right.
Why would they take him with the first pick in the second round?
Doesn't make a lot of sense. And if they wouldn't take him with the first pick of the second round, why would they take him with the fourth pick of the second round?
Well, they definitely would not. No chance.
But that is what the Broncos did with Drew Lock. They took Dalton Reisner, and then they took Lock after that. So, I mean, that
how far later?
One pick. They were back-to-back picks. It was Reisner, Lock. Literally, the Broncos had back-to-back picks in the second round.
Well, but they didn't have a chance of losing one guy.
Right.
True, but I always laughed at the fact you could have just taken Lock one spot ahead of Reisner, but you didn't. You took a guard, and then you took a quarterback. Again, to the degree of how much do you really care about this dude? The further it goes, the less you care. Yeah. And don't forget, in the second and third round, Scott, you can get great players in the second and starters, long-term players, second and third round. So why are you taking Shadur Sanders if you wouldn't take him in the first round?
Well, and the other thing that I'm debating on, okay, what was the real reason? Okay, what did it really come down to with Shedeur?
That's a great question.
My opinion, more than anything else, the single biggest reason he did not get drafted in the first round is Dion Sanders. Teams didn't want to deal with Dion Sanders. My opinion. Like the reports that I dismissed, and Scotty had a great text to us in the group text last night. I dismissed all these anonymous reports that are like, it was the worst interview of all time. Really, the worst interview of all time? Scott sends us a text. He says, well, I guess we've got to believe the anonymous reports from here on out. I guess so. I believe now he probably had bad interviews. But if Dion Sanders, just play the game with me that I'm right, that Dion Sanders was the biggest reason. Just the aura, the Sanders family, all of it. Well, what changes from the first round to the second round?
Not much. Scott?
$3 million, the difference between the 32nd and 33rd pick and the length of the contract, which in NFL terms, probably a drop in the bucket.
Probably, but level of commitment too. Are we into this guy or not? It's a good point. It's a significant difference, in terms of where we're at with the guy.
There's is it in Proverbs, Tyler, or Psalms? Pride cometh before the fall. If this isn't a gut check, I was talking to the warden just a while ago on one of the breaks, and she goes, "Isn't this funny? He's not even drafted in the first round. His numbers retired, and blah blah blah, and all this stuff that's going around the internet."
Oh, there's some memes.
And I said, yeah, I mean. But there's also a human being involved. I find myself feeling bad as the night went on for the human being. But I don't disagree with Tyler, and I said that to somebody last night after the game. We were talking about it, and I said, I'm not so sure this ain't we don't really want to deal with, Dion. We'll let him control everything that's going on at CU, including putting his son in the retired number list. Why do we need that headache? His talent's okay. I did talk to a national guy walking out who covers all sports. He does mostly basketball, but I've seen him do NFL stuff too. And he said, my NFL guy is telling me that he is just not athletic. And I'm like, dude, but he had a great year at CU and raised the program. And I said, he's accurate as hell. I mean, he throws the ball pretty good. There's been a lot of non-athletic quarterbacks that are pretty good. Tom Brady stands out. He goes, I don't know, man. He said, it might be the prime thing, too. They just don't want to deal with prime. He said that. But he said that my guy just said that the scouts don't think he's very athletic to run that position the way the NFL is going.
How about this for a weird stat? Shadur Sanders is now the first player in college football history to have his number retired before the draft and not be drafted in the first round.
All right. But how many guys have their number retired before the draft?
I don't know the answer, but it's probably more.
It might be the first two guys that's ever had their numbers retired before the draft, to be honest with you.
Fair.
Right?
Right. What you got to look at is how many guys who have their numbers retired weren't first-round draft picks.
There you go. Fine.
I mean, fine. Who's that? And he might be the only one. Seriously, think about that for a second. First of all, there's not many guys whose numbers were retired, so it's not that hard to find.
I was having like a last-second change of opinion on what I thought was going to happen to Shedeur yesterday throughout the day. And it was an evolution. And when I saw what they did at the home in Texas, it was just affirmation to me of what every NFL team is already thinking.
Right.
He built his own green room. It says legendary every 2 seconds.
It's obviously
every 2 feet.
his new brand that he's trying to push.
He's got the hat rack. He had the stage where he rapped from. He still rapped afterwards, even though he didn't get drafted. He had all these things, right? And when I saw that, I just thought to myself, God, that's a lot. It's just a lot. Yeah. Everything about this dude. I know it isn't new, but it's just a lot. And if you are not absolutely sold, do you want a lot? Is that what you want if you're not absolutely sold?
A lot of guys had
really
folding chairs in their VFW halls. The pomposity of what he built looked ridiculous.
It was a big mistake.
Wasn't Ward at home with his mom and dad or something?
Most guys are versions of that.
And you know what? Cam Ward looked relatively humble too. He didn't have on a ton of ice. He didn't have on a ton of, he did have on a necklace, but it was pretty reasonable. He didn't look.
Shedeur's necklace. Was that real?
It was 100. It was yes. Was it real? It was over $100,000. Yeah.
See that's. Listen,
it's embarrassing.
I don't know if this is my old man get off my lawn, but I'm going to do my wise old man. I'm looking at it as a wise man saying this. And I know this at a different time. Tyler talked about this a week or two ago. It's a new age of college football, and this is how things go and everything. I understand that, but eventually your life's got to be about, and your performance got to be about substance and not flash.
Yeah.
And the problem, if I were to say a problem, and if I was running an organization, and because as you know, Tyler, they're going to go through everything. They go through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and your entire background, your life, and everything else. And if people start to question, man, I don't know how much this is substance and how much this is flash. And just like the production, I mean, it was production. Why do you need the production? Everything in your life doesn't need to be a production. Everything in your life doesn't need to be an Instagram or a TikTok video. Even when he gave his apology or whatever his concession speech was, which I thought was nice. I thought well said. If you see the camera follows him as he starts to walk to the crowd, there's Prime reaching in to tell him something. Like, maybe you should have said this. Everything can't be orchestrated. The guy's got to eventually live his own life and be a man. And I really am not sure, because again, the non-athletic thing, if you look at the accuracy and what he did to lead this Buff team, which is, let's be honest, probably talent-wise, other than a couple guys, is a very average team. The guy's obviously a leader. So the athletic thing doesn't make sense. Tom Brady says hello with his 8 Super Bowl wins or whatever it is, 7 Super Bowl wins. I think too many NFL teams looking at him right now and said, listen, he's more flash and substance. And maybe in those interviews, Tyler, they didn't get the substance.
Yeah.
Right?
To me, I found myself feeling sorry for him because it felt like a spoiled little rich kid. We're holding a birthday party and nobody showed up.
Nobody in the class showed up.
And by the way, I had one of those parties. This is terrible. I don't think I was a rich little kid, but I swear to God, I screwed up a birthday party. It was like the saddest thing in the world. When I turned like 11 years old, I invited like 6 of my bestest of friends to come to a bowling party. But, as a little kid, I didn't invite them the right way. I didn't touch base with the parents, and my parents didn't help me out. I had a birthday party. John Hart showed up for 20 minutes and had to leave to go to the dentist. I had a birthday. I'll never forget it. It was scarring. We had the house dressed up. We had the cake. We had all the, all the accoutrements for a birthday party. And I had no kids there. The next year, I invited the entire school over to my house. And we had a lot of people there. And, I learned how to hold a party. But it felt like that. I was having flashbacks of when I was 11 years old and nobody showed up for my birthday party. And that's what it looked like. Everything was decorated. Everything was fancy. There was all sorts of excitement. And then just total humiliation. I felt bad for him. I really did. And I think teams made a mistake. I think he deserved to be a first-round pick. And I'm not gloating or smiling or laughing about it. I just think that there is a little bit of karma, though, man. There is a little bit of karma that sometimes comes around when you just get a little bit too full of everything. And this prime thing's got to be real. It's got to be real. None of this makes any sense if it's not just too much for these pro teams. It's got to be. What else could it be?
Well, that's why I said I truly do believe it comes down to Dion Sanders as much as anything else, and that's a package deal, though, right? I mean, is Dion Sanders Shedeur Dion Sanders?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, after checking in with people, from a pure football perspective, what I was told, just the deep ball thing was not as big of a deal as some people thought because he's got incredible accuracy with it. But beyond the accuracy on the deep ball, they're like, well, what is there? You don't see a resemblance of anything that plays on time. It's all the things that we already knew, yet I just thought teams are going to look over it because there's so much good stuff. And the bottom line is the film was worthy of being a first-rounder. That's it. Nobody's going to convince me elsewise. The film is worthy of being a first-rounder. It's just everything else that's a lot.
But don't forget, only 2 teams took quarterbacks in the draft. That's it. 2.
Yeah, and I'm fascinated what was really going on with the Giants behind the scenes because, there was a report that came out yesterday before the draft that the Giants' war room was in chaos yesterday morning to the degree that Joe Shane was throwing a chair across the room.
Right.
They couldn't get on the same page. So when it came down to it, and they are moving back into the first round to select Jackson Dart, how much of that room wanted Shedeur? How much of that room wanted Jackson Dart?
All right, we're going to have Avs tickets to give away with another key.
The Jackson Dart thing won, by the way. We got to talk. I want you guys. I haven't heard what you guys said about Jacksonville moving up from 5 to 2 to get Hunter. I thought that was a good move.
Sure, we'll get into that for sure. We'll have another keyword to win Avs tickets for tomorrow night. And a reminder, a Nuggets watch-along party. Tony Tenderoni is on 19th Market. I'll be out there. Bert will be out there. Dan Tanner will be out there. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3. You can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed photos. They'll have $5 Michelob Ultra Pints for this in every playoff game. So see you tomorrow at Tony Tenderoni's. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm just looking at my guy Jesse from Girl Sports about the lines from Avs practice today. He's got Gabe skating with Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin on the second line, with Lehkonen, McKinnon, and Natchez on the first line, Drouin, Coyle, and Kiviranta on the third line, and goes from there. So might be Gabe, by the way, said that he was feeling good, no problems. And I think we're in a situation where Gabe is kind of just Gabe. He's a top 6 guy. That's who he was before, and that's who he is now. So we'll see. We'll see what other adjustments they make. And a reminder, if you want to be there for Game 4 tomorrow, the Avs are releasing tickets throughout the day. There are standing room only tickets. It's available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them, we got you covered. Text the keyword Stanley along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. We'll have a winner near the end of the show here today. We'll announce that around 2:50. This hour's keyword, again, is Stanley. Good luck. Go Avs. So there you go. Good news with Gabe, too. Good that he's feeling good. Good that he's looking good. They got to bounce back. We'll dig into the Avs in a bit more with the Nuggets as well. But, Scott, you had a question for us about Travis Hunter and that deal?
Yeah, because it was the second pick in the draft. You see Jacksonville didn't move up a long way, but still moved up from 5 to 2. What were your guys' thoughts on, A, Cleveland letting Hunter go, and B, Jacksonville moving up there? It seemed like they added a pretty nice piece to their team that can help them both sides of the ball.
Cleveland fans must be furious right now. Okay, cool. You got a couple second-round picks. And they are in control of the second round, which is awesome. But they passed on Travis Hunter, and they're gonna have to live with that for Travis Hunter's entire career. You know, their justification afterwards was, well, next year's draft is supposed to be a whole lot better, anyways.
For quarterbacks,
I don't know. They didn't mention quarterback. They just said it's going to be a better draft. Okay, cool. You did have an opportunity to select arguably the best player in the draft this year, and you passed on it.
Almost everybody's board, talent-wise, had him number 1 as far as the most athletic guy on the board, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Bold move from Jacksonville, and Travis Hunter had to have been thrilled, waking up thinking he was living in Cleveland, and now he gets to go live on Ponte Vedra Beach.
Well, Travis Hunter not only will play both positions, he was drafted 2 overall, and they're saying because there's a 2026 first round involved, he's got that value as well. So I get what you're saying about Cleveland, but they just picked up another first round. And we'll see how good Jacksonville even is. I mean, they could have another top 5 pick next year. And who knows how good Cleveland season's going to go. I mean, they could have 2 top 5 picks next year.
Jacksonville's going to have a new coach. I don't even remember who they hired. Or have they hired?
Well, they hired Duval
Liam
guy.
Cohen.
Yeah. You got a guy that a lot of people still believe Trevor Lawrence is the guy at quarterback. And they were just in the playoffs, was it 2 years ago? They didn't make it last year. And now you put a guy in there that could solidify your defense. In one article I read, they'll probably get him right into it to be their starting corner and then start working packages with him in the offense. But you think Trevor Lawrence wants him to play defense or offense?
So they've already said what their plan is, and he's going to be primarily a wide receiver. They're going to play him on both sides of the ball. He'll be primarily a wide receiver in the early going, and then maybe come training camp, they'll start working him into the defensive back stuff. But the plan is full-time offense, sprinkle him in on D.
You like that?
Well, that's what I always thought the plan should be. I mean, you draft Travis Hunter, you need the ball in his hands, right?
I agree.
And you just don't get enough opportunities if you're going full-time on defense.
Listen, going back to the Broncos pick, I'm just telling you just have to look at the salaries. It's great to have great players at all positions. But in today's NFL, the value of the wide receiver is miles beyond corner right now, and likely to stay that way. I know you've said, well, there's got to be a bubble here at some point with these wide receivers. Well, maybe, but not yet. And so, again, I'll go to the Broncos pick. And you could even have this debate, forget about Fields or Mac Jones for Surtain. You got to figure in, you could have had Micah Parsons, who's a pretty damn good player too. So you kind of have this argument with the Broncos. They went corner, and you say, well, they're already set there. Well, you could say,
different argument, though. Because
they're already set at wide receiver. They didn't go in that direction either, not yet at least.
Different argument, though, because what the Broncos were saying is that Justin Fields isn't good at football. What I don't think anybody from Cleveland is saying Travis Hunter isn't good at football. So I don't think you can apply it apples to apples there.
Well, I'm just saying the Broncos went corner instead of a wide receiver. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm kind of going back to that. Listen, Travis Hunter.
I'm sorry, did I just diverge two situations there?
No, it's all right.
If you've got when you go back to Broncos, if you got a cornerback on your board that is a 10 of 10 or a 9 of 10, and the wide receivers you got left, you've got down at 7 or 8. Do you go down to the 7 or 8 wide
That's
receiver?
That's a great question.
The 9 or 10
Scotty,
corner?
that's a great question. That's the concept of relative value of the positions. So is a 9 out of 10 corner the same value as a 7 out of 10 receiver? I mean, if you're looking at money, you might be right. And what does Bo Nix have for weapons at this point? Now, what Cleveland's doing, we'll see what they do. But, they have 2 picks coming up in the first 4 picks of the second round.
Yep.
I mean, they could do a lot of damage here. Now they've got Jacksonville's first-round pick. What do you think Jacksonville's record is going to be next year?
I don't know. I mean,
bubble playoff team.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what's Cleveland's record going to be next year?
Probably worse than that.
I agree. I think Jacksonville's
5 and 12.
Right. I think they're in the top 10 next year. Well, you think they're a bubble playoff team? All right. Well, now Cleveland got for Travis Hunter, for the sake of argument, the 8th pick next year and the 16th pick next year. Is that worth more than Travis Hunter?
No, not if Travis Hunter is who we think he's going to be.
Scott?
Maybe.
I mean, let's say this. Travis Hunter is exactly who you think he's going to be. And something insane happened. Jacksonville wanted to trade him in 2 years. He's going for more than that. He's getting traded for more than that.
Well, the Jalen Ramsey got a lot when he got traded, and he was a young
yeah.
player. Then his value went lower, and, and this way it goes. I don't know. Give me a comparable to Travis Hunter. Who's he going to be? Who do you think he's going to be in the NFL? Is he going to be
wide receiver? I mean,
well, either or. I mean, is he going to be Jalen Ramsey as a corner? Is he going to be? I don't know, man. Justin Jefferson as receiver? Who's he going to be?
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking about that the other day. When it comes time to franchise tag him, he's going to have to go to war. He's going to have to go, they're going to have to fight the legal system, man, because he's going to be deserving of getting paid for 2 different positions.
That is insane.
If in theory he's still playing 2 by then.
Right, if it's not a gimmick.
How about this? You sign him to a $47 million a year contract. You say, hey, listen, here's what it is. It's 30 for the wide receiver and 17 for your corner. So we're going to double it up for 47.
How entertaining was that draft last night overall, though?
It was bizarro land, man. I've never seen a more unpredictable draft. And we debated, was it maybe the worst draft of all time?
I think it was fun because it was unpredictable, so it made it fun.
No, I'm saying talent-wise, did the NFL tell us that was the least talented first round in the history of the NFL?
I was talking to somebody behind the scenes today, and they said that same thing, that the NFL evaluators were saying this is just a terrible draft. Talent-wise, quality-wise.
Have we not? I mean, Leggy said it a couple times, but didn't they say that there's some teams had evaluation of only 12 legit first-round draft grades?
Right, which is why when the Broncos were on the clock, it took them every last second that they had because they're like, please, somebody help us move out of this thing.
Right.
Because we really don't know what the hell to do right now.
Right. And we find out the Broncos have a clump of players they do really like, but they're all deeper than 20. But they say there's a group of them that they are, fond of that are there.
How many picks you got between 50 and 80?
The Broncos?
2 or 1? Yeah.
They got 51, right? So, hold on. I can look.
50 and 83?
How many do they have between 50 and blah, 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 blah? I don't know, Scott. Well, I mean, they've got a 1, 2, 3, and 4, so let's do some math. 64.
So 50, 83, 51, 83.
2, I guess. I mean, they got 51. Yeah, there you go, 2.
I got to believe they're saying, as far as talent evaluation, the guys we got evaluated. In fact, I heard somebody the other day said I read an article yesterday. He said on our board, we didn't see much difference between 10 and 40. I mean, think about that. I mean, that's pretty deep. And then I've had other guys say, and I think Leggy's said it, you go from, the second and third round, you're going to get second-round grades in the third round because there's just so many guys graded at the second round. So if you've got a couple picks, maybe you can move something up and do whatever you want to do. Those 3 6th-round picks, 3 7th-round picks?
6, no 7th, no 5th.
So 3 6th-round picks, man, can you not move 1 or 2 of those up if someone's still hanging around 75 and be able to swap some picks out? And I think they're going to get 2 potential starters today. Is it second, third round tonight?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think they got a chance to get 2 potential starters tonight.
All right, what positions would you like to see them at?
They don't have a choice but to select a running back in the second round.
Unless they can move back into the second round, which seems unlikely.
I agree.
Like
that's the one thing that you've done by selecting a corner in the first.
Yeah.
You could have selected just about any position, and you could have had a justified rebound effect off of it.
Right.
But now you really have pigeonholed yourself a little bit for this next pick.
Right.
And if you don't select a running back, well, you got some issues because now we're rolling the dice big time in the third round that you're going to find a starter. You need a starting running back on this football team. Are you really going to roll the dice on that in the third?
And can you wait till the 19th pick of the second round to find a starting running back? Can you?
I asked somebody this, and I don't know if I've asked you guys this, but I did ask somebody this. I said, what's the deal with Estime? I mean, this is a guy they're pretty excited about in training camp, and I know he fumbled his very first carry.
They don't like the
Got
fumbles.
hurt.
They don't like the fumbles.
Okay, but I mean,
and they thought Hampton was just a Estime 2.0. They're not giving up on Estime, but they just thought Hampton was just too much like him. So they want something different. They're not throwing him away, but they want something different than him. So who's a high quality guy who's different than Estime? Who they could get? Who is it?
So you want to talk about best available running backs. The 2 that are on the board that are very, very highly coveted are Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah.
Okay, your 2
Ohio State.
Both Ohio State. Yeah,
both Ohio State boys.
Yeah.
After that, you're talking about Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, which he'll probably be on the board by the time Broncos select in the second round. Travion Henderson probably goes within the first 5 picks.
I agree.
Judkins probably goes very quickly after that.
So if you missed out on Henderson and Judkins because you didn't value them at 20, but you couldn't move up to get them, is that a swing and a miss?
I'd say so.
I'd say so too.
How big of a drop off between the 2 Ohio State guys and Johnson?
Well, I love Caleb Johnson, to be very, very clear. But the only caveat with Caleb Johnson is he's a tall, upright runner. He reminds me a lot of Chris Brown, Scott, from CU, which means he's probably
great college runner.
Well, great college runner. I think he's going to be good in the NFL too, but he really needs to be in a West Coast wide zone system. He needs to be a one cut, foot in the hole, I'm downhill. And that's not really what the Broncos are. We run some wide zone, but we are not committed to the wide zone.
So do you think the Broncos, because they did what they did in the first round, need to be aggressive and move up in the second round?
You could make the argument.
So you all think I'm joking, but I'm telling you, I could see a Scatterboo scattering around in Denver.
Well,
in Denver.
Well, he's going to be 4th or later.
No, but I mean, to Scott's point, that could easily happen because Travion Henderson's going to go early.
Yeah.
Judkins is going to go early.
Right.
And then you're sitting there like, well, is Caleb Johnson a good fit for us? Maybe not. And now all of a sudden you're in the 3rd and 4th round, and Cam Scatterbo is the best running back on the board.
Then you look at, that's Caleb Johnson, Devin Neal, Cam Scatterbo. Now we're having those conversations. Yeah. But now we're talking about taking a running back. Well, we certainly wouldn't do it in the second round then. Now we're talking about taking a guy in the 3rd or maybe even 4th round. So that's the way that goes.
We're what are we? We're 19 or 20 in the second.
We're 19 overall in the 2nd round, and then 21st in the 3rd round. Whatever those numbers.
Yeah, you need to hope that Judkins falls somewhere between 12 and 15. If he falls,
chance Luther Burden drops.
Sure, maybe.
To the 19th.
But I think we forfeited the right to draft Luther Burden because we have to address running back.
Oh, yeah. We blew that.
So
that's gone. And that's what people don't understand, too.
Burden in the 2nd, Scattaboo in the 3rd. There you go. Boom, boom. Wash your hands. We win.
A reminder, if you're having a draft party or whatever you're watching with the Avs or the Nuggets, order online to Safeway. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Yeah, had the Broncos just taken Henderson at 20, we're like, okay, cool. Hey, man, for all the smarty pants out there, and there's loads of them out there, aren't there? There's a lot of smarty pants out there. Be honest, smarty pantses, draft experts, people who are ripping us left and right. Had the Broncos taken Henderson, which might have been a little bit of a reach, but okay, let's say they did it. How many people would be screaming, oh my God, I can't believe you didn't take Jahdae Barron? How many people would be even saying that right now?
Nobody would have known his name.
It'd have been nobody. Nobody would have been saying that. Nobody. But boy, oh boy, is the arrogance running wild out there today. My Lord. My God. It's embarrassing.
I got a new name I'm following now. I'm tracking. Maybe a 4th round, but maybe 3rd. Isaac Taslaw. Keep an eye on this cat.
Tell us about Isaac.
Is he from Arkansas?
6'4", 215, runs a 4.3.
I actually don't even know who he is.
Oh, wide receiver.
Oh,
wide receiver.
Who's he play for?
Well, the Broncos, if we're lucky.
What was he? Is he in a correctional institute right now, or what are you talking about? What college is he from?
Silly. But hold on now. A big receiver, does that fit Sean Payton's mode?
Sure.
Maybe. We'll see.
A 4.3 combine time, does that add a little speed?
Matthew Golden.
A guy in his draft analysis catches the ball away from his body, uses his hands, wins in coverage. Is that a guy that would fit and help Bo Nix?
Scott, your 1st round, your 2nd round guys better be starters. After that, that's where by the way, I heard Vic Lombardi with the crapshoot stuff. Vic, I love you, pal. But just because you don't pay attention to the draft and you don't look at it until 5 seconds before it happens doesn't give you the right to just say everything's a crapshoot or it happens by accident. It's not true. But if you want to get in the crapshoot sort of lane or land, that's deeper in the draft. That's I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's not a crapshoot, Scott, in my opinion, with your 1st round or 2nd round guys. Not at all. You're an idiot organization.
Not supposed to be.
No.
And it shouldn't be your 3rd round either.
Agreed.
Like I was told by a guy that ran the combine, 1st round's got to be a starter, 2nd round's got to be a starter or potentially soon starter. Third guy's got to be a special teamers right away. And if you can develop him, great. Who knows? But those first 3 rounds have got to be on the field their rookie year.
If the 1st rounder has to be a starter, are we all in agreement that Barron better be replacing Riley Moss? Not as a nickel.
Oh.
Not as a nickel. That's not a starter. Okay, starters on
nowadays.
the field. No, the starter's on the field for every snap. Nickel, base, whatever.
I'm in a weird spot with that question because I think it was the wrong pick. Nice player, wrong pick. But everything I'm told is that he is a nickel slot guy.
I got you.
But I already think it was the wrong pick.
I'm just saying. So you drafted a dude that'll be on the field 60% of the time rather than 100% of the time.
And I'm agreeing with you. Like, it doesn't make sense. The pick doesn't make sense. The player does. And there is a difference there. But a lot of people have a hard time figuring that out. A lot of people. Because everybody just wants to suck up a little bit to the Broncos brass for whatever reason. That can do no
All
wrong.
I know is your outside corners aren't coming off the field when you go to nickel.
I feel you, bro. I'm with you. Hey, man, when Noah Fant was drafted at 20, what were the expectations for Noah Fant? They wouldn't throw him the ball. I mean, it was like you look at targets to Noah Fant, in some games it'd be like 3-4 targets. It's like.
Actually, that's not entirely true. He had productive seasons.
If you're going to take a guy there, he better be playing. You take a guy in the first round, the idea is his name's up in the Ring of Fame at some point, man. Even at 20.
That's a bit of a reach.
That's what the hope is.
Maybe we get Dion coaching this team, and it's sure
You
what
never
happens.
know. All right, we got no dumb questions coming up. You can fire it up on YouTube, on Twitch, on the text line. Shopma's the text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Whatever dopey stupidity. Scott, I am not trying to avoid the Nuggets. I'm not trying, bro. But, that was rough. It was rough.
What's there to say? Yeah.
It was rough. It's PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dumb, 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 dumb.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All of our guests appear on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find him at ramoslaw.com. No dumb question, but a statement here real quick. I think people might be getting a little bit of the wrong idea. Just because Tyler, and think it was a mistake of what the Broncos, how they went about the pick. First of all, it doesn't mean we think the player is a bad player. He seems to be an extraordinary player. The pick to us doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Also, the swing and the miss, in my opinion, on this is minor compared to like when you need a quarterback. It's more subtle. It's not that big a deal, in my opinion. So I'll be thrilled, Tyler, if this does turn out to be some sort of luxury pick and they go on and have a great season.
Oh, yeah. And they could still very easily have a good draft, okay? This is the first pick. You got plenty more to go. If you get a little bit lucky, maybe Quinshon Judkins falls. He falls to 15, and you don't have to give up the farm to move up a couple spots to go get him. You're still able to walk away with the running back that we thought maybe you would get in the first round. It's not end of the world. It just doesn't make sense. And now what you've done is you've gone from complete freedom to do whatever the hell you want to now being a bit pigeonholed in the second round.
Yeah, there's a little bit more pressure to really get this next pick right. And you might have to give up something to move up to get him. That may be the case. We'll see how it goes. Scott.
And again, I bring this up. The 3 6-round picks, aren't those bargaining chips?
Could be.
I mean, to move up from 19 to whatever, you got to move up in the second round to get Judkins, if that's who the running back is you like. And I'm sure there's one of those 3 or 4 guys on there they really like. Is that a big thing? Swap seconds and give them a 6th, or even if you had to give them 2 6s?
Well, I'm looking at
not.
I'm looking at a round 2 mock draft right now. Shedeur goes 33. Burden goes 35 to Tennessee. And Henderson goes 39 to the Bears. Like that. And it kind of goes down that line. It has Judkins going 44 to the Cowboys. You see what the issues might be here, right? I mean, this might not be accurate, but it shows the value of those guys that you have value on. And then it has the Broncos at 51 taking a defensive tackle, Darius Alexander. So the Broncos are in a spot where their best player available again at 51 is a defensive tackle. Now what are we talking about at running back? Mm-hmm. Who are we talking about?
Well, now you are talking about the Camp Scataboos of the world.
That's right.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
And that is such a bigger roll of the dice than just taking Henderson, for example, at 20.
For the biggest hole in the team.
Right.
All right. Here's my no dumb question. I can't believe I'm getting caught up in the dumb stuff here, but I guess I am. When I saw what Shadur Sanders did at that house in Texas, built the green room, built the hat rack, had the stage, that looks like they invested $100,000, $200,000 in that. I mean, I'm being serious.
Okay.
Like they put some bucks into that thing.
Yeah.
Not to mention the jewelry that was worth over $100,000, all of it. I kind of jokingly sent a text message to the group thread in which I said, I changed my mind, undraftable. It did rub me the wrong way. Like that whole thing was just so much. So my no dumb question, do you think that could have been the final straw for NFL teams? Just see
room?
I'm being serious. Yeah. Like if you were on the fence, if you were just thinking about, okay, how big is this aura? How big is this personality? How big are the Sanders? And then you look at that and you're just like, oh man, like maybe go earn it before everything is legendary.
Scott.
Let me answer your question with a question then. Is this any different than what you told us last week when they announced Shedeur is getting his number retired? It's a new era of football. Is the NFL just not ready to embrace the TikTok era of the athletes that are coming in to play in the NFL?
I think it's fair. And I do believe there's going to be a lot of teams out there that still despise it.
I guarantee you.
But Cam Ward didn't quite have all the flash and everything that was going on, and he went number one.
Nobody had what Shedeur had last night. Nobody's ever built their own green room.
Caleb Williams didn't even have that.
Nobody's ever had it. Nobody was displaying their new branding in their own person. Listen, if you want to stay at home to be with mom and dad and your friends like Bo Nix was last year, cool, man. You can gather in the living room hey, to credit to Jahdae Barron. That was awesome, man. I mean, he's from Austin, went to Texas. He had like 500 people in some sort of area. That's cool. Nobody's ever done. I mean, people have had a multitude of hats. Tebow mysteriously had 42 Broncos hats available for everybody in his living room to put on. I mean, okay, you made a hat investment. You didn't build a room. Nobody's done it before. I thought it looked embarrassingly ridiculous.
And what's his new thing? Legacy or
Legendary?
Legendary.
It's legendary, all right.
I mean, hold on real fast. Does this have a little creepiness of the Russell Wilson era here?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to be hanging out with Shedeur wherever he goes? What camera crews or hanger-on or personal coaches or whatever? I mean, is this guy like, when Von Miller first moved here, when he first got here, he just got himself a little condo like 2 minutes from the facility, right? Just nothing. Just I want to stay focused on everything. When Tim Tebow got here, they rented a mansion in Cherry Hills Village with Robbie.
Dude, I'll never forget. I was actually pretty close with Tim at the beginning. And OTAs ended one day. He's like, hey, man, you want to go look at some homes with me? I was like, maybe. Why? What are you looking at? And he pulls up the Zillow on this house in Parker that he wanted to go look at. It's got a bowling alley, had a racquetball court, had everything. And I'm like, God, what world am I living in here, dude? like this guy's been here for 5.5 seconds, and he's going to go get a house with a bowling alley?
I think teams are turned off by it to go. I think they are. And I think they could have been last night. And I think the Giants, hey, man, Scott, Tyler, the Giants moved up to 25. They didn't have to go Jackson Dart. They easily could have gone Shedeur right there.
I really don't think it's insane to think that could have been a final straw.
Right? Like, we really got to think about this, fellas. What are we doing? Is it going to be this guy or that guy? It's going to be one of the two. I mean, it was like a movie out of like Draft Day 2, when they decide to go for the more humble guy than the more arrogant guy.
Yeah.
But you did say...
Was Shedeur the quarterback in draft day, right? The guy that was just too cool for school, didn't read the playbooks, kept the $100 in the back of the sheet.
It feels like it. And by the way, guys, what if Milroe goes ahead of Shedeur? What if, what's the other guy? Sluff, whatever. I'm forgetting.
Will Howard.
What if other guys go in front of him? Do not forget, guys. Do not forget. The pressure is on here high in the second round. Last year, after Bo Nix went, the next guy to go was Spencer Rattler in the 5th round. It's PhD on 92.5.
With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
I don't care about Shedeur. I don't even care. I didn't think that there was anything that could happen in this draft to surprise me. There was nothing that could happen to surprise me. You can take a wide receiver, you can take a tight end, you can take a running back. People told me you can take a defensive tackle. I forget Shadur Sanders. We just selected a corner.
How do you really feel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let's play a little smooth
Did
operator.
Dan get fire up the little smooth operator at some point? Sweetest Taboo, smooth operator. She's got a couple good ones.
I think she won that album, that Smooth Operator, and something. They had a couple hits on, 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I think she won the Grammy that year.
She had her time. She had her minute, no doubt about it. And we've got Jahdae Barron, and we'll hear from him in 25 minutes. In 10
and maybe when we get him on, we introduce him to Jahdae.
You don't think he's heard that once or twice, but hey, Jahdae, is Jahdae part of your life? Good first opening question. We have another keyword in 15 minutes for Avs tickets, and we'll give those tickets away right around 2:50 today. So stick around for that. A reminder: the Nuggets watch along, Scott, will be at Tony Tenderoni's at 19th
you're making
and Market.
A killing in this postseason. You need this thing to keep going, don't you?
Scotty, I am not the only one. Brett Kane was hosting the party last night. Who's got to be up at the crack of dawn? And all of a sudden we see Brett Kane coming out of his garage and his IPAs to host a party. No, we all want the playoffs to keep going. This is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. $5 Michelob Ultra pints for this and every playoff game with a Michael Porter Jr. jersey, an autographed photo to give away. Well, we will jump back into the draft and with Let's Football Go and have Barron on live press conference at 2:30. So let's take a little time here and maybe focus here on the Nuggets, Scott. What should we know about last night that maybe we don't?
They got punched in the face, and too many of them stepped back and questioned their existence.
Okay.
It felt like, the early part of the second after that giant run, I think 23-2 it finally began. And as I said, the 2 were 2 free throws by Jamal. It almost felt like the old Mike Tyson line, right? Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And
where'd the Nuggets get in the mouth? They got punched in the mouth?
They got punched in the mouth, and not enough response from enough people.
Anybody in particular?
How did when we're at the draft deal last night, we did have the Nuggets game on, but it was very difficult to watch it. So, admittedly, we missed out on a lot of it, at least in real time. Michael Porter Jr. was debatable whether he was going to play in the game. He played. Clearly, it doesn't look like he played very well. How much of that looked like a health thing to you, Scott?
I don't know. It's not fair for me to say. You don't know what other guys' pain thresholds are and what he's going. I know he had a certain little wrap on his shoulder the first half that changed to the second half, so I'm sure that bothered him. He mentioned after game 2 that his foot has been bothering him. So I don't know. I think it's more style that he struggles with, honestly, as far as, how they play him. They beat the hell out of him. And Mike's had a tendency in the postseason, all the way even back to the championship year, the year before, of when guys get real physical with him. That's the more you move. There was a take on Steph Curry when he was early in the league that he's too light and small and guys are just going to beat him up. And, he can really shoot, but, so what? He's not, he's just going to get beat up. Well, whether you've been a hunter or whether you've tried to throw punches and you've boxed or whatever it is, a moving target is harder to hit. Would we all agree with that?
Sure.
If I'm playing catch, how many quarterbacks look great just sitting there playing catch? Oh, that's great motion. Then all of a sudden you start putting, the quarterback moving, the receivers moving, then all of a sudden his accuracy drops, 30%. Moving targets are hard to miss, and Mike just hasn't picked that up. Steph Curry, they've tracked this guy in the league. Steph Curry moves as much and as more as anybody else that's maybe ever played in this game. And Mike hasn't learned that. He tends to get hit and he stands. Well, that's how you get knocked out, right? If you stop moving, that's how you get knocked out. So he's got to move. And does the foot keep him from doing that? Does just the style of his play keep from doing that? The problem is, and I don't remember if I said it, I know I was saying it during the game. I think I did say it. You're seeing a blueprint of the next 5 years if something doesn't change, of how you beat the Denver Nuggets. You put as much pressure on Jamal and Joker and hope they don't have just a stupid game.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see how many other people on this team can beat you. And the answer right now is constantly, shown, at least in the last game or so, is the answer is nobody. At least last night the answer was nobody else.
All right, let me throw something out at you. And I do not mean to be Debbie Downer. When I'm at Tony Tenderoni's, that's going to be nothing but optimism tomorrow because we want the best for the team. And certainly teams have lost games on the road in the playoffs, especially game 3s, and come back to win. And heck, the Nuggets, at least in the bubble, were down 3-1 twice and came back to win. I get it. It's the bubble. It's a different situation. But let me just throw this out at you guys. Upper management, made a change from Malone and Booth because they felt the season was hopeless under that sort of circumstance. And let's put some juice into it, as the quote was. Well, is it possible? The truth is they got it right.
Yes. And the team is probably being reminded of that right now, which is, if you made me bet on something right now, I'd bet on the fact that they're packing their bags. They're prepared for the fact that the season is over right now because they've got an affirmation of all the things that ownership just told them when they made those moves.
If they are mentally checked out, then this series is over.
I don't think they're mentally checked out, though. I
okay.
would argue.
Let's go.
I would argue that I think it's a style, and I'm trying to think who I was talking to last night. Might have been Tony Jones from The Athletic. And we said it 1,000 times. I know I've said it 1,000,000 times. I had to. The postseason is different than the regular season. Regular season, you don't have time to prepare. You don't get time to study as hard. You're playing, 4 different teams in 6-7 days, and the games just go on. Next game's not important. You don't you shouldn't, live in the past of a loss or a win long in the regular season because you got a game coming right up. This one comes up fairly quick because you play tomorrow. It's an afternoon game. But it slows down. It becomes a half-court game. And when you become a half-court team, you can kind of get exposed. You don't have enough guys that set good screens, and you've got to be, and it's physical. And someone's, if Tyler is guarding you, DMac, and I got to get Tyler off of you, I can't just come up to you, touch Tyler's shoulder, and roll away, because Tyler's just going to put his body into you, keep riding you, and you're not going to get the ball. You got, I don't even know if it's a proper term anymore, but we used to say tap, right? You got to hit people. You got to lay wood. You got to put people down. If you want to go back and whether you like the Celtics or not, that Celtic City thing is really fun to see. You want to see teams setting screens and teams hitting dudes and stuff like that. Well, the screen is still a part of the game. And if you say, well, they're calling more offensive fouls, well, teach a better way to set a screen. Get the guy setting a screen and a jump shot, lower the center of gravity, get braced, and be an immovable object. When you're seeing guys set a screen, the defense just rides you through, and the guy that's setting the screen is moving back 3 steps, and I've seen that in the last 2 games. I set a screen, a guy hits me, and I'm going backwards 3 steps. I didn't set a good screen.
Right.
I just didn't do my job. If you're getting set, Tyler, as an offensive lineman, and you're standing straight up on a guy who's going to bull rush you, what's going to happen to you?
Running through my chest.
You're going to go right backwards, ain't you? Right? You got to.
All right, but that takes a certain amount of heart, doesn't it?
It takes a certain amount of toughness. I don't know if there's any heartless guys on here, but I think there's a lot of finesse players. I think this team has built a lot of finesse players, and I'm not sure that finesse players against Houston, against Memphis, even against the Knicks, against OKC, against the Clippers. Those are physical teams, man. Minnesota. I mean, those are physical teams, and I just don't think you have the personnel physically yet. Now, the mindset can change. I've seen a whole lot of skinny dudes that are pretty nasty tough. I've seen a lot of skinny dudes that could take a punishment. Dominique Wilkins wasn't the biggest guy. Go look at highlights of him. He wasn't real big. Tough dude. He didn't let you beat up on him. So it's a mindset change that has to change. That's where I would look, first of all.
We appreciate everybody listening on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com, because we know there's Nuggets fans, Avs fans, Broncos fans, Rocky fan everywhere. By the way, happy 420 to the Rockies. That's the record now, 420. It's the most Colorado record you could possibly have.
Makes a whole lot of sense, don't it?
It really is the essence of Colorado, being 420. They almost were 420 on 420. I mean, just a couple days off from it. Been remarkable. Thank you to WilhiteWins.com. We will have Avalanche tickets to give away with another keyword coming up next, as well as Adam Schefter speculating on what's next, and it's not pretty for Shadur Sanders. That's next. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case is different. And finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one, because ED is an intimacy destroyer. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED affects their sex life. So come on now. Get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail, with treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men, and you could be another success story. $99, that's the initial visit. Get the consult, the TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. Listen, if it doesn't work in the office, it's free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out today. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You won't want to miss what Adam Schefter has to say about Shedeur next. All right, it's time for our final keyword, and your chance to win will come within half hour. Altitude Sports Radio wants to put you in Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow. They're releasing tickets, the ASR, throughout the day. There are standing room only tickets available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them, we've got you covered. Just text the keyword CUP, C-U-P, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's keyword CUP, first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 250. CUP, there you go. Best of luck, and go Avs. We will have Jahdae Barron's presser as he is here, and we'll get to hear from him and see him, and you'll hear it as it happens here within the next 10 minutes or so. But time for Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Let's football go. Yeah, at least Travis Hunter had a good night. Can you imagine? You're staring down the barrel of living in Cleveland for the next 10 years, and you get to go home to Florida? Are you
don't
kidding
have any
me?
state income taxes.
Are you kidding me? I mean, could things have gone better for Travis Hunter than his girlfriend drops him a new Rolex?
That was really nice for her to buy that for him.
She
must wonder whose money she got.
I'm sure.
I didn't say that, Scott. I said it was really nice for her to buy it for him.
Thank you to MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan, what's first up?
All right, fellas, we're going to hear a couple of things here regarding Shadur Sanders. We will hear from Adam Schefter. But first, let's hear from Shedeur himself. This is him talking after he realized he did not get drafted in the first round.
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
We all know this shouldn't have happened. Now, here's Adam Schefter talking about just how far the Shedeur slide could go.
Well, first of all, when we look at the teams that would consider him, I think the Giants obviously preferred Jackson Dart. I think the Browns preferred Jackson Dart. I think the Saints absolutely preferred Jackson Dart. Tyler Shuck is going to figure in there tonight, and I won't be surprised if Tyler Shuck goes ahead of Shadur Sanders tonight. Can you imagine if Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck both lined up being drafted ahead of Shadur Sanders? I think there are not a lot of teams that love the idea of drafting Shedeur. And I think now we're at the point where unless he goes in the third round, number 83, to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who had a discussion about him on the board at number 21, I think we make it a team that we never connected to him. And I don't know what team that is, but I'll give you some examples right now. And again, I'm just hypothesizing. A team that has him high on their board that never thought he would be available in round 2. The Seattle Seahawks. The Arizona Cardinals. And, hold on to your head, the Dallas Cowboys.
Guys, when and what team do you think Shadur Sanders will eventually wind up at?
It gets so fascinating. First off, Shedeur is the betting favorite to go with the first pick in the second round, 33rd pick overall to the Cleveland Browns. So for whatever that's worth, he's the betting favorite. After that is where it gets fascinating. If Cleveland doesn't take him 33, they're damn sure not taking him 36. So just cross that one off. You've got the Saints.
Raiders at 37.
Sure.
Maybe. You've got the Saints. You've got the Jets at 42. You got the Rams at 46. and Seahawks with 50 and 52.
Cowboys at 44.
That would be wild.
You've also got Jalen Milroe and Tyler Shuck still sitting out there.
Will you be surprised
So
if
when did Shuck jump over Milroe?
I don't know if he's jumped over him, but he's in the conversation. They're both in the conversation. Can you imagine? Oh my God.
I don't know what to think.
I know this. Cleveland has Joe Flacco and Deshaun Watson as their quarterbacks.
Yes.
Like we're getting kind of preposterous right now. To think of Cleveland not taking Shedeur, they should have taken.
Well, at least not taking one of those three.
That's right. Who's going to be your quarterback next year?
But here's the difference. Here's why I could see him taking a 36. Cleveland has 2 picks, 33 and 36.
Correct.
Houston's at 34. They don't need a quarterback. They're not going to take him.
Nope.
Tennessee, they're not going to take a quarterback at 35.
Nope.
So if you got a wide receiver that's highly rated and you think you can get him, and that's what Cleveland would like to add to their thing, why wouldn't you take a wide receiver at 33 and then
Shedeur there.
36 to get Shedeur at 36.
It's not bad logic if you think the Texans or Tennessee or somebody behind them wants to jump up for Luther Burden, I guess, something along those lines. I mean, you did pass on Travis Hunter when a lot of people had to go in there. Maybe you do need some receiver help or corner help. I mean, those are always good positions.
Or can I just throw this out there? The Browns are just ready to tank another season. They're trying to accumulate as many picks as they possibly can.
Yep.
And they trade the 33rd pick to the Seahawks, to the Jets, whatever, somebody that wants to take Shedeur.
I'm not going to kill you with it, Scott, but I've been looking at some mocks and projections for next year, and from all accounts, the quarterback class next year is way stronger than this year. Way stronger. Highlighted by Arch Manning, but he ain't the only one. There's some other good options there, so they might be looking to tank it out and build, and then we'll take care of it next year. And now they have another first-round pick. They've got Jacksonville's first-round pick.
If they don't take him at 36, then Cleveland may be tanking it out. Let's just get as much talent as we can get this year, and pin our hopes next year on a better quarterback coming out.
Well, I mean, theoretically, they would have Deshaun Watson healthy too.
I don't think they'll take him at 33 though.
Well, we are fixing to find out, starting at about 5 o'clock. So with Nate and Andy live, it'll be drama. In the 5 o'clock hour, don't miss Kreckman and Lindahl later this afternoon. It'll be great. And it'll be fascinating what the Broncos do, too, because they're sitting there at 51 overall, 19th pick in the second round. You can't just stay there and expect one of these running backs to fall at you. Not really, not reasonably. Well, listen, it wouldn't break my heart, man. I love Cam Scatterville. Be fine by me. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, well, speaking of that second-round pick, a lot of people are expecting the Broncos to select a running back. Well, last night, George Paton was asked if they considered drafting a running back at 20.
Yeah, there was a runner that we considered in that range. I think that was more of a trade back scenario. We had some opportunities, to trade back, but we feel good, moving forward with, like we've said throughout the process, there's a lot of runners in this draft. And, you never know, but we feel pretty good we'll get a runner in this draft. There's a lot of them. And if there's not, we'll sign one after the draft. We'll sign a free, there's a lot of good players left in the draft, and we feel good with where we're at. A lot of offensive players, a lot of weapons left. And so we got a weapon on defense in the first round.
All right, so George said they did have a runner they liked at 20, but they opted for Jahdae Barron. Who do you guys think they liked at 20?
Henderson.
I agree. I do, because if they're talking about it as a trade back scenario, well, most people valued Omarion Hampton at 20, saying it's an appropriate value. What they're saying is they got a guy that they liked, but they liked him a little bit later. And my question would be, how much later? Right? Like was he number 25 on your board? Was he, how much later
I getcha.
is it worth?
How much risk
and
are you
he
willing?
did say we had some trade back opportunities, which I hope actually isn't true. Because if you did have trade back opportunities, it would have been much more palatable had they actually traded back.
I heard they tried and it was swings and misses. And if you look at the countdown clock, it's not like the Broncos stepped right to it. Scott?
Of guys that are best available, Travion Henderson, on who's left, the best overall who's left, not necessarily, he's the best running back also, but the sixth best available they got on ESPN is Travion Henderson. So that'd be the only other guy, wouldn't you think?
Who else is on their list? Because only a couple of running backs actually went. Oh, by the way, maybe so we're getting ready. Don't mean to interrupt, but we are going to go here with Jahdae Barron. There's the Natalie dressed Patrick Smythe. PR, boy, he doesn't age at all. He's 73 years old.
Is that right?
That's
Benjamin
crazy.
Button.
Barron looks good. He's got a necklace with somebody's face around it, so I assume that's a family member that he wants to keep in his heart. He's got a dark olive green suit on, and he's stepping to the podium right now. So let's hear from the first-round pick of the Broncos.
It's truly a blessing to be here. I want to thank Coach Payton, George Payton, and the Pinners just for allowing me and blessing me with the opportunity. My mom, she got me to this point, and it's my job to take care of her for the rest of my life, and I'm going to do that. I'm not wearing burnt orange anymore, but, I'm still wearing orange. So I'm most definitely take pride in that. And I want to thank Broncos country just for having me. I'm going to give you everything I got day in and day out and just being committed to the process of what I'm doing without being attached to the results. So I'm truly blessed to be here, and I can't wait to get things rolling.
Jahdae, welcome to Denver. When did you realize in your life or career that this was going to be a possibility for you, not just be drafted, but be drafted in the first round?
No, we got a little bit of a glitch. Oh, here we go.
I struggled, in times, wanting things on my time. 3 years back, just kind of looking back at it, wanting to be 3 and done and things like that.
Oh, we got
one to win. Okay. Just want to do all these things, and I have to understand, just mature. It's not on my time. It's all on God's time, and His timing is perfect. His timing is amazing, and you can't question His timing. Just kind of.
All right. Well, that's a little too glitchy. So we'll try to bring you that stuff.
Talk to them about their internet connection.
Yes, and Nate and Andy will have audio. First impressions. I mean, it's just a couple of sentences here. But that's a pretty mature, composed.
Yeah, he's poised. He's poised.
Leader type of young man right there, isn't it?
He comes across very, very well. Yeah, imagine him in an interview room.
Oh my.
It takes about 2 seconds to realize why you would fall in love with the human being.
Yep. Scott, early impression. Really early impressions.
Very mature. Don't see the bling, don't see the legendary. You don't, it's a guy that comes, has a purpose, is fulfilled, has a centered life. I think I'm not sure they could have got a better guy at that position, whether it was a position they necessarily had to have or anything else like that. I think that I actually think it's a great draft pick. Does it fill a need that they needed? Probably not, but I think part of winning championships, and Tyler, you can go back to your Super Bowl team, how talented and deep that team was everywhere. I think this is just adding more talent to it.
I hate
Maybe
to be
bring it back to no-fly zone.
Hate to be nitpicky, but I think he's a great player. He appears to be, from all accounts, a great person. I think the pick is questionable based on whatever else they're going to get done. So that's the only beef that I have, and it sounds like the Tyler has too.
They get an outstanding running back and an outstanding
tight
wide
end
receiver, and maybe a younger tight end.
If they can pull it off, hey.
Then everything will be fine.
I agree with all of that, Scott, and we can walk away with this saying, hey, a draft, way to go, you knocked it out of the park. The only negative about the situation is you had about as much flexibility as you could possibly have entering the draft, and now you are pigeonholed here in the second round. So you need the board to fall right, and you need to get a little bit lucky for everything to shake loose the way that you need it to.
You do, and we'll see how it goes. So lots of drama for the Broncos later on Tons of drama with Shadur Sanders. That's chock full of interest, and we'll see where it goes. But the NFL draft did not disappoint, and maybe it wasn't the strongest class, period. But Barron was rated by everybody. I'm telling you, by Jeff Legwall, by any sort of just look at who these guys are as one of the top dudes. Period. The end. And in most projections, 13 to the Dolphins. That was the most common thing. But there were some other projections that had him going in the mid-20s and this, that, the other thing. So, I mean, did he fall? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. And the Broncos, they snatched it up after trying to move up, or considering moving up and not being able to move back. So this running back pick is fascinating, who this is going to be. And it might not be a running back. If Henderson and Judkins go, it might be a defensive lineman. It could be.
Of course it could.
Yeah.
I mean, if they win truly best player available in the first round, who's to say they won't truly go best player available in the second round?
Okay. You'll hear more from Barron with Nate and Andy as that goes. We're rolling on it right now. And we have a winner to give away, but a little bit more time with this keyword, okay? The keyword is CUP, C-U-P, your first and last name to 303-504-0925. There you go. We will have Avs tickets to give away coming up next. It's PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, the weekend for us is almost here. Nate and Andy are coming up here in a second. We'll announce our winner in a second. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Feels like it's been like a long week here because it's heavy when things are just not going exactly the way you want. It's been exciting with the return of Gabe and the Nuggets playing and overtime losses and the draft. So a fun week, just kind of exhausting. But it's not even close to being over as there's a big double dipperoo tomorrow. Who are we feeling better about right now? The Avalanche or the Nuggets as they're both down 2-1 to their opponents?
Go ahead, Scott.
I think both styles of opponents in game threes out physical the others and had their will placed prominently in and over the game. And I think Tyler agreed with this in football, basketball, heck, in tennis when you're playing an individual sport. The individual or team that imposes their will, boy, doesn't Tyler feel like they win so much more times ever than they lose, don't they?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The only difference I feel between the two is, yeah, I agree. Both teams are kind of getting out physical, and both teams, the opponents, are controlling the pace of play. But I do feel like the Nuggets have accepted their fate. I don't feel that way about the Avs, though. I don't feel like the Avs have accepted their fate, but I'm nervous as hell about the remainder of this series. And I'm nervous as hell if the Avalanche are just going to flat out be one and done in the playoffs this year with arguably one of the most confident teams we have ever had about their ability to go win a Stanley Cup.
Well, it's the best team they've had since they won the Stanley Cup. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, and
here's the biggest question. Has the Gabe thing, as good as story been, and I think Tyler asked us yesterday, as good as this story's been, has it been a distraction?
The answer is yes. It's impossible for it to not be. The only question is how big of a distraction. You can't have that going on in the middle of the playoffs and not have it be a distraction.
Well, the Stars have only led for 62 seconds. I mean, was it a distraction when they were 0 for 6 on the power play? I don't think so. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, are you distracted when you have a 4-minute double minor that goes in overtime and you don't collect? Is that a distraction?
All you're talking about, DMac, has reinforced what I said. Then the Stars have been able to impose their will and have handled what they needed to handle. I mean, if you go back and look at that 4-minute power play, I mean, there was really no good rushes in that entire 4 minutes.
Terrible.
Maybe one, but there really wasn't any good rushes on that.
Hey, Scott, Benzie was asked by Corey from the Post, what's wrong with the power play? And he said everything. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I know what you're saying about the distraction and all that, but from what we could tell, at least the reports from the practice today, is that Gabe was just flat out skating on the second line. And, I mean, they'll probably put Val more prominently on the first power play. That seemed to be weird.
Seems like a very easy solution. That was a no-brainer from the get-go, putting Val in there.
Bednar said it's back to the drawing board, as asked by our own playoff Josh Grismer. So that seems like an easy solution to me, fellas. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be interesting which of these teams punches back or finds their limits here. By the way, I'm seeing this report. Aaron Gordon told Mark Spears he can, quote, barely jump right now, Scott, with his calf injury.
Well, that's super.
And our friend Ramona Shelburne is terrific. Threw in there that Michael Porter Jr. sprain is grade 2. Help me out, Dr. Polumbus. Grade 2 joint sprain in his shoulder is what?
Painful. Playable. Both.
Okay. How many grades are there?
I believe just 3.
3, with 3 being the worst or 1 being the worst? Whatever,
yeah,
2 would be in the middle, I guess.
There might be a 4th.
3 is the worst.
The worst I ever had was a 3.
All right, so 2's manageable, but not great.
Look, I'm not trying to compare football to basketball because the motions, the athleticism, it's so radically different. But I'll tell you this, in football, you get a grade 2, you're expected to not miss a single day.
Okay, Scott, so here we go, huh? Here we
well,
go.
The Gordon thing now is out there, and I've been trying to hint and talk about it forever. I haven't seen him right for consistent games all year long. In fact, I mentioned it during the broadcast. There was a time he went in there, went up for a rebound defensively, didn't get it. Joker got it. He runs down. He's limping. You look at that missed dunk late in game 2. You look at, how many times he get his shot blocked around the rim early in that first quarter. Now when you're talking about a calf, forget the jumping up and down. And I don't know if you've ever pulled or torn your calf. I was told there's 3 gastroc muscles in your calf. And I tore one of them. Played, by the way. But I couldn't push off to go left to right. If I ran forward, I was fine. A hard jump or a hard cut just absolutely killed you. And I think he's been gutting out for a while. I think he's heavier than he probably needs to be, if I'm being real honest. If I'm sitting there looking like I'm a GM or a guy in charge of a team. And Tyler will tell you this, when you got a lower body injury, it's tough to get a little extra weight off of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think it all plays in. I hope this doesn't do the sign that they go out with a whimper. I'm still listen, I've seen things move. It'd be nice. Yeah, I just looked at it just a second ago, and we'll see if I can pull it back up. And again, I hate saying this because I've been talking about it all year long, but your bench last night when you kind of needed some help, if everybody's hurt and blah, 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 your bench last night, including garbage time, right, when everybody's just trying to get theirs, your bench went 2 for 10, 11, 12, 2 for 14 shooting, 5 points. Their bench was 10 for 23 for 31 points. Well, there's 25. What'd you lose by, right? There's your 25, 26 point difference. And then that being said, Porter was 2 of 9, Gordon 6 of 16, Christian Brown had a couple late, but just 4 of 9, nothing special. Murray and Joker were pretty good shooting wise, 17 for 29, so they were pretty good. But where's everybody else? And I'm telling you, the book is out. Make it hard on those guys. Make Joker and Murray have to work to score, and they're tough dudes, man. Both of them, they're tough dudes, and they play downhill. And make everybody else beat you. And this is a Jeff Van Gundy. Remember, he was the guy that had that slow, hard defensive system in New York for all them years. And that's the way they're playing. They're playing a little bit like his teams in New York did.
Well, tomorrow we can see it. Tony Tenderoni's. Scott will be on TV doing the game, and we'll report back on Monday, and we'll have a better feel for what it's all about. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of fight is left. I mean, right now it feels a little bit probably worse for the Nuggets than the Avs. I mean, the Avs feel like, come on, guys. The Stars led for 62 seconds. And the Nuggets are coming off the heels of a 30-plus point beatdown. Yes. It feels significantly different. Yeah.
I still believe – I have a better belief. I still believe in the Nuggets, but I have a higher belief in the Avs just because of what you said.
Right.
It shows you how important that a couple extra plays you execute in that game too. Would it sure have been nice being up 2-0 and then getting beat by 25, wouldn't it?
No doubt about it.
I don't even know what the score was.
No doubt about it. All right. Okay. We just saw 29. The press conference from, I guess he just goes by Jay, because I heard Zach Stevens, DNVR, just call him Jay.
Or maybe he was just nervous to say the name.
Okay. If he just goes by Jay, that would be a lot easier.
That's what Sean said. He said when he talked to him on the phone, he didn't quite know how to say it, so he just called him JB.
Okay. JB?
Yep.
All right, JB.
What's up, JB?
I like JB. That's cool. He said, I finally get to do for my mom what she deserves, and I'm looking at his mom, and I got to be at least 10 to 15 years older than his mom, and he's 23, and I'm just wondering when the hell my kids are going to, Scott,
take care of you.
When are my kids going to take care of me? Like, when's that going to happen, Scott?
Yeah, good luck, D.
I'm asking you.
Listen, as much as you hate kids, you think them kids are going to turn around and help you out? Come on now, you're SOL, brother.
Well, Scott,
you better go. You better keep hosting watch parties. Getting that extra coinage.
I'll see you at Tony Tenderoni's on Saturday. I guess that's not a. I guess Jay's mom doesn't have to go to like Tony Tenderoni's.
Sounds like the 5 families are meeting in the back room of that one.
Who is our winner for Avs tickets there?
Vanessa Shoemaker has won the tickets. Just talked to Vanessa. She's a huge fan of the show and is very excited. So have fun at the game, Vanessa Shoemaker.
By the way,
V for victory.
If people think that this is going to be some lingering, go on for years and years things about Barron, as far as I'm concerned, no. I think I think things could have gone in a different direction that I would have liked more. But this isn't even close, in my opinion, to doing what they did when you needed a quarterback.
I totally agree, and my expectation is that the level of frustration will level out here. But when the draft is all said and done, we see, okay, they got their running back, they got their tight end, whatever. But the only way that will not remain true is if all of a sudden they get backed into a corner on a running back and they can't get one until the 4th round. And then you will feel differently.
Andy, how you feeling?
Cam Scattaboo is going to be available for them if they need, and that's your answer.
I'm going to be pumped if they get Cam Scattaboo. I'm not going to lie, but, I mean, that obviously wouldn't have been their first choice. We know, Andy, that they were interested in somebody deeper that they couldn't get back for. And now the question is, can you still get that person or players you're at 51? So how's that going to be? How are you feeling about things today?
I'm fine with it. I've told you it's a we'll see for 3 years anyway. If this guy blows out, if our guy Barron isn't what you hoped he was, well, we'll see what the other guys are. You got one of them in your division with Omari and Hampton. But I don't think they ever really liked Omari and Hampton. I think it's funny that Sean's daughter was the one who even mocked that they liked Omari and Hampton.
Bad information.
Yeah. Did you call Pops at all? But again, we joked that that's probably what he was doing, trying to get his information out there. I've talked to a number of people today, not just Leggy. A lot of the defensive guys love this kid. It's a good pick. He can play everywhere. Like we joked about, he's the defensive joker. Let's go. You create another no-fly zone. You did all right with the no-fly zone.
Defensive joker?
The defensive joker, baby. He can play everywhere. Did you stay and party last night? What's going on with the boys? Huh? Did you hang out? Did you have a few pops? Did you just go be mayor of the deck out there?
No, I don't know what.
Did you play some volleyball? Hey, did you go full Top Gun? Keep the jeans, but lose the shirt? Go play a little sand volleyball last night?
I think all of us had sort of the same idea that we're out at number 38. Like if the game was close, we probably all would have stuck around.
Yeah.
But it was a vapor trail out of there.
Dude, I drove right into a traffic jam.
Oh, I did too.
At 25?
2 accidents.
I was trying to call you guys to tell you don't go to 25.
Hey,
two
you know who else ran into a traffic jam last
Peyton
night?
Watson?
Christian Brown. Yes, my God. Scotty, how are you, pal? Man, first off, Scott Hastings. I thought you and Marlo were terrific last night.
Thank you.
That's a tough game to call. You guys, you pulled no punches. You told the truth about what was happening out there, and what was happening was freaking ugly. Here's my biggest issue, and I don't know how you guys, and I know you guys were doing the draft show. I was screaming at the television last night with the Nuggets and listening to Scotty and Marlo call that game last night. One of the biggest issues I had, though, is this team has a tendency to hang their heads. This is a team that of what I have seen out of this Nuggets team, when a game gets away from them, they don't trust adjustment, and they don't trust that just playing hard and effort will get them back into a game. And I don't know when that set in with this group, but I'm finding it troubling and seeing it in a playoff game.
Well, I think I mentioned that sometime during the broadcast.
You sure did.
That it sure looked like they were hanging their head a little bit. And I'm not sure it wasn't late second, and when it's still a game. I mean, you still got 24. I mean, look what Memphis got up, 26, 27?
Yep.
End up giving that game away, and you were just around 18, 16, 18, 19, somewhere in there, 20 maybe. They look like a kid that got looked like Andy Lindahl in middle school. He got beat up on his way home, and then by the time you get home, you're just kind of feeling sorry for yourself. They got out physicaled, and again, they started the game fabulous.
Yeah.
They forced Ty Lue into taking 2 quick timeouts in that first quarter.
Came out in the zone. They beat the Clippers down the floor a few times, which I think was very quickly identified by Ty Lue and his staff of like, let's not do that again. And then that was literally it. They had 3 transition points the entire game last night, Scotty. That was it. Ty Lue called 1 timeout, and boom, his team made a change.
Well, and then here's another change, and I don't know if this was what they were doing or Nuggets were doing. They were trying to double Joker, especially when they took big guy out and they put Simmons in on him.
Yep.
They were bringing doubles all the time. They had, 3 straight backdoor layups. He had 7 assists in the first quarter.
Yeah.
A career high in the playoffs for him. And guys were cutting, and he's like, boom, bam, boom. And you're like, this thing's rolling, man. And from the time that they had the reversal on the foul call on Zubac to Gordon, they went on to finish that quarter. They beat him by 11.
Yeah,
so
it was a 23-2 run spanning the 2 quarters.
Yeah, going into the third, it became a 23-2.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And they whimpered in after that. To me, here's Ty Lue, and again, and see if you agree with this, because I know you're a fan of this. Van Gundy's the new assistant this year, and I love all the people. Well, why is he doing? He's been doing TV. What is that? He hasn't coached forever. This looks like that Knicks team he used to coach.
Yeah.
That used just to beat the hell out of people, and you're not going to beat us in the half court. And that defensively, I mean, they're all over you, which means you've got to be better setting screens. You've got to be more committed to make hard cuts. You've got to be willing to sacrifice your body. One guy cutting through, second guy follows, gets the shot. And I just thought, and when you hang your head, you don't do that because you don't see like you're supposed to see.
I think, well, number one, Scotty, is with Van Gundy. First off, Van Gundy's fantastic at what he does, and we know that. I also think having been on television and having watched these teams as much as he has, and I always thought JVG was great on TV because he didn't pull any punches when he talked about what's going on with teams. But I think the biggest lesson that he has imparted on his guys in this series in terms of a defensive game plan is Nikola Jokic can beat you. Jamal Murray can beat you. Nobody else on that team can. And if they do, good for them. But we're going to keep throwing doubles and attacking the ball as much as we possibly can, and we don't trust those other guys to beat you. And last night, all the other Clippers, all the other guys beat Denver last night, and the Nuggets other guys last night were non-existent. And Van Gundy and Ty Lue were right to bet on that.
31-5 bench, if you will. And I think I had the let me see if I had the stats right. Your bench, and this is bench because there's other guys weren't good. Your bench was 2 for 14 shooting.
God.
Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray were 17 of 29. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Your other 3 starters were 12 of 34.
Isn't that kind of funny, too? Like, because, Scotty, one of the points that we kept talking about coming into this series, and I say we, the royal we of all of us, I'm not putting this on anyone, but there is that sort of feeling of like the Nuggets go as Jamal goes. And if Jamal plays well, then Denver is going to play well and be competitive. I think Jamal's been good in this series. I thought he played really well last night, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter in the slightest bit because nobody else came along. And AG's calf is bugging him right now, and Porter's shoulder, he is a shell of himself right now. And Christian Brown can't beat anybody down the floor. And because again, the Clippers have game planned for it, and they're getting back in transition defense, and so all those leak out opportunities that are great in the regular season don't exist anymore. And right now, this team more than anything, they just got to dig deep and they got to play hard. I think they can win Game 4 tomorrow. I firmly believe that. Too. By the way, I think this team can win that game tomorrow night. But the biggest thing they have to adjust is exactly what you talked about. The hang and the head crap's got to go away.
Yeah, listen, you won Game 1, and Joker and Murray were fantastic point-wise.
Yep.
Murray was great late in that fourth quarter. Didn't shoot the ball great, but he was great in that fourth quarter. but Aaron Gordon threw in 25 with your little help. Since that time, Gordon or Murray and Joker have been great. They've been your stars. That's fine, but no one else I think is top 15 or 16. 15, I think Gordon had 15 in game 2.
Scott Hastings, well done as always, man. Have a great call tomorrow night. There he goes, the great Scott Hastings joining us from Los Angeles. Sometimes I have to scream about buckets to Scott Hastings. Andy, how you doing, pal?
Andy.
What did you do yesterday? 7 hours of radio yesterday?
We went 7 straight. It's all right.
7 straight. Marathon in it last night.
I went 6 months with a 6-hour shift.
Yeah. Ooh.
You've done that.
Ooh, I've never done 6. I did 4 solo. I did a couple of years of 4 hours solo. 3 to 7. Kreckman and Kreckman.
Yeah, when they're trying to figure everything out, that's how it goes sometimes.
Just arguing with myself out there.
Yeah, that's where you hope you got a good signal. That's where we were happy last night. It was a bummer.
Yeah,
but we're on Twitch because after 7:30 we go to 9:50, and you could just see people hopping on more and more on Twitch and YouTube as that game went further and further south.
It really did last night. Avalanche, they will be back at it tomorrow night. We got Landeskog topics to dive into. But Andy, just like we all predicted, cornerback at number 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 middle fingers.
Okay. In all seriousness, all right, I read this guy's name when I read Legwald's top 100 because Legwald had him at number 8, and the first line in it was, "Some will scoff when they see Jahdae Barron. Some will scoff when they see this name this high in my top 100." And I thought, well, I've read about this guy. He's getting like mocked to Washington at 29. You know?
Well, and
like I did not think in any world, and I also didn't think that Denver would be drafting to a position of strength the way that they were. I was assuming the Broncos would, help out the areas of the team that actually needed the help. Now, they make the pick, and I had to do the quick thing. I was like, oh, yeah, I remember reading a little bit about this guy. And then, whatever, I've done my research. I got my Baron stuff ready to rock today. Don't you worry. But I would assume that I was like most Bronco people last night. When the name was announced, I was like, wait, huh?
Yeah, I've got moles that help me out with things. And when I saw the name, we were all locked up. I was like, who? What?
I got moles I need to get checked out.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not good.
Wait, who?
I didn't. Well, see, I had seen. You realize we've talked about him, don't you?
We did.
We did.
Well, he won the Jim Thorpe. I know that. He's the guy that won the Thorpe as the nation's best defensive back, even though he was not the nation's best defensive back.
Technically, we talked about him.
That's true.
Because you're like, oh, you're going to veer away from everybody else and not just name Travis Hunter, huh?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we got it.
But we did. Yes, he used the Peach Bowl defensive MVP. By the way, that double overtime classic against Arizona State, everybody remembers Cam Skadaboo from that game, but Jahdae Barron had 11 tackles in that game, was the defensive MVP of the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Look, I want to be clear while I'm talking about this, by the way. I don't think this is a bad pick. I just did not – I literally never once saw him mocked to Denver.
No.
Literally never
and
once.
We looked at all of them. We looked at all the main ones. There probably could be some
guy,
Austin, Texas guy
somewhere
that just decided, that we're not aware of.
He had 19 Longhorns going in the first.
Yeah,
yes,
that guy.
I didn't click on that guy's mock draft, so I didn't do a ton of work on this because again, and if they were going to go defense, I was assuming they were going to go defensive line. By the way, my guy Derek Harmon of Oregon, one pick later to Tomlin and the Steelers. So I did not think they were going corner in the first. Again,
it just tells you the value they got.
It really does. And I firmly believe this. If you are drafting best player available and everything about this pick screams that you believed he was the best player available, I say 2 thumbs up. That's sound draft strategy every single time. Well done.
Yeah. Now, I mean, look, if you can build the no-fly zone defense again and they've got the pass rush going, here's what I would say to defend it. You know, and I don't
think it has to be defended.
I agree with you. I don't
think
hate
it's a good
it.
pick.
I don't. It just, look, at this point, when you're picking 20 anyway, how many times have you and I done draft shows where they're picking in the 20s?
Right.
You don't know what they're going to get. You don't know how the board's going to fall. You and I insisted, thanks to Legwald was saying it every time. Nobody really thought they really wanted Omarion Hampton. He just was a back. Everybody, it's what we do as mock drafters. And then Sean.
By the way, Harbaugh was all over that.
Well,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. That's also one of those picks of like when Jim Harbaugh makes that pick, you're like, oh, okay.
But I would say this. Is Jim Harbaugh worrying about throwing to his backside of the backfield? No, he's worried about bludgeoning your linebackers with his running back.
Jim Harbaugh going to run the ball.
Right.
And
now,
he got a guy that can flat out run the ball.
And I'm not saying we shouldn't necessarily try to do that.
Right.
But Sean doesn't do that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I love about it, go get the back, as you and I talk. I'm not saying that his hands stink either. I just think you need the guy that can catch it and then is a threat on the edge, and that just didn't describe Omarion Hampton. He's the guy that he may get to the edge, but I don't know. Look, it's a fine pick. If they get a great defense out of it, fantastic, because the less Bo or any quarterback in the league has to play superhero, the better off you are. And I go back to the 2015 Broncos that featured Peyton Manning. If you got that kind of defense, Manning didn't have the ability to be superhuman that year.
We joked all the time. Not even joked. We just said all the time. When the Broncos acquired Russell Wilson, it was like, okay, that was early on in Herbert's career, so I was like, okay, this guy's, he's turning into a stud. Derek Carr, when healthy, he's really good with the Raiders, and obviously Mahomes. Right now, that's very real, okay? Because Bo actually is a legit NFL quarterback. Herbert only continues to be good and always plays well against the Broncos. Mahomes is Mahomes, and Geno's a real NFL quarterback. There actually are good quarterbacks in this division, and if your counter to it is, well, we'll just cover the hell out of you, I don't think that's a bad strategy.
Well, I mean, how'd it go for Patrick Mahomes against a great defense the last game we saw him play?
Right.
I believe he wasn't holding up a trophy after that one. And let's be honest, he got his butt kicked. They got their butts kicked.
That's how you got to beat that guy.
So, yeah.
And one way of doing it is you already like your edge rushers, so cover the hell out of the field and make life tough on these guys.
Look, they probably go get a running back and a tight end today.
Probably.
I don't promise anything because the draft is nutty. I'm not going to – I would – if I had to bet money, and we're not, but I would wager that it'll be both offensive picks and likely running back, tight end. Maybe running back receiver, maybe tight end receiver.
Yep.
But I bet the two guys today, because we're now in the meat of the strength of the draft for those positions, will be offensive players.
Yep. So the Broncos can go and do that. Or, again, we have been told a lot about this draft. Very good interior defensive lineman as well.
Yeah.
It wouldn't stun me at all if they go interior defensive line today as well. So Broncos got 2 picks that they will make today, starting at number 51. Well, I'll be interested to see. Are they going to get aggressive? Are they going to decide, okay, we love Travion Henderson, we'll go and get him? If they stay at 51, I saw the Athletics round 2 and 3 mock draft for today has them staying at 51 and getting Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State, which would answer an awful lot of the needs that you have as well. But yeah, Broncos go corner last night. Nobody expected it, which makes it kind of fun, right?
Well, and I wouldn't have been mad if they had the safety, so I'm not going to be mad about the corner. And look, if Emin Worry were to follow him in the second round, they decide to go that way, then I guess that's what you do. Again, and I'm like the rest of the fans. I would appreciate it if at some point we got some fun new toys to play with on offense, but we're entering the prime for that. All right, let's circle back. You've been very interesting today. You've been very interesting.
I think I'm interesting every day.
You came in here all, pee and vinegar and fire, and you're all upset about,
urine and apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, but you've had an Andy Lindahl avalanche reaction to this Nuggets game.
I did. Yeah, I had a bad time last
You were
night.
actually in your feels about this.
I really did.
You are not a feels guy.
No.
People who listen to this show know. What the heck? What was it that reached inside your soul and turned something you've got an emotional reaction to this? I've not known our entire nearly 6-year run in June. I've never seen this out of you.
So I'm going to tell you coming up on the other side. Okay. I have 2 words. 2 words happened last night that just struck me, okay? And it isn't everything. It's just indicative of kind of what's going on with this team right now. So we'll do that coming up here on the other side. Dan Hyatt, 345, 2 Nugget stats you need to know, one you don't. I'll give you a little spoiler. Point number 1 that Dan sent me today, Jokic needs help. Agreed!
Yeah.
I concur.
I don't need the stats to know that.
Yes. But Dan will give it to us as only he can today on the show. Jeff Legwold, 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, according to the top 100, which is we get fixated on it this time of year. Broncos got great value at number 20, according to Jeff Legwold. So we'll talk about that coming up 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, from around the NFL draft. Travis Hunter getting drafted by a surprise, a little bit of a surprise. I guess not terribly given yesterday's rumors, but a week ago I wouldn't have thought this team was going to draft Travis Hunter. So we'll talk about him going to the Jags and the slide, the cascade of Shadur Sanders, and how uncomfortable that was for everybody last night. We'll talk about that today on the show as well. It's all going. But yes, Andy, I got 2 words. I got 2 words for you that led to all of my Nuggets rage. I'll tell you what those are on the other side on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are rolling with you on a Ska Friday, a Landa Ska Friday.
No more appropriate Friday.
It's the best Landa Ska Friday we have ever had, and you can be in the building at Ball Arena tomorrow night. We want you there for Game 4. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day. Standing room only tickets as well, SROs, as the cool kids say, all available at coloradoavalanche.com. If you want to win them, we have you covered. Just text the keyword Captain along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, that keyword Captain with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And we'll announce the winner today at 5:50. Again, this hour's keyword, Captain.
Captain.
So text Captain with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Good luck and go Avs. Plus, what's kind of fun about that is you text Captain along with your first and last name, and it makes you the captain.
Captain.
Captain Andy Lindahl. Captain Nate Kreckman. Captain Mark Springer. You are the captain this hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Text Captain plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Just a couple notes because we got to hear these two words that got you so upset last night. But Gabe Landeskog working with Power Play 1. And when they threw the lines out for practice, he was up on the second line.
I like it.
I'm sorry. Please put Natchez and Nelson back together. They had great chemistry. You know why? Might allow you to put the captain back up with Nate.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't mind that one bit. Plus, I like him on the first power play.
I might be wrong. Maybe Nichushkin needs to go up, judging by the...
God bless Jonathan Drouin. But
he's down to the third line.
Yeah,
it appears.
Can we get him on the fifth power play?
Yeah, man. Look, if Colton gets healthy and he doesn't pick it up, I would probably scratch him for a game or two.
Pick it up, my friend, like a Ska Friday.
Pick it up.
All right, Andy, I got
your
two
rage.
Words. My rage.
Because you don't rage.
I don't very often. I think I have a generally healthy relationship with sports. Last night, I meatballed out last night, and for me, it all just like all my basketball group texts. It just manifests itself with me just sending things that I won't repeat on the air. I mean, I'll repeat the sentiments, but not the exact sentences that I type out right here on the show. By the way, I see the text line. Yes, I'm writing things like you guys write sometimes. But here's the two words, okay? This is really what struck me about last night's Nuggets game that sent me into these kind of feelings. In fact, I want to play a highlight just to set it up. Clippers' final possession of the first quarter, okay?
Okay. I think I actually saw this.
Yes. Denver led by as many as 7 in the opening quarter last night. From 26-19, they were trailing 35-28 by the time the quarter did end. But the last Clipper possession of the first quarter, this really bothered me.
Harden has it at the midcourt circle. Now he's on the right side of it. 7 on the shot clock here. He's guarded by Peyton Watson. Behind the back bounce pass to Batum. Sidestep 3. Good! 7-point lead for LA. And there's the horn after 1.
Andy, the two words that sent me into a rage were Nick Batum.
Really?
Yes.
I thought it might be Peyton Watson.
Those ones are a problem. By the way, did you happen to check P Watt's plus minus last night?
Let me scrolling down.
Get a load of that.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. In 19 minutes, P Watt was a minus 29 last night. That was bad. But no, it was Nick Batum. And let me tell you why, okay? I'm not just turning this back on the Nuggets players, but I am in a way. Because Nick Batum is exactly what the Nuggets don't have and desperately need. And I don't mean Nick Batum specifically, all right? But Nick Batum at his size, that big old Frenchman, at his size is a versatile enough defender to be useful, can basically guard 3 through 5 out on the floor. He has spent time on Aaron Gordon. He has spent time on Nikola Jokic in this series, and he has cut off guards trying to find driving lanes and been effective. He is an excellent help defender, and oh, by the way, he scored 12 points last night on 4 of 6 shooting from outside. There is not a human being in the world that it's honestly, like this side of like Klay Thompson, I have never seen a faster release off the catch than what Batum does. And his Harden whips him good passes, and he just catches and shoots in one motion, and it's undefendable, and the guy is a terrific player. But like Nick Batum is exactly what the Nuggets don't have. All right? Derrick Jones Jr. is exactly what the Nuggets don't have. That dude was undrafted out of UNLV. I did some of his games in college, okay? Freak of an athlete. Long arms and just a problem, just a professional defender out there. And oh, by the way, can hang in the dunker spot and be an extremely poor man's Aaron Gordon on the offensive end of the floor. Ben Simmons. Let's talk about Ben Simmons here for a moment.
Yeah, the guy that was the punchline for 3 years.
I know Ben Simmons is a joke to most people, and some of it, quite honestly, is fair. But also it's because the guy once upon a time was the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Ben Simmons has settled into an NBA role. He's a really good defender. He's got a whole bunch of size. He is an outstanding passer, and he is a crazy good athlete, okay? Can't rely on him to score a lick, but guess what? They don't need him to. He just does like 5 things out on the floor really, really well. Bogdan Bogdanovic, okay? Serbian brethren of my guy Nikola Jokic. By the way, I wore the Team Serbia hat today. But what bothers me about that is Bogdanovic is the worst rotation player on the Clippers, and he would be Denver's 6th man. And he'd be useful. I'd love to have Bogdanovic on this team right now, and they don't have it. Instead, the Nuggets, outside of their starting 5, which right now includes AG with his calf injury, which also includes MPJ with his shoulder, and all credit to Porter. He is gutting this thing out, but he is ineffective right now. But the problem is, and hey, everybody can point it back at me because Kreckman, yesterday you said to play Peyton Watson. I did, and I am an idiot for having said that, okay? Not that they have many better options right now, but my God, P-Watt was death out on that court last night. And that's just what's going on right here. Again, I'm naming off names of dudes, Batum and Jones and Simmons and Bogdanovic, and what do all these guys have in common? Good NBA veterans that know exactly what their job is when they go out on the floor and they make plays. The Nuggets don't have any of those dudes. The Nuggets have a core 4, and then what surrounds them is just a whole bunch of guys, some of them trying really hard, like Christian Brown, and a whole bunch of other guys that shouldn't be in a playoff rotation right now. Which, give all the credit in the world to Nikola Jokic, to Jamal Murray, to Aaron Gordon for what these guys have been able to do to somehow have the 4 seed and home court advantage. But right now, this roster flat out isn't good enough. And I'm not burying this team, by the way, in this series. I want that to be known. I think the Nuggets can win tomorrow night. I firmly believe that they can win tomorrow night. Because guess what? I've tried to throw dirt on this team in the past. I did last year after they were down 2-0 to Minnesota. I was like, they're going to get swept. What happened? They had a 20-point lead in Game 7 and should have won the dang series, but they didn't get it done. I'm not burying Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray for 1 second, all right? Those guys are too special, and they have earned too much credit with being a championship core of this team for me to go and doubt those guys. But right now, this team needs to be retooled in the biggest way. And right now, what the Clippers have is just a whole bunch of professional damn basketball players out there. And the Denver Nuggets are trying to fight back with 2 really good players and then a whole bunch of other guys that the Clippers aren't scared of.
I like it. I like it. Hey, look, I'm not going to argue any of it. I told you, I have never been so happy to be doing draft coverage at 8:30 at night in my life as when I looked up at one point, I believe it was like a 28-24. The Nuggets had a lead.
Mm-hmm.
I looked back up, then it's like 30-28. Then I look back up again, and I'm going, and I remember saying to the guys as we went to break, we're about to go to the Nikola Jokic minutes that we all worry about. Look back up, down by 15.
Ugh.
And I watched DeAndre Jordan clank 2 free throws. And then at one point, they got it back down to 10. Again, we do a couple more minutes. I look back up, boom, right back to 16 or 17.
Yeah.
I was like, they can't cut into this thing at all. What is happening? Normally, I would go back and watch the game. I'm listening to Kaz on the ride home, as I told you.
How was he?
At one point in the fourth quarter, he's first off, and I guess what do you think was going on with because I got home, looked at Twitter, and you tweeted it too. Everybody around the Nuggets was begging David Adelman to get the starters out.
Get him out.
Sooner than he did.
Yeah, just get him out.
Kaz about 3 times said, Coach, it's done.
It's
get
over.
him out of here.
It's over.
And then he does get everybody out. And I don't even remember the play. All I heard was Kaz go, and Peyton Watson just threw that into no man's land. Oh, and now it goes off his head. What is happening? And I was like, holy cow, this is just, nothing sounds like it went good.
Nothing was good. Nothing was, the first quarter was fine for a minute. And then you know what happened? Ty Lue called a timeout and told his players, this ain't working. I don't like the way we're playing right now. And then they played better the rest of the night. They cleaned up what their issues were. God, at one point in the second quarter, the Nuggets went zone, okay? They just threw it 2-3, all right? Nothing special, just a meat and potatoes 2-3 zone.
Try to shock them.
Okay? And what happened? Ivica Zubac catches the ball in the paint, turns, and casually drops in a floater. That's not supposed to happen against the zone.
Yeah.
That defense is designed to make that impossible. And it's mind-boggling. Like, again, things get tough for this team, and they just hang their head. And what sucks about last night is I thought Jamal played well. I didn't think Joker was bad. He's just trying to do freaking everything out there for this team.
Here's my, not to make excuses, because there's no excuse. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know the rotations. Joker's about ready to break clipboards over what they're trying to do defensively and yelling at Ryan Saunders, and they've had enough of that.
He's not even letting Ryan Saunders get a word in edgewise in those huddles.
Because none of it's working.
No.
But they took a week off. Remember how we wanted that big new coach bump to get him the week off so they could heal up? That's out the window. Aaron Gordon looks hurt. Joker, we know Joker's laboring. He keeps going from one sleeve to not a sleeve. I don't think the back feels right. He's banging with the guy. We talked about it, man. Zubac is as big as he is, or at least as solid as he is.
He's good,
They
too.
may not weigh pound for pound, but Zubac is not. This is not what you needed first round.
Yeah.
Even if the Nuggets find a way to pull this off, and I got to tell you, I don't feel like they're gonna, but even if they find a way to pull it off, I don't have any faith in the next round. Frankly, I don't think either team is gonna. Now, I don't know if the Clippers can wrap it up in 5. They may be okay next round.
You know the behemoth they're going to run into.
Yeah.
Did you see what those guys did last night?
I heard about it. About it.
They gave up 77 points in the first half, okay?
Yeah.
To not even to Memphis, to Vancouver. Did you see their jerseys last night? They give up 77 points in the first half of that game. I'm looking at it, and I'm going, oh, wow, this is unexpected. Okay, maybe the Grizz got a little bit better fight than I realized they did. The Thunder gave up 31 points in the second half of that game last night. They just turned the screws, and the Grizzlies could not do a friggin' thing. That team, that Thunder team is a problem.
Yeah, and guess what? The two teams getting blown out last night are the two teams with interim coaches.
Yep.
And maybe there's not a coincidence there. And I love David Adelman. I can understand why he's going to be a good fit for a team.
Yeah.
And I hope he makes me eat these words because I do like him. But right now it feels like they need to go when this thing is done. They need to go find a veteran guy. They need to go get a veteran GM. They need to it just needs to happen.
Yep.
Pair them together. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
And I think Adelman would be perfect for a young team.
This
I really
thing
do.
needs to be rethought
Yeah.
right now. And there need to be critical moves that are made. But right now, trying to get by with four huge salaries and the rest of the roster being young guys trying to catch up isn't working.
Well, and how about you lose Russell Westbrook and there was no defense after it looked
none
like?
whatsoever. None whatsoever. Yeah. And yeah, it was a killer to lose Westbrook. Nick Batum, man. Nick Batum.
Well, but you also
I
said
pine for Nick Batum.
They've got 3 or 4 guys you wish you had.
Yeah.
I told you. When I told you earlier in the year I wasn't enjoying this Nugget season, it's because you trust 2 guys off the bench, and half the guys that come in on the bench, like this whole team, there's no switching it up. It's not a multi-tool kit. You've got like 4 tires you're trying to ride with no... I mean, where's your defensive matchup? Where's your unique player off the bench that causes them to you don't have any of this.
Nah.
And what you do have is not even good anyway. You're not even trusting. They have not trusted to play their bench guys all year. That's got to stop. I get you shorten your bench in the playoffs. You're shortening your bench by the time we get to December. Are you kidding me?
We said it early in the series. They got 6 dudes they trust. The keyword is captain. Text in captain along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win a pair of tickets to tomorrow night's Avalanche Stars Game 4 out at Ball Arena. Tickets still available, coloradoavalanche.com. But text captain along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Captain as in Gabriel Landeskog, not Cap'n like Cap'n Crunch. That has an apostrophe in it. Dan Hyatt, Nikola Jokic needs help. Can Dan Hyatt help him? We'll find out next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know it's the weekend. That usually means sexy time. Well, if you're avoiding sexy time because you got erectile dysfunction, don't live with it anymore. Get your weekends back. Get your during the weeks back. I don't know. Maybe you're up and at 'em all the time. Whatever. If you want to be that guy that is just living the great life, maybe you're going to be, the new Playboy. I don't know. Who's the guy that started that? You probably don't remember Spring.
Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner. There you go. You want to be the new Hugh Hefner? Go ahead and call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll get you feeling right. They'll get you back in that robe. Don't live with erectile dysfunction. You know why? You don't need to. Because at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when the pills and the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last in an hour or more there, Hugh Hefner. Put your robe on for that. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The first visit's real easy. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and then you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free, so nothing to lose. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Watching the film about why you guys lost that game.
We sucked. We did. We were not physical. I thought our engagement was very individually based. It wasn't team engaged. We know that. And the guys owned it today. We watched the film session. You can't do a lot with 3 o'clock game tomorrow, but you can definitely walk through, go through the detailed things that have to get better. And that's not just going to solve it. Like, schematics don't solve playoff wins. They can help you stay in a game. But our physical nature has to geek up, and it wasn't good enough yesterday.
Scott Friday, David Edelman today, asked by Katie Wingy. That was from Katie's Twitter account. Shout out to Katie. Hey, what'd the film show you?
We sucked.
I concur. Dan Hyatt, Nuggets and NBA statistician extraordinaire.
Yeah, I agree with you, pal.
Yeah, no arguments here.
I watched it too.
Yeah. Hey, David Adelman's group text probably looked like mine last night.
Oh, Dan Hyatt, what stat do you have to prove to me that they suck, smart guy?
Well, they sucked.
Stat number 1 you need to know. They sucked.
You know, what's hysterical about all this is that I'm pretty laid back, too, when it comes to most of this. Nick Batum got under my skin, too.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things where it's because he's kind of the antagonist. It's like a great bad guy name. And so he gets off all these shots, right? He comes in, hits 4 threes. I dug a little bit deeper while you were talking about him because I was like, I got to talk. It's driving me nuts now, too. So I'm looking at his numbers. And again, he started on MPJ, right? He can guard a 3 to 5. Yep. But he's out there on MPJ. MPJ against him one-on-one is 0 for 6 in this series.
God.
But not only does Batum have this length, it's like 2 steps for him is 3 for every other person.
Yep.
And he basically bounces off and can go cover the shift on these passes. And he's kept the guards, he's kept Westbrook and Murray to 2 for 9 shooting.
God.
So not only is he hitting these threes, he's keeping us from hitting shots, and he's the MVP.
And then he makes threes. And then he just makes catch and shoot threes, which he shoots in like a fraction of a second after catching the ball. Guy's incredible. And yeah, he's under my skin, but also, God, I wish we had that guy on our team.
But he's right. He'd be a good Bond villain.
He would be. Mm-hmm.
Bond would be the series, right?
Just a tall Frenchman.
Batum.
He's got one of those names that sounds like a bad word, but it's not, like Nick Batum.
Yeah.
You know, when my kids were little, it would be about, not words that are dirty or bad, but words that sounded dirty or bad, like, Muckluck and Nick Batum.
Yeah, he'd have a glass eye. Be bald. Like the bad glass eye.
He could play, if they redo, if they bring back Jaws as a character in Bond, whenever they bring it back, he could play Jaws. Just give him metal teeth, and he could be kicking James Bond from across the room. All right, let's do this, Dan. 2 Nugget stats we need to know. Let's start with stat number 1. Joker needs help.
Jokic needs help. Well, it's funny because you talk about they're taking away the entry pass. They come in, they double, they triple. If you look at the numbers and you follow the progression of this series, it's fascinating because in game 1, he had 119 touches. That's a lot. That's a little bit more than he usually had during the regular season, and he's led the league for 6 straight years in touches. But game 1, 119 touches. Game 2, 106. Game 3, 92. And he only took 14 shots, whereas game 1, he took 24 shots. So now you're talking about, and then if you look at the passes, in game 1, he received 92 passes. In game 2, he received 78 passes. And in game 3, 65, which is almost the lowest number for any game this year. And he had a lot of minutes. So you're talking about a Clippers team that is saying, let's make him give the ball to other people to beat us, but actually let's just take him away at all. Just smother him.
Yep.
And then he can't find the passes. He had Christian Brown on a backdoor cut once last night, which was beautiful, and that was about it. And he's basically they're scoring 100. They scored 112 in the first game and 102 in the second. He had 50% of all the production accumulated, right? Points and assists. In game 3, they scored 83 points. And he was responsible for over 60% of the offense. That's not – there's nobody helping. There's nobody even remotely close to helping. And the biggest takeaway from all that helping is, okay, if you got 2 or 3 on you, you kick it out for a wide-open shot. Okay? Game 1, the Nuggets were 10 for 21 when they were wide open, 48%. Okay, 6 for 13 from 3. Game 2, about the same. 11 for 24, 46% shooting when you're wide open, 9 for 18 from 3. Pretty good, 50%. In Game 3, the Nuggets were 3 for 15 when left wide open and 2 for 13 from 3. So they're not only taking away anything Jokic is doing in the middle, they're daring anybody to take those shots, whether it's a mid-range jumper or whether it's a 3, and nobody's coming through.
Sub 105 offensive rating in the series right now for the Nuggets. Yeah, and the Clippers, just their attitude is, go ahead, shoot the ball. Have at it, enjoy yourself. All right, stat number 1, they can't make wide open shots, which is certainly problematic.
Problem.
Stat number 2, last night, Dan, they were outscored by 33 points from behind the arc in a game they lost by 34. How bad is the three-point math for them at the moment?
We came into the series talking about how both these teams took a very low frequency of threes, but they both hit a high percentage of the shots. 37% in the regular season for both is top 8. That's elite, right? But they were only the Nuggets were 29 or around 33 pointers per game. Clippers were just above that. The Clippers have changed their tune. They're taking more threes, and they're getting more wide open threes because our defense on the perimeter is just not able to get around. But you're looking at 33.4 3-points attempted per game during the regular season for the Clippers. They're up to about 35 or 36, and they're hitting 40%. Yeah. So they're taking more, they're hitting more, but here's the key. In Game 1, guess how many wide-open three-pointers they took? 12, made 4. In Game 2, they took 11 wide open. Wide open is the defender is not within 6 feet of you.
Okay.
You have left him alone. You have not even tried to get over, or if you have, it's been a very, very poor effort. Game 2, 11 wide three-pointers, 5 made. Game 3 last night, 20 wide-open three-point attempts, and they made 11.
God. Yeah.
You'll never win. You'll never win.
Well,
there was a moment when Murray was hitting. He got hot. I think he had 2 or 3 possessions where he was hitting some actually tough 2-point jumpers. I think he had about 2 or 3 in a row. But they were offset by 3-pointers.
By threes, yeah.
By Derek Jones Jr. Like, you can't trade those. You can't afford to do that.
Yeah, no, I think the Nuggets scored 3 possessions in a row, to your point, and they ended up with a greater deficit going through that part. Dan, we got about a minute here. Let's lighten the load a little bit. Give us a stat we don't need to know.
Well, you guys watched the game. You got the wall, and all the fans were given those horse hats.
Yeah.
So the stat you don't need to know, but it really draws a great parallel to what's happening in the series, is that a horse doesn't have 360-degree field of vision. They have 350, right? They can't see right in front of their nose, and they can't see right behind their head. But the eyes can observe multiple things at once. A horse can look at 2 different things and follow and track 2 different things, which, again, is just like a perfect representation of Jokic, who sees things when they're not happening, can see the backdoor pass, right? Can see the things on the court. He's got this great vision. I also didn't know horses they're not colorblind, but they can see different shades of a dichromatic vision. So it's like blue and green are kind of the same, but it's very different from red and yellow. So when you see horses do jumps and stuff, they've got like contrasting colors, which basically was what the wall was for everybody. Jordan doesn't need help missing free throws, but nobody can make the free throws. Jokic was having problems with it again too last night. But a horse has 350 degrees to be able to see around him, unless you've got 4 defenders who are all on you at all times, which is basically what the Clippers have done.
Did you ever watch the movie The Black Stallion? Remember that from the 80s? Are you familiar with that one?
No.
How old are you, Dan?
I'm Nate's age. I grew up in the 80s, but I'm a 90s kid.
Neither one of you like a good horse movie?
Apparently the Black Stallion could only see 350 degrees. I'm a war horse
What
guy,
about Black
personally.
Beauty? Do you remember Black Beauty?
I remember
that came
Black
along
Beauty.
a little later.
I had the vinyl record when I was a kid.
It's going to be misty tonight, and there's no playoff action, Dan. Watch a little Black Stallion with your kids.
Power rank horse movies. Dan Hyatt, everybody. Nuggets and NBA statistician extraordinaire. Horses can only see 350 degrees. Dan, beautiful work as always.
Good luck, boys. Have a good weekend.
They can't see in front of them because they got that big old schnoz. Hey, head down to Tony Tenderoni's 19th and
Ride
Market
the Black Stallion
tomorrow night for a Nuggets Game 4
Tie it
viewing
up.
party hosted by DMac. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3 o'clock, and you can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed photos. They'll have $5 Michelob Ultra Pints for this and every playoff game. We'll see you at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow. we hope you're having a delightful Ska Friday. Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got another keyword to give you coming up at 4:20 to get you to win a pair of tickets to see the the Avalanche and the Stars tomorrow night. That'd really be something if the Nuggets were there. Nuggets will be in action tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Avalanche tomorrow night at Ball Arena. We'll have it all for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. NFL Draft Round 1 in the books. Shadur Sanders still not on an NFL team. Adam Schefter today on NFL Live says he wouldn't be surprised if Louisville's Tyler Shuck gets drafted ahead of Shadur Sanders.
Surprised if Tyler Shuck goes ahead of Shadur Sanders tonight. Can you imagine if Jackson Dart and Tyler Shuck both wind up being drafted ahead of Shadur Sanders? I think there are not a lot of teams that love the idea of drafting Shedeur. And I think now we're at the point where unless he goes in the third round, number 83, to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who had a discussion about him on the board at number 21, I think we make it a team that we never connected to him.
A team that they never connected to Shedeur, a.k.a. Shadur Sanders, is going to get drafted to be a backup quarterback.
Well, the three teams, and now I'm forgetting one of them. The Raiders still remain a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
They talked about the Seattle Seahawks.
Schefter, let's listen to Schefter. He gives examples of surprise teams that could draft Shadur Sanders.
I'll give you some examples right now. And again, I'm just hypothesizing. A team that has him high on their board that never thought he would be available in round 2. The Seattle Seahawks. The Arizona Cardinals. And, hold on to your head, the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not telling you any of these teams are going to take him. What I am saying is that
Holding his head.
it will not surprise me if all of a sudden the team that takes him tonight is a team that we just didn't even connect to him and had him high enough on the board that when he was available at their spot, they couldn't pass him up.
Cowboys could do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for Shadour's sake, because I like Shadur. Where could he go and maybe just blend in for a bit? And I'd recommend that's just what you do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, might get a little bit tougher after President Trump today put out on Truth Social a paragraph ripping NFL owners, calling them stupid for not drafting Shadur Sanders because he has phenomenal genes thanks to his dad, Dion.
Well, we'll see if that gets anybody to react and get him drafted.
Going to be a little bit tougher to blend in after. It's always tough to blend in if you're Shadur Sanders, but it's like now this thing takes on a whole other life because he fell, because, Shadur is putting out.
He had the room.
The
hats. He's still at a party.
Guy with a giant leather hat on his head.
Hat.
He had a big hat on his head. That was going down. That did not appear to be a real good party last night. Didn't appear to be a very good time.
There was some stuff that they tweeted out after. They decided to party anyway.
Good for them. As well you should.
Yeah, you might as well. You built the room.
Yeah, it's catered.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself
There's
a little
food,
bit.
There's stuff to have fun with.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I think he's going to be better than some of the guys that are going to end up going ahead of him. I don't think Jackson Dart
going to be a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to watch Jackson Dart. That's going to be some kind of quarterback room. Did you hear he walked in today in a Russell Wilson jersey? Said he watched him with the Seahawks, and already Dable had said that Wilson is our starter. So
he could have had your Russell Wilson jersey.
I would have given it to him.
You would have sent
doubt.
it to
now,
him.
That's not the team apparently he watched him with, is what
see.
Jackson, I guess, said. So,
yeah, I watched Russell Wilson footage from 2017. I thought he was awesome, too.
Look, the Niners, I think, are still a sneaky team.
Okay.
The Cowboys, here's the problem with the Cowboys, right? It's Dallas, and it's Dion's kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think Dak doesn't need the headache. You know what I mean? Dak.
He's got enough headaches.
He's got
enough problems.
Right. You need to get that thing. You don't need to bring in another circus. We just hear about the circuses with the paid tours and everything else.
Sure.
Don't give him one more circus if Dion's kid's sitting behind him.
Sure.
If you really believe in the guy, and you just paid him a year ago, so I'm pretty sure you believe in the guy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the Raiders becomes the quiet landing spot. Brady can work with him again, although I don't know if he's a Tom Brady guy. Like you said, we don't know much about this. But if he gets to the third round, I think he then becomes a value for a lot of teams.
Yes.
A lot of teams.
He starts to become too valuable to leave on the board. Although last night, if you listen to Mel Kiper, I think Shedeur set a new record for being the longest best player available in an NFL draft.
Is that what he was saying?
Because
I saw these tweets about them. The Chiefs just started Mel Kiper. The Chiefs just started trade Mahomes and move on. Go draft Shedeur. The Bills ought to trade Josh Allen, move up and draft Shedeur. So is that what that was referring to?
You know who, dude, yeah. Mel was beside himself last night. You know who had a good night, though? Our dude Travis Hunter had a good night.
Travis Hunter, yes.
Number 2 overall pick in the NFL draft, resplendent pink suit last night. A team that desperately wanted him, that paid handsomely to go and get him. He ends up a Jacksonville Jaguar. He'll be playing for weirdo Liam Cohen. They're in Jacksonville. But yeah, Jacksonville jumping 3 spots to take Travis Hunter. Moved a future first, Andy.
Next year's first.
Cleveland in the trade got 5 from last night. They got 36, 126, and a 2026 first. That's a really good trade for Cleveland, by the way. All right. Honestly, I think both teams win in a trade like this because Jacksonville gets a player that they desperately wanted. They talked about how they want to use him. They're thinking the opposite of what we thought.
Yeah.
They're thinking, let's go out there and let's give Trevor Lawrence a weapon and put somebody across from Brian Thomas and look how awesome this is going to be, and we'll work him in defensively.
Heisman to Heisman, by the way.
Yeah.
Heisman teammates on that offense all of a sudden.
How well is it going to work? Who knows? But I do know you have the best player in this draft on your team now.
Well, here's what I like. Listening to Cohen talk, he basically said he wants it to look like CU.
Yeah.
So they may let him play way more on both sides of the ball than any other team would have.
Yep.
And after you gave up that much for him, you probably should. Now, again, does it last more than a 3 years? I don't know. But it'll be fun to see if he can try to pull it off. By the way, you want me to make your head explode and everybody, I don't know, maybe not everybody around town, pulled up the old second-round mock.
Ooh.
Who do you think on ESPN? And let me go see who pinned this one. Where's your name? It doesn't tell me. Anyway, ESPN's mock. Oh, it's Matt Miller.
I like Matt Miller.
Yeah, you want to know what he's got the Broncos doing at 51?
Another corner?
Defensive tackle from Toledo, Darius Alexander.
I have seen Darius Alexander in numerous multi-round mocks connected to Denver.
Okay.
Darius Alexander out of Toledo is again, based on the coverage that I have read and given the way that the Broncos pretty much zagged their way out of what everybody was thinking last night. They probably won't go in this direction, but I have seen him connected to Denver in other multi-round mocks. Like defensive line is still something they do need to address in this draft. I thought honestly, when it was getting to that point, I was like, well, Harmon's right there. Really, it was like right around where Denver selected was just a whole bunch of guys connected to the Broncos. Emeka Egbuka went a pick before Denver to Tampa Bay at number 19. Clearly, they have their questions about Chris Godwin, I think, going forward and his long-term viability. Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, who I said yesterday would be a good pick for Denver. He went to Pittsburgh, one pick after Jahdae Barron. Omarion Hampton, North Carolina. Harbaugh snatched him up at 22. Matthew Golden, who had a sick suit on last night, goes to Green Bay at number 23. Like, I have seen all of those guys mocked to the Broncos, and they all went right around where Denver got Barron at number 20.
So Peyton told the Assemble Media last night, he was asked about the running back situation, and George Payton had said, we had a runner we were interested in, but it would have been a trade back scenario.
And nobody wanted to trade back.
Who do you – well, it was funny. Rappaport, I think we read it on our show before we got off the air. Most of the end of the round wanted to get out.
Right.
Because there just weren't – that proves to you there weren't enough first-round grades for people to want to hang out except for the Giants to go back in, I guess.
How about
Jackson
the Rams, by the way? And I know the Rams. Look, elite ownership. You can't own better than the Rams are owned, okay? It's as good as it gets in the NFL. But the Rams last night make a trade with Atlanta and get a future first so Atlanta could go up and get an edge rusher. And, like, if there is ever a tell, if you're a team that's awesome at the draft like the Rams and you're trading with a team that's terrible at the draft like the Atlanta Falcons, that should have been a tell for the Falcons. Don't do this. The Rams just hung out and were like, cool. Now we have 2 firsts for next year. And if we need to go trading up with our 2 firsts to make a run at a quarterback to eventually replace Matthew Stafford, we now have the ammunition to be able to do it. Cleveland has 2 firsts for next year as well. And that's another team that has to take a long view on rebuilding their mess. But yeah, great trade last night by the Rams.
What running back do you think they would have traded back for?
I think it probably would have been Henderson. Because I think he's the next back that's going, and it would have been Denver trading back to a more reasonable place to take him. I saw a mock today that has Quinshon Judkins of Ohio State going to Denver at 51. It would make a ton of sense.
I would do that.
Yeah, it would absolutely make a ton of sense. You had the defensive lineman from Toledo, which, again, I think that would also make a ton of sense for Denver at number 51, something that they have to deal with. Running back depth, very good in this draft. Jeff Legwold is going to break down that running back depth, plus the plan for Travis Hunter, what happened to Shedeur, and Jahdae Barron as a member of the Denver Broncos. How good is this secondary going to be? Plus, we'll get all X and O-zy and filmy with Legwold when talking about Jahdae Barron and how he fits here in Denver. Plus, we got another keyword to give you coming up here on the other side. We'll give you the keyword so you can be entered to win a pair of tickets to Avs and Stars Game 4 tomorrow. We have 2 more keywords to give you at 20 minutes past the hour. We'll do it at 4:20 and 5:20, and then we'll give those tickets away at 5:50. Tickets for Game 4, Avs and Stars, Legwold, and your keyword for this hour on the other side. All right, let's get you that keyword so you can win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Stars game for tomorrow night out at Ball Arena. By the way, the Avs releasing tickets throughout the day. Standing room only tickets are available as well, all available at coloradoavalanche.com. But if you want to win tickets, well, we have you covered. Just text the keyword Landy, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Landy Lindahl. That's the keyword Landy with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Landy, 303-504-0925. Landy. Landy, not Lando. He was a little shifty, I would say.
But turned out to be a good guy in the end.
Should have never gone to that city in the clouds, hon. Again, the keyword Landy with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce the winner at 5:50. Landy. Leggy, not Landy, Leggy, is with us right now. He joins us from a parking lot outside the Denver Broncos facility right now. Jeff Legwold, man. When the Denver Broncos make a selection at number 20, and you had that guy, let's check, number 8 in the top 100, do you get up and start dancing an Irish jig and just telling everybody, I'm the smartest person in the room? Because, Leggy, there you were saying, and I remember reading this line when I read the top 100, by the way, some people might scoff at Barron being this high. Why did you have him rated so highly?
He's just simply, if Travis Hunter isn't doing Travis Hunter amazing things, Barron's probably CB1 on most teams' draft boards, and his versatility is lauded, universally. But he just got caught up in the swirl in the public domain, I think, because of Travis Hunter's, two-way prospects. And, in a weird year when the quarterbacks were just so much of the swirl, that the Broncos have made it clear after Miami picks at like 13, they're staring up at their draft board and Barron's name is up near the top. And then there's this immense gap between the next group of players. And when you're a team and you look up when your pick's approaching and you have that kind of gap, it's a no-brainer to take the player who's rated so highly. And I have been told he was a top 10 player on their board. And, again, a no-brainer, and such a no-brainer that Sean Payton, head coach of the Denver Broncos and noted offensive enthusiast, didn't even hesitate to take Barron with the first pick.
All right. Well, that's great value. What makes him so valuable? What position will he play here? Is he, Jeff, the defensive joker?
He is. No, I mean, he this is a guy, again, if we're not talking about Travis Hunter, this guy's versatility would be lauded. He had at least 500 career snaps at Texas at outside corner, slot corner, and safety. And that's almost unheard of in that level of football, to have that kind of versatility in a defense, to be able to mentally learn it and to physically play it is remarkable. And in all of the tape I reviewed of him, I did not see him miss a single tackle. And I can't honestly remember the last player I could say that about.
Yeah, that's a good sign right there. He was the MVP, defensive MVP of the Peach Bowl last year. He had 11 tackles in that game against Arizona State. Here's another one that jumped out at me, Leggy, when I saw this. Like, obviously, 4.3940, the measurables were really good on Barron. He had 2 defensive pass interference flags thrown at him his last 35 collegiate games, which, I mean, immediately suggests there doesn't need to be any easing in. This guy is ready for big-time duty the moment that he walks onto an NFL field.
just learning the scheme is one thing, but you could make the argument on a talent equation. He's as talented an outside corner as Riley Moss, and maybe better, and as talented a nickel corner as Jaquan McMillan, and as talented a safety as PJ Locke. So people always have been asking me, oh, where's he going to play? They're going to play him wherever they want to. And he's going to be not just a contributor, he is going to make one of the league's best defenses a really difficult riddle to solve, because you cannot have enough coverage guys like this. And you put this in a secondary, you're suddenly allowed to move Pat Surtain around more because of what this guy can do. And again, for me, I'm as a longtime draft guy, value is everything to me. And this is such a ridiculous no-brainer. I can't even understand any of the hand-wringing. He is so much better than any receiver that was on the board. And I keep hearing people tell me, what about Matthew Golden? I got news for you. They have Matthew Golden. His name's Marvin Mims, and he's better. So, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah, along those lines, adding strength to strength, the way that the Broncos did. The fact that virtually nobody had them mocked, connected to a corner, connected to Barron. But the Broncos' willingness to do that, for the Broncos' willingness to say, at number 20, we're going to put value above all else. What does that tell you about the decision-making process right now with the Broncos? Because I think last night we saw some reaches, we saw some interesting decisions, some interesting trades that were made last night. The Broncos just hung out and did the sound thing.
Yeah, they did what good teams do, what the Ravens do, what what the Eagles do. This is what good teams do in the draft, is you're unafraid to add really good players and just figure out the rest. It's a talent business. Teams with the most talent usually win the most games. And, sure, it's character and chemistry and scheme and all of those things, but talent is the foundation of it all. And this guy was by far the most talented football player available when they made their pick. And I think it shows a level. I think the fact that Sean Payton didn't hesitate, like he was saying last night, it's ridiculous to even think about that there was a decision making. And, the interesting thing is, behind the scenes, when I talk to people, usually when the pick's approaching, there's not frantic, but there's a lot of, okay, bring in the position coach to talk about this guy, bring in the scout to talk about this other guy, quick, but while we're on the clock, they didn't do any of that. Their pick rolled up, they looked up, they saw Barron's name, and they put it in, and that was it. And that's what a big gap it was between him and the other available players. And Sean Payton called anything else other than taking Barron. He used the phrase a trade down scenario. So that tells you where the grades were when they made the pick.
All right. We do want to get to talking about today and what you think could happen. But before that, I want to revisit one last point, because this is why I do like the pick. I always remember in 2015, I asked you, as we started to figure out that was a pretty special defense, why are they so good? And you told me they could rush and they could cover. Are the Broncos getting close to being able to put that kind of combo again at that level?
That's where you have to be. Are you going to win quarterback battles with Pat Mahomes? You got to be able to answer. And to answer in today's NFL, when you're in the nickel defense, when you're in a specialty defense 70% of the time, I guess it's no longer specialty for one thing, but you need at least 4 viable corners to play quality defense in the league right now. And this guy himself gives them 4 quality corners and 3 safeties and a dime linebacker who can cover. And again, I'm being honest. I cannot honestly remember the last prospect I evaluated who I didn't see miss a tackle. It's so rare. And it's anecdotal, I know, but I cannot remember the last guy. This guy gets people on the ground. He makes plays behind the line of scrimmage. It's rare you even see a completion against him in the SEC. So this is a fabulous player. I think people's opinions may be clouded because it's like, well, if he's so good, how'd they get him at 20? Well, people make mistakes, and a few years from now, there will be a couple teams saying we probably shouldn't have taken that guard or a defensive tackle instead.
Talking to Jeff Legwold, he is outside the facility right now as the round 2 will get going in about 29 minutes or so. Leggy, let's stay in the first round for a moment. I want to continue to talk about picks that you loved. One of them, I'm assuming, and again, Howie Roseman, big shock, but Jahad Campbell going at 31 to Philadelphia. The Eagles jumping up a spot to go and get him. You had him number 11 in your top 100. Hey, again, the Eagles, what a concept. Just load up your defense with awesome, fast SEC defenders. It's really worked out for those guys. They're the Super Bowl champions. What else in the first round were picks that kind of jumped out at you and said, okay, that was really savvy, that was good?
Well, of course, I'm going to like the Walter Nolan pick.
Mm-hmm.
I had him a top 5 player in my little list, and, the Cardinals, I believe, took him down the board. I think those 3 defenders, the Broncos taking Barron included, were my 3. Those were the picks that really caught my eye. And the Ravens just hang in and they take yet another player who fits them perfectly.
Again, another team that had no problem, Leggy, adding strength to strength and taking Malachi Starks.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
I know it's hard for people to accept, but the draft is a value business, and the good teams acquire talent. And then your job as professional football coaches is to figure out how to disperse the talent. But it does you no good to draft a need player who is graded well behind the people you left up on the board, because you're not adding talent then. You're adding space fillers. It's like a football coaster. It's not helping you. And I think that, like I say, that year after year, the Super Bowl teams are usually draft-built teams, and the best draft-built teams take the most talented players when the picks roll around.
All right, what do we think we got on tap for today? I mean, I know there's a lot left, especially offensive. Now, it was interesting because in Matt Miller's mock draft, they've got the defensive tackle out of Toledo possibly being the Broncos' second-round pick at 51. Do you think they could surprise us with more defense, or do you think they go offensive today?
It will be a substantial shock to me if there isn't at least one running back among these 2 picks, because the strength of the board is the second round is loaded with running backs, and they will have at least 3 running backs available, or at least 1 or 2 of the 3 running backs they've spent a lot of time with, I would expect would be available at 51. Either Sampson, Etienne, or in a quirky world, Henderson. I think 1 or 2 of those 3, I think, will still be on the board when they pick at 51, and they've spent considerable time with all 3.
Do you think Denver likes Quinshon Judkins, who could also be there at 51?
Yeah, no, they've spent some time with him. I'm just saying those other 3 are probably a little more of the more versatile player that they're looking for. Judkins is a really, really, really good inside the tackles runner, inside the hash marks, and does have the speed to get the corner. So he's a great back. But I think their third down portfolio doesn't get much bigger, at least his rookie and second year, maybe down the line. But the other guys have a little bigger third down portfolio that I think helps them quicker.
Leggy, some interesting tight end stuff that happened last night, and something else that Denver could potentially be looking at. But Colston Loveland ends up being the first tight end off the board. Ben Johnson in Chicago take him at number 10. No surprise. Indianapolis goes tight end. They take Tyler Warren out of Penn State at number 14. You have Mason Taylor out of LSU as your 34th ranked prospect in the top 100. He's your third tight end on the board. Should he take a fall to 51? Is that something that Denver would take a look at?
Certainly. I think my most likely scenario in my mind tonight, if you asked me to predict, it would be running back, tight end, somewhere in those two picks.
Okay.
Because that, again, that's going to be sort of the power of the board at that point, and receiver, of course. But I would caution people that Sean Payton warned everyone before the draft when he said he liked their wide receiver room a lot more than everybody else did. So I don't think receiver is on their mind as much as it is everybody else's. So I think running back, tight end are the top two things they hope for to come away with today.
Hey, real quick, just a little housekeeping note here. You talked about how quickly the Broncos decided to make this pick. Why then did the clock run so long? What happens? Were they taking other calls just to make sure an offer didn't knock their socks off? But if they know so soon early, which I'm sure a lot of teams do, why then do they let the clock run, or is that even just a TV thing?
It's a little of both, Andy. You're going to let the clock run in case somebody calls you. You don't want to make the pick. So, I mean, the legendary draft story always that rings, and any people in the league who have any sense of history, the fabled 83 draft, Ernie Accorsi didn't wait 1 minute, and he turned in the Elway pick for Baltimore at number 1 without taking a single call. And I think that's in your draft historians and your people who have been around the league, that's something they always fear, is that you turn the card in and the offer that would have rocked you never made it to your ear.
So Ernie Accorsi, the Nico Harrison of his day, is what Legwald is telling us right there.
Only because his owner made him, and
Exactly.
he decided he was going to show his owner.
Hey,
I'll show you.
Jeff Legwald, can I make a humble request? Can you hang through the break and chat with us for a few more minutes before round 2 gets underway?
Sure.
Good.
Hey, is your arm enjoying this? You don't have to keep showing us the Broncos thing. We know you can adjust your arm position. Hey, can you show us the building that's up? Where's swing around a little bit? What's the construction doing?
You can't really see it. It's I'm going to walk.
He's walled
off.
Really
we don't have to walk. Just spin around. We're okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, you got the tents and stuff there.
Hey, cranes and stuff.
Yeah, that view sucks. Never mind, Leggy. I'm sorry, ass.
You got some girders. You got some girders and whatnot.
All right. Jeff,
you know I have a powerful arm. I could do many segments.
Hang
Never
out for
worry.
a minute, because we gotta find out what's happening with Shadur Sanders. We need your insight on this, what you are hearing, and just where he could be going tonight. We'll do that with Jeff Legwald coming up here on the other side. Draft conversation with Leggy, Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now and get yourself registered. I tell you all the time, it's so fun to bid, to search, to dig over at Roller Auction. They have an auction where bidding is available right now that it is exactly what I'm talking about. Listen to this. Government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more, okay? There's some really cool, weird stuff in here that is worth digging through, okay? Dental chairs, landscape equipment, bicycles, electronics and IT equipment, tools and toolboxes, automotive equipment, sporting goods. handmade knives, jewelry, and so much more. Bidding on this auction starts to close on April 30th. Check it out right now. Go to roller.bid for this government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction. Got my eye right now on this Golden Eagle compound bow with Tiger Tough rest, arrows, and hard case. I'm going to go full Hawkeye out there with this thing. Go to roller.bid right now. I'll probably miss. Go to roller.bid and check it out. Again, Golden Eagle compound bow, arrows, and hard case. Go to roller.bid. Roller auction, so much fun. Government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more. Yeah, it is a Scott Friday on Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, back with Jeff Legwold here on a Friday afternoon. Round one of the draft is in the books. Travis Hunter ends up in Jacksonville. Leggy, before we get to Shedeur, what was your reaction when Liam Cohen and when the folks in Jacksonville were talking about their plan for Travis Hunter of using him primarily offensively at the start and working him in defensively. Do you think that can work?
I'm sure they'll put together something that can work.
Yeah.
It's just most of the people I've talked to have said it's easier and for him and probably better for him long term to go the other way. But no shock, the head coach is the offensive roots.
Yeah.
And I would think that's the way he was leaning when they make the trade so they can get him. I think that's what they're thinking all along is he's an offensive weapon and they'll figure out. But I think it's much harder to practice and get assignment sound as a nickel corner or a fill-in corner. I think it makes him largely predictable on defense because they probably have to put him at the outside spot only for a while, and because the nickel requires so much study and other things. But who knows? I mean, he's such a rare player. He may do rare things going this way as well.
Jeff Legwall joining us from outside the Broncos facility. Round 2 starting up in about 13 minutes from now. Leggy, Shadur Sanders is still on the board. Why was he not drafted in the first round?
Well, Nate, I know I've talked with you guys. I don't consider this a slide. I consider him to be in the area where he was graded by most teams I've talked to. I think the first round discussion was largely a media discussion, frankly. And I'm in the media.
His dad literally tweeted he was going to get drafted in the top 5.
Well, apparently his sources are not really good in the league. And, welcome to my world, coach. Get some sources. No, I mean, I think, I think that's, if you're somebody's dad, that's what you should say. If you're somebody's coach, that's what you should say. That's what you want. It's what you're hoping for. But I can just give you my own personal experiences. I've talked to no one in the pre-draft process that mentioned to me the possibility that he was a top 5 quarterback. So I guess I've not seen, or I've been sort of, this draft has been very odd as someone who's done the draft thing for a while, in that the difference between what I was hearing from football people and what I was seeing in public on a lot of players was vastly different. And I think it's just one of those years.
All right, hold on. I want to get back to Shedeur in a second here, Leggy, but I got to ask you, because Nate and I were talking about this, and you're the only guy who could ask. Do you think Sean Payton screws with some of his guys in that meet? Do you think he messes with helping, oh, yeah, we love our Omari and Hampton. Oh, yeah, we're trying to move up. It just feels like he's the guy that would love to see everybody putting this stuff out there so he could laugh. And then I know he commented last night that some of the stuff was so ridiculous he couldn't believe it. Do you think he loves to watch the world burn a little bit?
They all do. I got news for you. I tell people all the time, there's a reason we call it a mock draft, because you will be mocked if you do one long enough. If someone in the league hasn't made fun of you at some point, you have not covered the draft. I guess that's how I would phrase it.
All right. Is today the day for Shedeur? Because there's a lot of speculation that maybe it isn't.
I have a hard time believing that the deepest anyone ever, any scout, personnel guy or coach, doesn't mean it was where he was on the team's board. It just means their personal opinion. The biggest one I heard all along was in the 60s. So I would think today is his day.
Why do you think the Giants prefer Jackson Dart to Shadur Sanders?
They did extensive work on all of them, that they met with both of them individually. They did everything. I think they just came away with a more comfortable feeling after meeting with both in person. I think the Giants may be one of the teams where the interview with Shedeur didn't go as well as expected for the team. And again, it's just it's a comfort level. It's sometimes it's basic. Teams have frameworks. Bill Parcells was known for years to have hard and fast rules about how tall a certain position how tall a guy had to be, and there were no exceptions. And Shedeur at just over 6'1" does not fit a lot of quarterback evaluators' profile. And it could be something as simple as that. We may never know the real reasons, but I think Dart is a much bigger reach than Shadur Sanders at that spot.
All right, we'll wrap it up so you can get inside. It looks like everyone's assembling. Your best value left on the board, because it feels like we didn't get that typical overdraft going last night as much, did we?
No, I think one of my best values would be a corner, Will Johnson. I don't have my list in front of me.
Nick Amenwuri, the safety of South Carolina. You added 15, and he's still on the board.
But, again, defensive players, I'm just stacking the grades, and I think teams sometimes lean the way the public does because they have owners. They have team owners who want to sell tickets. They lean offense. So a lot of times my best available guys are defensive players.
Luther Burden III, by the way, Legwold had him at 23. Wide receiver out of Missouri. He is also still available.
He was in the consideration here because he's the closest thing to Marcus Colston on this draft board, and very similar players. And he did get a look. He did get a look from these guys, but he wasn't rated anywhere close to Mr. Barron.
So how about that? So the Broncos take Legwold's number 8 at number 20. The Cowboys take Legwold's number 22 at 12, that being the guard Tyler Booker out of Alabama. So shout out to George and Sean Payton. Well done getting the value. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN, catch his stuff tonight. Leggy, excellent work, man. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Hey, somewhere Mike Shanahan's head exploded because 3 guards went in the first round.
Yeah. You ought to call him up. Did you text him? You send him
I
a little,
should.
hey, you need to just say, what do you think of this?
What do you think of those 3 guards in the first round? If he used emojis, they would all be the cuss words.
Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. We're going to hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment. Really quickly, Andy, did you happen to see the footage? Kelvin Banks Jr., the tackle out of Texas, goes number 9 to the Saints. And the moment that he got announced, his wife or girlfriend is right next to him holding his baby.
Yes.
As soon as he got announced, the baby just puked everywhere.
Well, you saw, because did you see what was going on?
Yeah,
she was trying to clap.
Yeah.
And then she was worried about the baby, but then didn't want to look like she was not clapping on it.
Right.
And the poor thing was...
Kid's getting jostled around, and next thing you know, he's like...
and just finally puked. Somebody take the baby!
That kid is not pumped that his dad has to play for the Saints, apparently.
Dad, I don't want to go to New Orleans.
I'm good on that.
Look, New Orleans accepted it fine. Plenty of people do that in the French Quarter every night, except it's off hurricanes.
Hey, head down to Tony Tenderoni's.
Where?
19th and Market. That's Tony Tenderoni's at 19th and Market tomorrow for a Nuggets Game 4 viewing party hosted by DMac. We'll have a live pregame broadcast starting at 3 p.m. You can enter to win an autographed Michael Porter Jr. jersey and autographed photos. They'll have $5 Michelob Ultra Pints for this and every playoff game. We will see you at Tony Tenderoni's tomorrow. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here on the other side. Scott Friday tune one more time. Plus... we got to dive back into Nuggets conversation, get you ready for abs and stars, and we got to talk Jahdae Barron, baby. Broncos got a corner. That's right, just like everybody predicted. A corner at number 20. Keep it here. Just know if you draft Quinn Ewers out of Texas, he is going to shoot every animal in your city in the face.
That's his dad's house. Dad is gone. I don't know. Would you even say big game hunting?
There's a lot of taxidermy on that wall.
There's
man.
a whole lot of elk missing in Texas. Where's that herd? It's at Ewers' house.
It's all over at the
Look,
Ewers
guy,
home.
It's fine. You don't have to get them all taxidermied.
As Ace Ventura would say, this is a lovely room of death. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, as round 2 of the NFL draft is just now getting underway. Let's do it, Spring.
All righty then. It's time for the high five. The high five.
I like that.
Yeah. Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Last night, the Broncos shocked the world and draft cornerback Jahdae Barron, 20th overall out of the University of Texas. Let's hear from the Paytons. Let's start with Sean. What will Barron's role be as a versatile cornerback?
One of the things that was real apparent when we studied him, and one of the things that was attractive about the player is his versatility. Man, you see snaps like you're following him all around the film, his junior year, senior year, he's outside, he's inside. I think he's got great versatility. George hit on it. His football IQ is outstanding. And then there's some ties. Vance's brother was his position coach. Now he's at the Saints, but he's been his position coach for most of his career. So the versatility was something where you don't have to pigeonhole them to one spot or another. I might add that we are at a max with Texas players, so I don't care how good the next Texas player is. If someone comes in, someone's got to go.
All right, Andy. I got the Dane Brugler beast in front of me. You ready? Here we go. Jahdae Barron. Strengths: fluid athlete with controlled body movements. Fluid yet controlled. High football IQ, impressive reaction quickness in all phases. Impressive reaction quickness. Okay. Shows natural feel in underneath zone. Did not allow a touchdown catch in 2024. You'll take that every single time. Reads quickly from depth with drive acceleration to close in a blink. Studies Trent McDuffie specifically in this area for that drive acceleration. Not overly physical in press, but stays patient to maintain phase early and late. Turns to find football and makes quarterbacks pay for inaccurate throws. Always ball searching to turn catches into incompletions.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a Larry Bird joke in there from Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Skillfully works around blockers to make tackle or impact ball carrier's path used as a blitzer. 4 tackles on kickoff coverage in 2024. He will not be doing that in the NFL. 3 career non-offensive touchdowns, a blocked punt, a fumble return, and an interception return. Dependable character, served as a team captain for 10 games in 2024. Barron said, quote, "I just try to be the juice for the defense for the team," close quote. He's the juice. Played 57 games and has functional experience across the secondary. You ready for weaknesses?
They're all the same.
Average height weight, lacks ideal arm length for the position. Ideal arm length.
What would that be? What's his? Remember, the LSU tackle was too short too.
The wingspan 73.5 at the combine, 73 3/4 at his pro day. Apparently, it's more than that. On the arm length. He is shorter than me, by the way. 5'10 3/4. I was very excited about that.
You got him by a quarter?
I do. I got him by a quarter. More quick than explosive. Stopwatch speed doesn't always show. I don't know what that means.
What?
Inconsistent adjusting in deep third, so NFL vertical shots will challenge him. They challenge most corners. Can get caught watching eyes of quarterback, allowing receiver to get over the top. It's because he was mostly playing zone at Texas, I would say. I would think that that's not going to be as big a problem in the NFL. Too patient at times from off coverage, conceding throws in front of him. Competitive tackler, but had some key misses against better opponents, Ohio State and Georgia. Everybody misses tackles against Ohio State and Georgia. And finally, Andy, needs to attack blocks quicker to keep himself free on perimeter.
Well, who doesn't?
I
mean,
completely agree with that.
I attack a block all the time.
Jahdae Barron, one of 6 children, 2 older brothers, 3 little sisters, born in Corpus Christi, Texas, on the Gulf of Mexico, before moving to the Austin area in elementary school with his mother. Played multiple sports throughout childhood, but separated himself on the football field in middle school. His cousin is a rising senior safety at Baylor. There you go. Jahdae Barron out of the University of Texas.
High five. All right, hey, the Browns are on the clock here with the first pick of the second round.
Literally on the clock at this very moment.
Yeah, and I got this note here. Before we hear from George Payton, Dane Brugler tweeting out a few minutes ago that the Browns are expected to shift towards offense early in the second round. They got 2 picks coming up right now at 33rd overall, and then a few picks later with the 36th pick, the Browns will be back on the clock. Dane Brugler says running back Travion Henderson and tight end Mason Taylor would be fun for the Browns. I like Travion Henderson.
Yeah, so they have 33 and 36. They got 36 in the Jacksonville trade, going back from 2 to 5 for Travis Hunter. So 2 quick picks here in the second round for the Cleveland Browns, who need all the help that they can get.
So last night, George Payton was asked if the Broncos consider drafting a running back at 20th overall. Omarion Hampton went a few picks later to the Chargers, and George said that they considered trading back to draft a running back. Some are interpreting that this could have been for Travion Henderson. Here's George.
Yeah, there was a runner that we considered in that range. I think that was more of a trade back scenario. We had some opportunities, to trade back, but we feel good, moving forward with, like we've said throughout the process. There's a lot of runners in this draft, and it's you never know, but we feel pretty good we'll get a runner in this draft. There's a lot of them. And if there's not, that we'll sign one after the draft. We'll sign a free, there's a lot of good players left in the draft, and we feel good with where we're at. A lot of offensive players, a lot of weapons left, and so we got a weapon on defense in the first round.
All right, so what Jeff Legwold told us last hour is that the Broncos had Jahdae Barron in their top 10. They get down to number 20. They were worried Barron was going to get taken, but the Broncos did the thing, Andy, and this is the biggest point that I want to drive home, okay? I don't know if Barron is going to be an absolute stud or not. I have no idea. The Denver Broncos have done things like draft Patrick Surtain and Louis Wright in the first round. They've also done things like draft Bradley Roby and Willie Middlebrooks in the first round. So we don't know if Barron's going to absolutely be a stud, but that the Broncos took the best player available and didn't simply say, well, we need a running back, so let's take a running back at number 20. That's what good teams do.
Yes, that's what they do. And if you can create, again, another version of the no-fly zone with the young pass rushers that you have, and Jeff would always say this to me, some teams are able to rush well. Some teams cover well but don't have a pass rush.
Yeah.
The Broncos are going to make sure they have both, and it's going to be key. By the way, we have a pick.
We do.
The draft is underway.
Cleveland Browns at number 33 did not take Shadur Sanders. They have drafted linebacker Carson Schwessinger out of UCLA. No Shedeur. They said Schwessinger. Maybe it's Schwessinger? I'm not sure. Also, by the way, one quick note. We forgot to hit on this earlier. Spring, have we heard back from McConaughey today? Have we heard from him or his people?
Still waiting.
Still nothing. Okay.
You weren't supposed to call him Matt. Did you see that in the comments?
Is that what it was? I didn't
Somebody
know
goes,
that.
he doesn't go by Matt. That's terribly disrespectful. How could you call him Matt? Like, calm down, guy.
Shut up, nerd.
Just calm down. You think he's getting back to his pal?
I did tweet at McConaughey last night because he tweeted about Jahdae Barron.
Yeah, I saw
He's a
it.
big Texas guy. So I tweeted at McConaughey last night to try and book him here on the show. But I did say, hey, Matt, but then I also added, can I call you Matt?
You asked?
I'm familiar. I figured McConaughey's going to come on the show. Number one, I figure he'll be high out of his tree. And number two, we might as well just skip the formalities.
I like it. He may be like, do I know him? I don't know. I better get back to him.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to upset anybody. I'm a nice guy.
I don't know if he's busy today or not. He's probably just sitting around getting
What do
baked.
you do? He's not shooting anything,
Yeah,
right?
playing
As far
bongos,
as,
watching the draft.
There's no new True Detective in the thing. They're not remaking Dazed and Confused.
Just come hang out, bro.
What's your favorite McConaughey?
Ooh, great question.
Lake?
I probably just I probably just go dazed and confused, right?
Yeah, you have to.
It's
right?
it's a rote answer. I'm aware.
I like that first True Detective.
But
dark.
He was season 1. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Him and Woody. The scene where he's in the crack house and it's the one shot and he's just wasting everybody. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen season 1 of True Detective from like 11 years ago.
It's been out a minute.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, so let's talk about the Broncos' remaining draft picks. They currently hold 2 picks for tonight's festivities, 51st overall in the second round and 85th overall in the third round. And then this weekend, 4th round, number 122, 6th round, number 191, another 6th-round pick, 197, and another 6th-round pick, number 208.
Yeah, 51 and 85 are the 2 selections. They are right now scheduled to make this evening. 51 in the second, 85 in the third. Legwald, very convinced. Running back, tight end, some combination of those positions tonight for the Broncos. So they, obviously they have offensive needs. Last night went best player available. What will they do tonight? By the way, Owen Daniels up there making the selection for the Houston Texans. They have taken wide receiver Jaden Higgins out of Iowa State with the number 34 overall selection. So the first 2 picks of the second round are gone. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So Travis Hunter wins 2nd overall to the Jaguars, who traded up from 5 to get him. Liam Cohen, their head coach, here we go,
Duval,
said they've already talked with Travis and with the team about playing him both ways in Jacksonville. Let's hear from their young 34-year-old GM, James Gladstone. He said that he's familiar with the F them picks philosophy because he comes from the Rams front office. But here's James Gladstone introducing Travis Hunter to the Jacksonville media.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him.
All right, I'm good.
From the football.
Oh, my God, he keeps going?
Oh, yeah, he does. He's got a little McConaughey.
I was going to say, he sounds like McConaughey
in there too.
doing a character is what that sounded like right there.
But he's also got Spider Y Banana going on as
also,
well.
F them picks works if you're like good enough to take dudes like Puka Nacua in the 5th round. Like you have to be really good at it before you go F'ing them picks. That's why Les Snead is as good as he is, because he finds studs with the draft picks that he has.
We do have a trade, speaking of that philosophy. So could this be the Shedeur spot? We'll see. I don't probably think so, but we'll see. Seattle is traded up with Tennessee. And in order to get to 35, they gave up 52 and 82. So if you're thinking about the Broncos, because the Broncos are at 51
and 85.
Yeah. You're losing both picks today to move up, and if you want a running back here. So probably not something they do. But we'll see.
I can't get over Gladstone.
Do
you think he wrote that?
Yeah, probably.
You think that was like I gotta nail this? This is like a toast at a wedding. I gotta nail this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have just gone, hey, the most versatile player and the Heisman Trophy winner, Travis Hunter.
Dude is out there, man. Between him and Cohen, there's a theatrical sense to what's happening down there in Jacksonville.
It also feels like he started out a paper or was maybe giving a college thesis opening statement. We're good. We got it.
In conclusion, Travis Hunter is a land of contrasts.
Yes.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Little playoff playback. Nuggets style from last night. Plus, we got the keyword, our final keyword for you to register to win a pair of tickets for Avs Stars Game 4 tomorrow night. That's all coming up next. All right, updated picks. 35th pick, Seattle traded it up, took safety Nick Emenworry out of South Carolina. Cleveland, with their second-round pick and third pick of this draft, took running back Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State. So Judkins ends up going ahead of Travion Henderson, who is still available. Something to look at for Denver. But Cleveland so far has taken linebacker Carson Schlesinger out of UCLA and running back Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State. Shadur Sanders is still available. The Cleveland Browns, again, just took Judkins. Raiders are on the clock. It is time for another keyword for you to register to win a pair of tickets for the Avs and Stars Game 4 tomorrow night. Playoff tickets, baby. That's what we're talking about. Altitude Sports Radio wants to put you into Ball Arena for Game 4 tomorrow. The Avalanche are releasing tickets throughout the day. There are standing room only tickets as well, all available. ColoradoAvalanche.com is the place to go for that. If you want to win them, we have you covered. You have to text the keyword POMS. POMS. As in pom-poms.
There we go.
But one just POMS. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. POMS, not palms, like palms of your hand.
Palms.
POMS. That's the keyword POMS. With your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You say it enough, Andy, the word loses all meaning.
Palms.
We'll announce the winner at 5:50. Again, this hour's keyword POMS. So text POMS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Good luck and go Avs.
Raiders just traded with the Dolphins, by the way.
Okay. So Miami is now apparently on the clock.
With the Dolphins.
At number 37.
Think about Shedeur. Oh, no, they got Zach Wilson.
They do have Zach Wilson, along with Tua.
That'd be an interesting quarterback room.
That sure would be. Absolutely. You ready for a little playoff playback?
Playoff?
Yes, last night the Nuggets fall to the LA Clippers 117-83 as the Clips now lead the best of 7 series 2-1. Game 4 tomorrow night at 4 o'clock. Remember the first quarter last night? That was a pretty good time.
Let's lean into that.
I thought, let's enjoy the beginning of that game before everybody in the wall was having too much fun. In fact, let's enjoy Denver's opening offensive possession of the game, Spring.
Zubats has it at the mid-post, guarded there by Michael Porter Jr. Mike's got his left shoulder wrapped up. Turnaround hook shots and air ball. Rebound comes down to Jokic, front court over to Gordon, right to the rim he goes. Got it, and a foul as well.
Yeah, AG beat Chris Dunn and Norman Powell down the floor, and a transition bucket. It was also Denver's last transition basket of the night.
What time was that again?
That was at 11:30 of the first quarter.
It's pretty early in the game, that feels, for the last transition bucket.
Kind of as early as you can get.
Don't think you want that tomorrow.
Yeah, the game ended last night, and as defined as fast break points, the Nuggets had 3, the Clippers had 13 last night. That was it. Again, let's stay in the first quarter. Nikola Jokic attacking Zubats.
Christian Brown has it between the rings. Throws it on the right side over to Murray. Now on the wing, it's over to Jokic. Jokic guarded by Zubats. He goes baseline, beat him badly. Reverse side layup won't go. Put his own miss up and in.
I love that possession right there. And honestly, I want David Adelman to note that possession because, Andy, that, and again, I'll paint the picture a little bit for everybody that's listening. That was a straight ISO possession with Jokic, with the other 4 Nuggets all over on the left side of the floor. They basically gave Jokic a traditional ISO post-up opportunity against Zubats, and even though he missed his first shot, he got his own rebound, got the putback, and scored. But that was effective. It didn't allow for the Clippers to attack with a whole bunch of doubles and triples coming from the other side because the space was so cleared out for Nikola. Honestly, this Clippers team is so good defensively, and this is a Denver team it's a high-passing offense. We know that's what they like to do. This is a ball movement and spacing offense that Denver has. The problem is you start passing the ball around too much. It just gives them and their defenders and their long arms too many opportunities to get hands into passing lanes. That possession right there, I'd like to see more of that.
All right, what happened? Why didn't it happen? Why aren't they doing that?
Don't know.
Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Again, I'd ask the same thing. Why no more fast break points?
Listen to this one, okay? 4:25 left in the quarter. This was another possession right here. This was actually a couple of possessions in a row where Joker found a cutter, a novel concept.
Here's Jamal Murray up the left sideline. He's guarded out there by Chris Dunn. He gets jumped. Throws out of it on the right side over to Westbrook. Westbrook guarded there by Kawhi Leonard. Bounce pass over to Jokic in the paint. Spin move. Dump off Christian. Layup good again.
Fantastic right there. Clippers were slow to double. Good cut by CB leads to a layup.
Okay, were they not cutting last night? Because Dan talked about this too. What happened to where the cut game, which is the bread and butter part of their offense, what happened to it?
Some of this, honestly, Andy, is, and I'm not trying to let the Nuggets off the hook, but some of this was like including getting beaten back in transition on that first bucket by AG that we played, or on that possession right there. Dude, the Clippers they played better defense the rest of the game. They tightened the hell up. Their doubles started to come faster. They were more effective. They were able to get deflections on a lot of those passes. I'm not trying to let Denver off the hook by any stretch, but seriously, the Clippers came out, played poorly for about the first 7 minutes of that game, and then whatever was said in the timeout, they just cleaned it up.
Well, and when you're not shooting well, and the Nuggets, by all accounts, shot horribly, nothing opens up.
Well, I mean, Hyatt gave us the number of like wide open looks last night. They were what, like 2 of 13 from three?
Yeah, come on.
On open looks? That's, again, you're not making them pay.
No.
Those shots exist, but you have to frickin' make them, and the Nuggets are not making them right now. Porter had a terrible shooting night last night, 1 of 6. He's playing through this shoulder injury right now. Jamal had a good mid-range shooting game last night, but he was only 1 of 4 from 3, and Russ was 1 of 5 from 3. We'll get one of those coming up here in just a moment. Let's play the last possession of the first quarter, and it's that name again. It's that damn Frenchman. Let's hear from Nick Batum.
Harden has it at the midcourt circle. Now he's on the right side of it. 7 on the shot clock here. He's guarded by Peyton Watson. Behind the back bounce pass to Batum. Sidestep 3. Good! 7-point lead for LA. And there's the horn after 1.
By the way, all the quarters 1, 2, and 3, Clippers got a huge bucket right at the end of the quarter every single time last night. Those possessions are freaking killers, man.
Yeah. Because it just kills your momentum.
Yeah,
Who won the tip last night? Not that it matters.
I think the Clippers did.
Okay,
yeah.
So the Nuggets were set. This was why I want to use the example. And for those that don't know what's going on with Andy, I did all the draft stuff last night, and when I saw the score, I was like, I don't think I can watch this game after what I took in at the bar and heard from Kaz.
No, you don't want to.
But you talked about it right there. You hit a 3 right as you're about to get the ball back. You think you're going to have a 4-point deficit. Instead, it turns to 7 blink of an eye. You can't allow that to happen.
Well, here's the good news. Jokic went out, and the Nuggets didn't get a field goal for the first 3.5 minutes of the second quarter.
Yeah, that's good.
23-2 run spanning the 2 quarters by the Clippers. That pretty much was ball game right there. Although the Nuggets would cut it to 10 midway through the second.
Rebound comes down to Porter. Porter has it up the right sideline here for Denver. Throws it top of the key over to Westbrook. Now in the mid-post, it's Jokic. Back over to Russ and a 3. Good! That's his first make out of 3 attempts from downtown, and Denver's cut it to within 10. Timeout, Ty Lue.
Andy, our buddy Ryan Blackburn had tweeted right before that Russ had missed 10 consecutive shots when he was on the floor and Jamal was on the bench. 10 consecutive shots. So
not good.
No, it's not
Bob,
great. Yeah.
By
not
the way,
great.
I do have to cut in.
Mm-hmm.
Travion Henderson.
Yeah.
A Patriot.
Ah, okay.
So one of our names to watch is off the board.
Travion. So both Ohio State backs, Judkins and Henderson, have been drafted already here in the second. That Westbrook 3 cut it to 10. Hey, all right. Hey, cut it to 10. Good news. Yeah.
Coming back. They're feeling it.
Here's the only problem. Clippers responded with an 8-0 run.
Yeah.
Guarded by Zubac. Jokic jabs at him twice. In the corner, three-pointer. Westbrook is an air ball. Ugh. Oh, back the other way is Kawhi Leonard. Stutter step and a drive. Leonard to the mid-post. Fadeaway jump shot is up and in. Timeout, Adelman.
The matching,
Nuggets are down by 18.
The matching gasps of exasperation were not planned. Nate did it.
They were not.
Then Kaz did it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Kawhi hit that turnaround on CB. Christian Brown doesn't bother Kawhi Leonard in the slightest.
Nothing bothers Kawhi Leonard.
No, it really
Every
doesn't.
shot I saw him take last night was going in. It doesn't look pretty.
You know what else drives me freaking nuts? And I tweeted this last night. James Harden is 35. He's 35. And he is running circles around guys that are 12 years younger than him.
Well, it's like you said, I got to see some give a bleep.
He's murdering dudes. Harden was so good last night. God, that game sucked.
Yeah, but you know why all these guys get good? You don't make anybody feel uncomfortable.
No,
Nobody feels uncomfortable playing the Nuggets.
Nope.
Nobody feels uncomfortable from beyond the three-point arc.
Nope.
Nobody feels uncomfortable in the paint. Everybody, we've seen it the last month and a half of the season. Nobody worries about their defense.
Clippers, Dan Hyatt told us earlier, the Clippers in the regular season took 33 threes per game. They took 39 last night. They made 18 of them, okay? If the Nuggets could force the Clippers to stay at their regular three-point volume, you wouldn't end up with a massive math deficit the way that they did last night, but they didn't do that. Instead, the Clippers took 39 of them. They made 18. Norman Powell, Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, and Nicholas Batum all made 3 or more threes last night. It was absolute death. Today, our friend Katie Wingy talked to David Adelman and asked Adelman, after watching the film, what was the problem last night? And I got to say, I appreciate the candor of this answer.
Watching the film about why you guys lost that game.
We sucked. We did. We were not physical. I thought our engagement was very individually based. It wasn't team engaged. We know that. And the guys owned it today. We watched the film session. You can't do a lot with 3 o'clock game tomorrow, but you can definitely walk through, go through the detailed things that have to get better. And that's not just going to solve it. Like, schematics don't solve playoff wins. They can help you stay in a game. But our physical nature has to geek up, and it wasn't good enough yesterday.
Jokic echoed the same sentiment last night after the game. The physicality has to be there. There needs to be an attack that is coming from the Nuggets. I mean, last night, it's just there's too many shots being taken falling away from the basket. You're not going to get fouled that way. You're not going to be aggressive that way. And, oh, by the way, you're also getting murdered on the boards. They were minus 10 rebounding the basketball last night. The physicality was 100% on the side of the Clippers last night.
I have no idea why. Well, I don't know. This feels like a very even matchup, so I don't necessarily know why it goes that way. But guys that usually play physical aren't right now.
Right.
And quite honestly, I just wonder, are we dealing with, again, the health? We're back to the health. I wondered at the start of the series. I didn't want to say it aloud.
Bad.
Yes, he's your most physical guy outside of Jokic.
Russ is hurt.
Now Russ is hurt with his foot.
He's
I
battling.
mean, for all the things Peyton Watson can bring you, physicality is not one of them.
No. And God, he had nothing last night. Peyton Watson played arguably his worst game of his NBA life last night. He was a minus 29 in 19 minutes on the floor. You cannot do that. Here's a little bit of good news, okay? The blowout can be a little bit helpful in this way. Last night, both Jokic and Jamal played 37 minutes.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Cuts it down.
There's a little something to be able to help you out. So even buying Joker and Jamal 5 extra minutes of rest at the end of the game hopefully will preserve their legs a little bit with only 1 day of rest. Andy, I said it earlier in the show. I steadfastly believe this. I'm not going to be surprised if the Nuggets win tomorrow night. I'm telling you, this team is not to be doubted. I'm going to be surprised if they win the series, but I'm not going to be surprised if they make a quality adjustment and win tomorrow night. I'm not burying Nikola Jokic yet, okay? Last year against Minnesota, down 2-0, I looked at that series and I said, they are cooked. And this team responded with a championship fervor that I believe they still have in them. They have things to clean up in this game schematically, but more than anything else, dig deep, have a little bit of pride, play harder. The thing about the Clippers is they're not going to shoot 46% from three again. They're not going to make 18 threes again. This Clippers team is not that good offensively. Okay? Now, they're an excellent defensive team, but they're nothing special on the offensive end of the court. They played over their heads last night because you made life too easy on them. And I know the easy response is, this Nuggets team makes life easy on everybody. You wouldn't be wrong about that, but if you show up, play with physicality and some pride tomorrow night, that automatically gets you back into the game. I believe they can win that game tomorrow night.
Can, but will. You got to show me you want to keep this thing going.
Right.
And I'm not sure I believe they do.
Let's see the will. I completely agree with you. But you know what, though, Andy? Here's the thing. This team could have folded up shop when they fired Michael Malone. All right? They fought for 3 games. They got themselves 3 victories. They got themselves home court advantage. They stayed out of the play-in. This team has done this before. They've been in spots where you're like, they are absolutely cooked. Down 3-1 to Utah. Down 3-1 to the Clippers in the bubble. They fought back every single time. Down 2-0 to the Timberwolves last year. I thought they were toast. They battled back, and they ended up taking that series to 7, and they should have won that damn series. I believe in Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray big time in these moments. Now, they may not be good enough, but I think the fight's going to be there. This team's pretty good when they get their back against the wall.
They may fight. I don't know if they get the win. And look, at the end of the day, you talked about how good a coach Tyronn Lue is at the beginning of the series. And I'm just starting to wonder if that's not kind of forcing its presence as well.
It's not helping, that's for damn sure. Chicago making their second-round selection right now at number 39.
All the Bronco names are leaving.
They take wide receiver Luther Burden III, LB3, out of Missouri, goes to Chicago at number 39, so he will join Colston Loveland, who they took last night. We got to get you that keyword one more time to text in at 303-504-0925. The keyword? Palms.
Palms.
P-O-M-S. Palms.
Palms.
Text it in right now to 303-504.
Where did we come up with that one?
0925.
Don't know. Yeah, okay.
Palms.
Yeah.
Palms is the word. 303-504-0925. Text it in right now. You're entered to win tickets to Game 4 tomorrow night. Avalanche and Stars. I still got Nuggets on the brain. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's hear about the Avalanche. Let's hear from Gabriel Landeskog coming back here on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar, and you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
With the 40th overall selection in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints have selected quarterback Tyler Shuck out of Louisville.
To get you like this?
Shadur Sanders still available. 40 picks into the 2025 NFL Draft. Tyler Shuck now the third quarterback taken in this draft after Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, now Shuck going to New Orleans at number 40. Remember the Saints, Andy, were one of the teams where Shedeur was mocked to at number 9. Instead, they took Kelvin Banks, the tackle, last night. Now they take Tyler Shuck. So the Giants and the Saints, two QB-needy teams, have both elected not to select Shadur Sanders.
Well, and they talked about it on ESPN today, and it's something you and I had talked about. Unfortunately, this is where, because I like Shedeur. Fortunately for all those that are enjoying it, you don't want Dion coming out and talking in his press conference about this. They had said that wherever Shedeur goes, he needs to make sure he just walks in the facility and cuts ties with Dad, but he's just got to assure them Dad's not going to be discussing whatever it is that's going on here at his pressers on Thursday or Tuesday or whatever.
Okay, again, Legwald told us last hour nobody had Shedeur on a first-round grade.
No.
Okay?
Second-round grade for a lot of people. And Tom Pelissero had been tweeting that as far back as February.
Yeah, most of the NFL viewed him as a second-rounder. So right now, according to the boards, that's still where they're at. Now, Legwald had Shedeur over Tyler Shuck and over Jackson Dart as well, but both of them are now off the board, which then gets to that point. Look, I've watched Jackson Dart play football. I've watched Tyler Shuck play football. Neither of those guys is as good as Shadur Sanders. So right now, you cannot help but look at this, Andy, and be like, they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Right now, it's pretty clear these teams are saying, look, the talent is comparable enough. We'll take a pass.
Well, so Leggy said it in his interview with us. He'd heard, too, that the Giants interview did not go well.
Yeah.
And I just wonder, I don't even remember hearing about Kellen Moore meeting with him. Mike Sanford told me early on, Mike Sanford had told me one of our draft podcasts that Shedeur did not fit the profile for Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
He wanted him either real athletic or Shuck is 6'4", 219.
He's 25 years of age.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's more that classic stand in the pocket kind of thing.
Big arm.
Yeah. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. So, again, QB3 in this draft, Tyler Shuck out of Louisville to the New Orleans Saints. Absolutely wild. It is time for us to pick a winner to give away a pair of tickets for Game 4. Avalanche Stars. Yeah! Force of Nature versus Rideshare Rating. Credit Connor McGahee. It is time to pick a winner. You've been texting in the keywords all afternoon long. You texted in Captain back at 3:20. You texted in Landy at 4:20. You texted in Palms at 5:20. Well, one of you is going to win a pair of tickets to go to a playoff game tomorrow night. You're going to be hanging out with Gabriel Landeskog over there at Ball Arena. Are you ready? Spring, can I get a drum roll, please? The winner who will be in the house or arena tomorrow night is
Shadur Sanders.
Yeah!
Berto wanted me to say that.
Congratulations.
Now,
he's leaving his weird draft room to go to the Avalanche. Maybe he'll be at the Avs game when he gets signed as an undrafted free agent. All right, what do you got, Spring?
Our real winner is Dylan Brockenbrough.
Dylan Brockenbrough, otherwise known as Osweiler and his brother, Brockenbrough.
Brockenbrough.
Way to go, Dylan Brockenbrough. You're going to be rock and rolling tomorrow night at Avalanche Stars. Maybe he brings his bro. Maybe it's Brock and Bro and Bro. Dylan, enjoy the game tomorrow night. Thank you to everybody that entered. Congratulations once again, Dylan, Brock and Bro.
Hey, Sanders just got drafted.
Hey, TJ Sanders, defensive tackle out of South Carolina, goes to Buffalo at number 41. This is starting to get cruel.
Well, okay.
This is starting to get kind of mean.
The Jets are on the clock.
Jets are on the clock.
Now, listen, there was once upon a time people thought they would want him.
Jets need a quarterback.
This is not a threat to Justin Fields in this point of the round. The Niners and the Cowboys, all three of these teams could be sleepers.
Okay.
Could be.
Could be.
Might. Now, if these three line up in the third round, then I would definitely say keep an eye on them.
Yep.
Second round might be too early considering other needs for these teams. But it could. I told you. Does Jerry just do Dion a solid and go, all right, let me take the kid? But see, again, then Dak's got to deal with Dion Sanders' kid on the roster, and every time he doesn't have a good game or has a pick that costs them a game,
right?
You know what's going to go down. You think most backup quarterbacks are popular in town? Wait till Sanders is the backup quarterback in Dallas.
Also,
if that were to go down.
Dallas's defense has desperate needs all over the place.
It's unlikely. That's why I say
you've got
if we see the row of Jets, Niners, Cowboys in the third round, I don't think you would get out of that.
So TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina, goes to Buffalo at 41. The Jets are on the clock right now. Their pick is in. But Spring, let's hear from Gabe Landeskog. Give me a Gabe Landeskog cut I've got to hear before Game 4 tomorrow night.
Okay, let's go with this one then. Where does Gabe feel his game is at after his first game back?
I thought the pace felt pretty good. No surprises there, and the one thing was probably just timing, things like that. Timing, seeing plays, feeling the pressure, stuff like that. But pretty good, and I'll continue to improve on it and continue working. Excited to get another crack at it tomorrow.
Again, Andy, he played 13 minutes and 12 seconds in Game 3 of this series. It's not as though he necessarily had puck possession a ton, but also I didn't see possessions where he looked as though his skills were at all diminished or rusty necessarily. Maybe some of the movement stuff, but it seems like the hockey skill stuff is there.
Here's the thing. I didn't see fear. I didn't see worried about my knee. I saw Gabe playing hockey. Mm-hmm. They've got enough puck possession people. They need people in front of the net. They need people to do the dirty stuff.
Yep.
He looks ready to do that. Move him up the lines. Move him. I don't care. He practiced with the second group today and was on PP1 today.
Yep.
I hope that stays the same for tomorrow.
By the way, we've got a piece of audio here. This was mic'd up. Spring, where did this come from? Mikko Rantanen.
I'm sure it came from the documentary because it was all over Twitter.
Chatting with Landeskog on the opening face-off.
Yeah, here we go.
Welcome back, you big bleep, to Gabe Landeskog. That's nice. That's a nice moment right there, right?
Well, what's funny, we don't need to play the whole thing. It's too long, and there goes the music. He was in one of those scrums on the corner, and you hear the refs go, hey, and he goes, God, I missed this. I just missed this.
Awesome.
He went up to Jamie Benn. I don't want to like Jamie Benn, but he goes, hey, old man. He goes, welcome back, big fella.
That's I saw Tyler Sagan was on Van Pelt after the game, and SVP asked him about it. And he kind of asked it he sort of framed the question as just it's good emotion, but you got to get past it. And Tyler Sagan was just like,
no, we don't.
No, it's incredible what this guy has done, and we all respect.
Said he
the hell
watched
out
a
of
few
him.
episodes of the documentary. Could not imagine doing what Gabe has done.
Yeah, it was for that. Just for that, we like the Dallas Stars for that. But screw you guys.
And it stops there.
All right, Andy. That's gonna do it for us this afternoon. When we come back on Monday, will the Broncos have a new running back?
Yes.
Okay. Will the Avalanche and Stars be knotted at 2?
For the love of God, please, yes.
Will the Nuggets and Clippers be knotted at 2 games apiece coming back to Ball Arena for Game 5 on Tuesday night with no Kylie Minogue concert?
No. I think they